Hello, welcome to ALGS Pro League, day number 3 for APAC South. Back once again for another day of Apex Legends Genome. It's going to be a big day, you know, every one of these days is going to be a big one. And obviously last week, I wasn't here, you guys had Avril. I'm sure everyone enjoyed that, not having to listen to me. But I'm back once again, and I'm quite looking forward to sort of catching up with what has been going down here in APAC South.
Yeah, it's been heating up, Elfish. It's been getting better and better. The first week, you know, we had a couple of big stomps, a couple of those well-known teams coming out on top. But week 2, we had some close contests, and we're hoping that's the trend we see for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting just looking back at some of the standings from week 1 to week 2. We had some really good teams, or teams not, I don't know if I say really good, quote unquote, but teams that performed really well in week 1 that then didn't go on to perform well in week number 2. And vice versa, teams that didn't perform very well in week 1 and then went on to perform well in week number 2. So that's kind of a good sign. You also want to see those teams being consistent because across the board, we've got a lot of days to play for. And that's something that I think, you know, we should sort of clarify a little bit here. Obviously, the format is a little bit different to some of the previous seasons of Apex Legends, you know, going back to Winter and Champions and whatever. So let's take a step back for a moment, Genome, take a look at the format video and just remind everyone of exactly how this season goes down.
After an incredible inaugural year of the ALGS, it's time for a fresh start. The ALGS has been reborn with a whole new season and tournament system, and we wanted to give you a quick intro to all the changes that are coming your way.
Our path is made today.
To start, the new ALGS has been broken into 2 distinct splits, each with its own playoff series and all feeding into the season-ending 2022 ALGS Championship. The season will begin with 40 teams in each of the 5 global regions. 20 of these teams were invited to the ALGS based on their previous ALGS performance and other considerations. The remaining 20 slots have been filled by teams having fought their way in through a preseason competition. These 40 squads have been split into 4 groups of 10 and play in a double round-robin system throughout the 5-week, 12-match regular season, earning points based on their performance. At the end of the first split, teams will be broken into 3 groups. Top-ranked teams that qualify for the Split 1 playoffs, middle-ranked teams that auto-qualify for Split 2, and at-risk teams at the bottom of the table. The 8 lowest-ranked teams in Split 1 will move down to face off against the top-ranked teams from the Challenger circuit in the Pro League qualifier. This do-or-die 2-day tournament will determine which 8 teams return to join the rest of the competition for Split 2. And we'll all be waiting to see if the Split 1 veterans can emerge victorious or fall and be replaced by hungry new faces. The Split 1 playoffs will be a global event involving the top-ranked teams from each region facing off in a 40-team clash to claim glory, cash prizes, and playoff points. In addition to the playoff title and points, each region's performance in the Split 1 playoffs will impact how many teams each region will send to the Split 2 playoffs, with higher performing regions unlocking more slots. Of course, at the end of the playoffs, the top 3 finishers will officially be the first teams to secure their place in the 2022 ALGS Championship. All the playoff teams will then move back into their respective regions to begin Split 2. We know this is a lot to take in. For more information on all of the ALGS rules, scoring, and schedules, read our blog about the season at playapex.com/ALGS. Now, it's time to settle in, because the battles are about to begin.
Time to rock and load, fellas.
All right, well, that's how it all works, Genome. Everyone, I think, should probably be pretty aware of how things are cracking on now that we are into essentially week number 3 of the competition. I know it's been going on all over the world as well. So for those of you that are sort of tuning into a lot of Apex Legends, maybe you don't need us to remind you exactly what's going on. But hey, maybe you're new here, and that's fantastic to have you along for the ride today. As we said, it's going to be a big day, and for the teams, you know, they do need their reward for playing big, long days like this. So we do need to touch on the prize pool as well, Genome, before we get too deep into the discussion here. Of course, you know, it's the same as it has been every week. That's not really changing too much, but it's not a week-to-week prize. I don't want to sort of give anyone, you know, any illusions to that with that statement. But yeah, this is the prize for the season. You know, you make first place, you take 15 grand. That's fantastic. Top 5 is kind of the ones that we're looking for, though, isn't it, Gina? Because those are the spots that will qualify you to those international opportunities.
Exactly. Our friend from NA, Kate, there said it best in the video. Global playoffs. And as you say, the top 5 will not only be taking away the cash on the screen there, but they'll be making their way overseas to have a go at a land. To be playing Apex on land for the first time in, what is it, almost, I think it might have been at the start of 2020, actually. They did manage to have a live event. So, yeah, we'll be getting there once again. It's not that far away. It's only a couple months.
Yeah, indeed. So hopefully, we're going to get to send some good representatives over. I know at the moment we've got, we've already essentially got a top 5, and that top 5, it doesn't look too shabby to me. I wonder if there's going to be some moving and shaking to be done, obviously over the next 4 weeks or so, because there is very much the opportunity to do that. What you're going to need to be focusing on, though, out of today is, where can these points come from and how many points can these teams kind of pick up as we reach the halfway point of the season 4. The APAC South region. And obviously, again, not much has changed in the game-to-game kind of point scoring system. The overall format is definitely different, but at least as far as getting first place gives you 12 placement points, plus you get your additional points per kill. Not a lot has really changed there.
Nope. We've got 2 series to play today. Each of them will be 6 matches long. And as you say, it'll be going through this point system. What has changed, as you said, is the split points and how that works on a week-to-week basis. So we're still keeping that same placement scoring there. So if you come first in your match series today, you play the 6 games out in your first, you'll walk away with the 12 points. So that's how it works. And, at the end of the 6 weeks, as we talked about, that's where you end up in either the prize money or you end up going overseas.
Well, I think what's really important as well for us to discuss before we jump into any games, is actually the overall standings for the competition thus far. We've had 2 weeks, aka 2 days of play for each team. And at the moment, Reignite is sitting atop the pack with 19 points over the first couple of weeks. They did come first in week 1 in their respective lobby, which got them 12 points. Obviously, in week 2, they didn't quite manage to grab as many, but they're still doing well enough to sit at the top of the pack. The top 5, Reignite, Burger, Stinky B, EXO, and Lightning Unicorn are sitting in a good spot. Obviously, Inside the Ring is quite close by to Lightning Unicorn, though, so both of those 2 teams are going to be a hot talking point, jostling for that 5th position. End of the day, though, once we finish off this week, we are still only halfway through the competition. So there is a very real possibility that at this point, even one of those teams that's sitting on 0 points could theoretically, mathematically speaking, make a run in for the top 5. I know it's unlikely, Genome, but I love to sort of keep that small little bit of hope available, for any team at the moment. I think by the time we get into week 4, week 5, maybe we start to go, all right, well, maybe these guys aren't making it. But for now, hey, 4 weeks to go. If you win every single week, every single lobby, that's 48 points. So not too bad.
You say that, Elfish, but the points distribution this season, this split, is a very top-heavy one, right? That's why you see the teams up in the top 4, the top 6 at the moment. They're the teams that picked up those 12 points coming first, or the 9 points coming second, or the 7 points coming third, right? Thus far, it hasn't been as much about consistency. A team like Lightning Unicorn, sure, they've had 2 okay runs, but everyone else up there is sitting on 12 or 9 points that they got from one of those weeks that has just boosted them up. And if other teams can come out and have a big performance, we could see them move up. Absolutely.
Yeah, all right, let's get into a bit more of a deeper discussion about our first lobby of today. It's B versus D. We want to bring up the scouting report here and have a look at, what we've got as far as is concerned for the drop locations. Obviously, things are going to be shifting a lot when we're sort of changing around all these lobbies, right? You've got 8 teams per group, or 10 teams rather per group, and they play against each other every single time, but then they're going to be playing against every other single group. So, there may be an instance where you are able to get your drop in the majority of your games, but there could be a world where you're getting contested for a drop in one of the lobbies. And so you need to sort of have a bit of an awareness that you do need to be working your way around the map every now and then.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. If you're Reignite, you're landing in Frag East every single week. It doesn't matter what, right? No one's contesting you. Lightning Unicorn, probably the same thing. Team Burger here in Lava Fissure, also probably the same thing. But if you're in the middle, that's when it's going to start to change up. Maybe you get your spot, or maybe you, this week, unfortunately, Reignite's also in the lobby, and you have to go to your second, maybe even third favorite spot as we go further down the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to touch as well on some of the teams that are like really interesting to look at in this lobby. Obviously, you have Reignite right now; they're sitting at the top of the pack. Team Burgers in there, Lightning Unicorn. So we got 3 of the top 5, I think, at the very least in this lobby. I'm not sure if maybe I missed out on one that might have been sneaking through there that I didn't catch on the beacon there. But either way, I mean, yeah, we've got a very, very solid looking lobby here. Like this is going to be a strong lobby. And I remember that being a bit of a talking point in week 1 where we watched Reignite just utterly dominate. But we were sort of saying like, how many other really top teams are there in that lobby? Like maybe 1 or 2. It seemed like the second lobby was a little bit stronger. So I think now's probably a good time, Genome, to actually go towards that scouting report and have a bit of a discussion about, the teams that we might be looking forward to sort of watching today and seeing how they're going to perform. Because again, I think, what you've chosen here as far as these teams are concerned is a bit of a good spread, right? We've got some teams that have really been struggling, some teams that have been doing really, really well, and some teams that we, obviously want to see a little bit more from. So, yeah, let's start off with NXL Wolfpack. I guess the big talking point for these guys is that Zaratas has come back into the roster. So, in theory, that's a big boost, right?
It's a massive boost, Elfish. This guy is one of, if not, the most talented players on this entire server, okay? I mean, we watched some scrims during the week. He has been practicing with them a little bit. Fragged out. He's showing up already. It feels like there's almost no gap between that performance and what he showed us at the end of the season. What brought Wolfpack to taking out the ALGS Championship for APAC South in year 1 of the competitive circuit. So I guess the other thing to note is it's not the same lineup now, as you can see there. So Bigsy, he is still in, so we don't have Twizzy here. But with Zaratas back in, I think that is going to elevate NXL Wolfpack. And that's so important because, as we saw on the leaderboard just before then, they're sitting on 0 points. Yeah. They have been between, what is that, like 16 to 20 in both of the first 2 weeks. And that's just almost unthinkable for a team that was so consistent and so amazing and playing together only a few months ago.
Yeah, I mean, they were one of the top teams in the region for the better part of 6 to 12 months. When we were looking at some of the previous tournaments. But obviously things sort of, they took a turn for the worse, I suppose, for NXL Wolfpack. And, hopefully they're going to be able to turn things around with the addition of Zaratas today. I'm quite interested to see what they're going to be able to put together and whether or not that is going to end up making a difference or if that magic is lost. Let's move on to Rage Entertainment team. They are a team that, probably isn't performing up to the level that we had hoped from them. They've been sort of ticking it over. They've been getting some points on the board here and there, but they haven't really been a team that has sort of come out and contested for a top spot in either of the weeks so far.
Yeah, so as we can see with Rage here, they've got Jilun and Kentung. Kaiser was their, I think, coach/sub last time. They've lost Roy, obviously, this season, who's gone over to Dreamfire. So, it's kind of like the NXL Wolfpack we were talking about last week, but, are they going to get the magic back? Well, no, they're not getting their star player back. He's not just sitting out there sitting on the bench waiting for them. He's moved on now, unfortunately. So they're not going to be getting that boost. But what really surprises me is we just haven't seen the same play style out of these guys as we did, and that's where they found their success in the ALGS Championship, where, before that, they were a little bit unknown, really. And, it's been a consistent theme with a lot of these Chinese teams where they're very aggressive, right? If they get any sort of opening, like, they will take it. There's no hesitation, and that's what does sink some other teams, I think. But if you have no hesitation, honestly, you can get there sometimes before the other teams can even, have a think about, like, oh, are we going to third party this? And then, like, by the time they have that conversation with themselves, like, Rage has already wiped you. But we haven't seen that as much this season. So them and Wolfpack, the two kind of teams that we were looking at that really need to step it up. Zaratas, I think he's going to allow them to do that. Rage, we're still waiting to see.
Yeah, I mean, let's have I guess we'll keep a close eye on them today and see whether or not they do. Because if it doesn't happen today, I feel like it's probably not going to be happening in time to make it into that top 5. It kind of has to be today for those teams that are sort of sitting towards the bottom of the standings. On the other hand, though, let's talk Lightning Unicorn. They were a team that sort of came out and, I mean, look, I won't say they've dominated so far, but they've definitely performed very, very well. They're sitting there on 11 points right now overall. They've had a better week in week 2 than what they did in week 1. So they're sort of, in theory, getting better and better and slowly kind of hitting their peak. Maybe this week is the week where they really top the pack and start to really push towards the top end of things. Maybe try to overtake the likes of Reignite. Obviously, they'd have to hope that Reignite would have a bad day if they were to do that. But I mean, they're still definitely in the discussion for a top 5. They're in the top 5 right now, so no reason not to
totally.
expect that they can't continue to keep this kind of a pace up.
Yeah, exactly. As we talked about, up down to almost like the 10th spot on the leaderboard. As I kind of talked about before, it's just like one big performance really that's getting these teams in there. But for Lightning Unicorn, yeah, they had a 4 and a 7, so they've shown some consistency. And if they can continue doing that while also like maybe having a big performance here or there, absolutely top 5 material.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, it's time for us to jump into Game Genome. It's day number 3 of ALGS APAC South. And we are going to take a look at our first game of the day. The lobby itself is going to be the B versus D lobby. We were going to talk about Stinky B, but obviously we have to jump into game, so I guess that's fair enough. But Stinky B, I feel like they're sort of in that same discussion as Lightning Unicorn. They're a team that has done really, really well for themselves, and we just hope to see them continue to keep that pace up here in week number 3.
Yeah, look, I mean, Stinky B, probably a little bit different in that we didn't expect that from them, right? Roy has been doing a bit of team jumping, and he was there with Stinky B for a little bit as well. And yeah, look, without him, we weren't expecting sort of big things of them, but a massive performance last week has really put them on the map.
Yeah, indeed. I think there's going to be a few teams that are sort of in that discussion as well. Like, obviously, if we've only got 4 to talk about, we don't have that much time in the pre-show, then, yeah, you got to mention the ones towards the top. But, even inside the ring, X-Spark, they've had good performances. MDY, Ogre 3, I felt like those 2 teams, they did well in week number 1, but didn't quite manage to convert it into week number 2. So, for me, that's a bit of a concern. You don't want to be seeing a one-and-done kind of a team. You want to be seeing teams really have a bit more of a solid, consistent approach to these weeks in the same vein of the likes of Reignite and Lightning Unicorn. To be honest, actually, it sort of feels to me like maybe those are the 2 teams that are the kind of the consistent forces. Kotoy and Dreamfire have been okay as well.
Yeah.
But for the vast majority of the other teams, it's kind of been one big week and then one sort of average week. Anyway, that's all besides the point. That's a big storyline that we'll talk about across the course of today. Here is the initial zone that we're going to get to see. It's going to go over the top of Fragment East, Fragment West. Epicenter's kind of in there as well, which is fantastic news for both Lightning Unicorn and Reignite, 2 of the top teams that are in this lobby.
Yeah, there's a lot of top teams in this lobby, and it looks like we're also getting a couple of contests here early on, right? We can see there's one going between Perihelion and MBT Naga down here in Thermal Station. Perihelion, they were one of the wild cards for me, making a lot of roster changes over the last couple of weeks, and as a result, their drop spots were kind of up for grabs. We weren't sure. They were a little bit of a wild card. But instead of that, they're just going to come out and wipe MBT Naga and potentially put their stamp on Thermal Station here as a bit of a surprise packet to start off with.
Yeah, that's got to be a good feeling, doesn't it, for Perihelion? Because, not only are you starting off your day really well, you're getting some kills on the board, you're setting yourself up nicely to sort of springboard in this lobby, but you're also, in a sense, bullying an opponent away from one of your drop locations that you might want to sort of hold on to. So MBT Naga, they do have a decision to make when we come back for game number 2. Do they want to recontest? Do they think, maybe we didn't get a great fight there. We can still take Perihelion and we can force them out of this area, but already not off to a great start. Perihelion definitely looking like the bullies in this area of the map at least, and I would be surprised if MBT Naga sort of comes back. I don't think that looking at those 2 teams on paper, you'd say, well, one of these teams is vastly better than the other. They deserve this spot or that. It's not like you're going up and contesting against Reignite or Lightning Unicorn, one of the top 2 teams in the competition right now.
No.
So if you get forced away, I think you kind of have to sort of respect that almost. You're not the team that has the big name. You have to say, well, you know what? Maybe today's not our day. To be fair, though, I feel like you can give it a second crack. You have 6 games to play, which is a lot. So maybe you do give it a second crack here. But if it doesn't go well for the second time, then, you just have to move on.
I was about to say, just one shot at it, that's not a big sample size. And honestly, if that was sort of, the location that you had marked and you'd been dropping there for a much longer time, I wouldn't expect them to give it up that easily. That said, more POIs on World's Edge than ever before. Lava City is free. No one dropped there at the moment. Sometimes if that happens, you will see the team spread out between Big Mord and Lava City and just take all of that for themselves. But definitely enough there to support 2 teams. So if MBT Naga don't want to roll the dice, don't want to flip that coin, then I would expect them to move over to perhaps Lava City there.
Yeah, touching on a few of the teams that have made their way into Fragment East and Fragment West. We did see Lightning Unicorn. Haven't really moved too far off of their drop spot. They're happy with the position that they've managed to find. And they don't quite have information as to where the next zone is going to go, but they should be relatively comfortable, fairly central anyway, that if they would have to make a rotation, which they don't, they'd be able to do it from the position that they've got. Pavlova have also made their way in. They're over on the Fragment East side of things. They're looking pretty comfortable. I mean, there's a lot of teams already here. I think we could touch on, right? Method to Madness has made their way over. Reignite, they're in control of the train station. Pavlova, as mentioned, is already here. Magic Esport is there as well. And even Inferno has already made it over to Fragment East. And, you know, there's obviously a lot going on over at Fragment West as well. So just because it's such a big city and there's so many buildings you can play from, you're going to see a massive cluster of teams making their way in. I feel like there's a lot of real estate that you can occupy in this area of the map. So most teams should be able to get in relatively comfortably.
Look, there is a lot of real estate. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will feel some sense of connection to what's happening here, because, you know, obviously in a lot of pubs, a lot of ranked games, this is what you get, right? You get like 6-7 teams landing in Fragment East and just duking it out. Of course, these guys probably aren't going to be pulling the trigger towards anyone too soon. Reignite, they were the team that landed here, Fragment East, so they had first pick. They have gone for the train station, as you said. I find that to be a little bit of an interesting decision. Actually, we have some... Looks like there's some teams going together, trying to find their way into Fragment West as well. Potentially some skirmishes over here. Let's watch this fight with Estrel here and maybe get back to Reignite in a second, Elfish.
Yeah, Estrel, you know, just firing a couple of shots off, just trying to keep their opponents busy. I suppose, you know, let them know that we know that you're there and you know that we're here, and don't try anything too funny. There's no need to try and get aggressive at this point in the game. Just a bit of information, bit of a tag here and there, and, you know, just trying to bleed out some resources as well. I don't think we're going to get to see anything too overly aggressive out from either of the teams, or really any of the teams actually in this area of the map.
No, it does look like they've found a building to themselves, so yep, no need for some argy-bargy, as you say. So yeah, just I find it an interesting decision that Rig have gone for that train station, just going back to that then, because you know, there's so many different ways that you can push into there that, despite having a caustic on their team, now that Jen Burton has switched over to that, you know, I feel like it's not necessarily the most easily defensible position. Maybe they're just sort of, you know, hedging their bets a little bit, depending on if the ring does pull closer to the middle or to Fragment East or over the Lava River, going through the middle of Fragment. But yeah, definitely, you know, compared to a lot of the other buildings where you've just got small, narrow chokes that you can easily block off with the caustic barrels, it is an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, but I think also for a team like Reignite, they're probably pretty confident in this lobby, and they're quite happy to take those fights if they come to them. But the other factor might be that, you know, it does give you a lot of options as to how you want to rotate out as well. Like, it's not a kind of a building where you can really only come out of one sort of choke point and get farmed by a team on the way out. You know, you've got multiple doors on the bottom floor. You can go out on the roof as well. So I guess for Reignite, it's a bit of column A, bit of column B, and they can make this one work if they do need to rotate out. They can still defend it, of course, but I think chances are they're probably going to have to move out eventually. And at this point in time, they don't actually have the information as to where the next zone is going to go, so I think they're just sort of hedging their bets a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. One of those more central buildings does give them that option a little bit. I feel like we have seen some more, you know, a few more fragment zones recently than since the new changes, new season, new circles, that kind of thing. And we're seeing now it is actually going to switch over to Fragment West, which, as you can see, is just going to be okay for Rig in this coming circle. But after that, I would dare say they're going to be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it? A lot of teams are having to cross over the Lava Lake, and that's going to mean a bit of an awkward rotation for them. I'm keeping an eye on teams as well that are not even inside of the zone just yet. Like you could see up in the top left there, DML, that was the orange team up on the sort of the northwestern side of the map. Very far out to the west still is Perihelion. They're over, you know, a bit further to the west than anyone else. And Evolution Berserker as well are sort of also coming in from the western side of the map. So those teams are quite happy to see that this rotation has gone, or if they do end up seeing that rotation when it comes through. they're going to be quite happy to see that it's on the western side of Fragment rather than on the eastern side. This gives them a little bit more leeway in terms of the rotation that they can make in. But if they're coming in so late, speaking of Zaratas, by the way, he's the first player that drops in the lobby. So not a good start for Wolfpack NXL.
Yeah, so Powerless, you were talking about some of those players that were, those teams that were outside, not sitting in the buildings early, and those two were Powerless and NXL Wolfpack. Wolfpack, unfortunately, just got caught completely off guard. Fratis was just sitting there, wasn't walking, wasn't making any sound, was holding a nice spot, and unfortunately, NXL just walked right past him, and that means Zaratas and Kissan's very early casualties. So Bigsy has made it out, but didn't get either of the banners, so probably not going to be a late res for him. I would imagine at this point, exactly at this point, because Palace they're probably going to camp the banner, right? Like, what else are they going to do? Then there's not going to be anyone else rotating past them at this point. I feel like that probably is the sort of highest EV play.
Yeah, they've seen him as well. So Bigsy, I don't really know where he can go. He can go back into Geyser, but he's going to be running through the zone. He's just going to have to wrap all the way through the tunnels, and it's going to cost him a lot of resources. So, well played by Powerless. They get themselves a couple of kills on the board, some upgrades, some Evo damage, and of course, they pretty much ruin the run for NXL Wolfpack in game 1 of the day. So it doesn't seem like a whole lot has changed off the back of Zaratas coming in. He wasn't the savior that was heralded, or at least not yet. He's still got 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, it was smart positioning from Powerless, right? I mean, they put themselves at a place where they essentially had access to multiple chokes, and if you're trying to play edge, waiting for a team that's going to come in later than you, you're giving yourself multiple options there. Really.
I know Zabby's still watching, but he hasn't watched long enough because he would actually be able to see Bigsy now. He's just come past those buildings.
No, he spotted him.
Has he? Okay.
Yep, he's got the charge rifle trained on him right now. He's going to make it past, but yeah, they're going to know roughly where he's going to be coming from. So I think they'll probably continue to hold this position. Yeah, as I said, right? Like, at this point, they've left it too late to really get good positioning in the zone. So what other play do they have, really? I mean, they can sort of start working their way in, but I feel like they've got time to wait for Bigsy and work that out anyway.
Yeah, indeed. All right, well, next zone has popped, and that's gone over towards Fragment West, as we knew it was going to. So the teams over on that western side of the map are quite happy with things. Golden Sage is one of those teams that's in a pretty good position here, though they will have to deal with a couple of teams rotating across, I'd say. They're sort of holding that bridge position. I wonder if they're going to run into a bit of a sticky situation when teams do inevitably have to push in their direction.
Yeah, you can see it's not the best building though, right? Like, it's already been blown up by a Gibraltar defensive bombardment. It kind of looks like you have to sit in corners because there are so many people around you. You know that someone is probably going to have an angle on you at any point in time, and that just makes it really hard. Like, if you were like a Loba team sitting there, you'd probably be okay because you might have access to enough meds and ammo to keep poking and be all right. But, I don't think we've got Primus Commander in this lobby right now. So Golden Sage, it's going to be a little bit tough for them.
Yeah, they're going to have to sort of do it the old-fashioned way, just fight out and hope for the best. I mean, to be fair, I'd rather be in this position than having to be one of the teams that is on the rotate, because inherently when you're moving, you're a bit more of an open target. Teams are going to be looking at you. So by virtue of the fact that they at least have some cover, they're in a better spot than a couple of teams. Not every team, though. Reignite, I mean, they still haven't moved just yet. They're sitting in the bottom of the train station, and they're going to actually end up making their move right now.
Yep, they'll be going below Pavlova. This is a streamer building, as we call it sometimes. It looks like this is the kind of building, right? There's a lot of them throughout Fragment that can support multiple teams. The only problem is, if someone else tries to sit there, and start a fight, then all of a sudden everyone will just pile in. So Rig have moved on. They've gone into the other sort of bridge side building, so they're kind of on the opposite side now to Golden Sage, holding closest to the middle.
They're probably pretty happy with where they've ended up. Nice shot from Zero with the Kraber. That would have been onto Golden Sage. Jupe was the one that copped that bullet, I suppose. And he's going to have to sort of some of those shields back on. Yeah, already a lot of damage starting to come through into these teams that are waiting for the rotation. And it's actually nice to see Reignite getting some damage there for Zero because, I mean, their shields are not looking too crash hot at the moment. They've got 2 sets of blue, 1 set of white. So they're not like a dominant force in this lobby at the moment. They really need to get a bit of that chip damage out so that they can get those Evos rolling.
Yeah, Lightning Unicorn defending home ground there. They're sitting over at Construction. They'll take out Evo Berserker, and they've actually got a wealth of space around them. No one really wants to sit, you know, on or under the highway around Construction. So if you've got any kind of range there, which they do, they've got a couple of 3Xs on, you know, L-Stars, R301s, that kind of thing. They can probably safely chip damage across there. But now we're going to move back over to the train station. Now you're going to remember Rig have moved out of here. So this is looking at Powerless versus Magic Esports, who are just fighting over the edge of the ring now.
They're having a bit of a crack at one another, although both teams at the moment are looking still fairly healthy. Powerless eventually starts to put some decent damage down. That was courtesy of Fratus to the opposing Wraith. Doesn't look like Magic Esports is super prepared to give control of this position up. We'll jump back over to Method to Madness, who are in a bit of a fight, and they're not going too well in that engagement. Banter Storm eventually will be finished off. And in the end, that's the end of Method to Madness. Ogre 3, the ones to put them to bed. But they'll have to deal with a third party here, Gino. Looking like a fun time if you're one of the teams that's fighting up in this northern side of the map.
Yeah, Method to Madness got absolutely sandwiched there, and it was these two teams. It's SNG and Ogre 3. And in the end, SNG actually going to pull out almost a little bit surprisingly with all 3 of their members there. It was a pretty ugly fight, so honestly well done to them to come out on top.
Indeed. Very, very comfortable from SNG, and they get themselves a fairly solid position to rotate off of. Powerless, by the way, was the team to win the fight for the train station. So they'll have a little bit of an upgrade coming through from them. A bit of a movement and shaking to be done because the circle has again taken a bit more of a northern shift through here. It looks like Reignite is already on the move in a sense. Zero pushing forward with that Kraber, getting aggressive. He's the Valkyrie though. Needs to be a little bit careful here. He's not a Wraith, and that has been punished by Golden Sage, who have just pushed right on top of him. That's the end of the Kraber. That's the end of Zero. And that was a fairly ill-fated rotation for Reignite because it's also meant that they are getting pushed from behind. It's now just Jen Burton left alive. It's all gone wrong for Reignite in this game.
Yeah, you can see Jen Burton just using everything he's got. The ult, the tactical will come out now to try and save himself. He's going to have to loot his teammates here just to try and stay alive. You can see the gas ticks coming out behind him, perhaps delaying the people chasing him just a little bit. He's got almost no health left. He's going to have to hit a lot of wingman headshots to find his way out of this, and, well, almost does it, but it was really all said and done by the time Zero went down there a little bit too early. I mean, as you said, he's not a Wraith anymore, and honestly, this is something we've seen happen over the last couple of weeks, is I feel like he's been positioning himself quite far away from his team as if he is still playing Wraith, Elfish, and he doesn't have the Into the Void anymore. And like, if you're in a tunnel like that, you can't fly out of danger, right? You can't blink out of danger like you could if you were playing the Wraith still. And as a result, you know, he got scanned like just before he was taking those shots with the Kraber, but then he re-peaked. Like, they knew he was there, and he still decided to challenge. It was a really risky shot by Zero, and honestly, it's ended it for Reignite here in game 1.
Yeah, I just didn't expect, or I guess he didn't expect the push to come back through from Golden Sage. By the way, what just happened was Big Z took down one of the last players left alive for, I don't remember which team it was, but he took down someone, and then he himself got taken down. So we saw a couple of teams just drop out quite quickly. Unfortunate for Big Z and for NXL Wolfpack in particular, who sort of had a rough start to this game. He obviously wasn't able to get too far into you know, any placement points or any kill points or anything like that. But hey, it is what it is. It's only game number 1. Doesn't really matter too much. We'll have to hope to see what happens in the next 5 games.
Oh man, so Lightning Unicorn, they've found themselves right in the center of this. You know, that said, it's the market sort of situation that they're in. It's not that easy to hold out. That's it, they don't even have Caustic, so you know, maybe they would be as comfortable doing that regardless, holding a more open building. But then you've got all these other teams somehow trying to find position. 11 teams as this zone closes, and it's going to support very few, I would say.
Aksar's getting tossed out here by GPay. Look like it's going to connect onto too much. He's got a defensive bombardment that he has to be aware of as well, but relatively unscathed, just chilling for the moment. rotation in from those opponents is not going to be a fun one. It is Powerless that he's trying to gatekeep for the moment. But to be fair, I mean, Golden Sage also have to move pretty soon. So they really want to wrap this fight up pretty quickly. Very Hellion trying to do much the same thing, but perhaps it's gone wrong for them. 404 not found will get the better of them and lock down the northern side of the map. But of course, given how busy this circle is, Gino, there's always a team just around the corner.
404. Do you manage to get the bubble reset? The fast res comes in doing well. They've got the northwestern side to themselves right now, and it's teams like DML on the southern side here. They Valk ulted in, and now they're against Golden Sage. I think they picked up that Kraber that Zero had in the end, and they're trying to deal with DML, who are in all sorts of trouble because they're taking damage from Lightning Unicorn as well. These guys just continue to range out as soon as they hear another fight. They only want third parties. They want to pick up easy kills, and that is exactly what they're doing at the moment. That's it. What's this? Golden Sage. Another team coming into third party. Powerless now looking to take a chunk off Lightning Unicorn.
Yeah, the MP doesn't seem to have harassed Lightning Unicorn all that much. They're still winning the fight. There's a stick from Fratus. Onto Fratus, I should say, and Lightning Unicorn. They just absolutely delete everyone that is headed in their direction. To be fair, in a lot of instances, Lightning Unicorn are the aggressors, I suppose, but man, they're dominating right now, and I gotta say, like, it's early to call it, but to me, it kind of feels like this is a Lightning Unicorn win right now. They are just playing way too well.
Yeah, I mean, the circle's going to close in. They've definitely got a lot more cover than these teams on the north side of the ring. We're looking at teams like SNG, Xenomorph, 404 not found, who are all on the top, and they're probably going to be too busy dealing with each other. Lightning Unicorn, they clear out their back. The last member of Golden Sage goes down, and now, as you say, they've got so much space to play with, to retreat into, to heal back, as these other four teams have to deal with each other. It's such a good spot for LU.
They just take a step back as well and decide to let everyone fight against one another. We are trash right now in a bit of an engagement.
SNG, they've pulled around the side there. Interestingly, their LU do give up a little bit of space, but you can see they've got the Bloodhound, got Gaps, is giving them that info. They know SNG's on the side of them now. With 4 squads left, 404 and We Are Trash are both just trying to wait it out here a little bit and do as much damage as they can for these teams who are still sitting in market.
All teams have a full contingent of players. We've got 12 alive out of the 4 teams, so that's good to see. Only issue, 404 not found in particular, is that Hickey J is knocked down. So maybe we consider them a duo at this point in time. Barrett and his teammate are going to have to sort of leave Hickey J for dead. And they're going to try and deal with the push out from their opponents. It's gone relatively well to begin with, but inevitably the power of numbers just becomes a little bit too much. It is craziness now. 2 teams left alive. We Are Trash and SNG. Lightning Unicorn were eliminated. SNG have lost Skirt. He's down on the ground, and it might be We Are Trash to walk away with a win in Game 1 of Day 3 of ALGS APAC South Pro League. Indeed it is, as they comfortably pick it up with all 3 players standing.
It was a really tense standoff between those 4 teams. I mean, I felt, you know, it wasn't very evenly distributed at the start. Most of the teams were coming in from the north, and it was just Lightning Unicorn down there by themselves. But upon letting SNG get to their side, all of a sudden it really felt like, you know, they had too many angles, or at least as many angles as all the other team had to worry about, and they kind of gave up that advantage. It's a tough situation to play out, right? You've got 4 teams. They were kind of on each corner. It was almost just like, you know, who is going to come out of cover first and just, you know, have to deal with the circle, just pushing them out of that cover at the wrong time.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really looking quite good for Lightning Unicorn, but I guess when you get into those situations where it's like 3 versus 3 versus 3 versus 3, you make one wrong step or you lose one player, you're pretty much done so. We sort of saw the same for Team 404. As soon as they lost a player, as soon as a player was on the floor, like, you just don't have time in all that chaos to get the res. You can't back that. You have to do it. And in that case, obviously, you're at a numbers deficit, and you aren't able to output as much damage. You aren't able to tank up as much damage, and everyone else has got all that extra ability to sort of do work, and unfortunately it doesn't work out too well for you. And so in the end, yeah, quite a chaotic finish, you know, and I guess that's expected, right? When it's a sort of a city finish more than anything else. You're going to have a lot of teams that are fairly healthy and that are alive later on in the game, but I feel like that could have really gone any way. You know, any one of those 4 remaining teams could have picked things up if they would have just got, you know, the initial favor of the duels.
Yeah, look, so much of those final fights comes down to your Gibraltar, right? It's about the bubble and how long you can hold onto it. Because when you get into that final situation where there's so little room to play with, you're getting, as I said, eventually the ring will force you out of whatever cover you were sitting in, and then all of a sudden your Gibraltar bubble is your best friend. So if you can be the last team to do that, maybe force someone else to use theirs to try and reset because you put enough damage down, and then use yours a little bit later, all of a sudden, you're going from top 4 to top 2 at least, and being able to take that last fight. I guess on the other side, if one of your players just peaks a little bit too much, then all of a sudden you're the one having to use your bubble, having to use that to try and reset because you know that you're just seconds away from one of those grenades downing one of your players.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, isn't it, right? Because it's always like, oh, do I want to hang on to the bubble or do I put it down here? If you hang on to it and then, you die, it's kind of like, well, that was not worth it, saving the bubble for the next game. But sometimes you can toss it down and be like, wow, I really wish we had this a little bit later on in the piece. Either way, obviously, discussions to be had. It's an interesting game to start things off. Again, like I think for me, the main talking point was that Lightning Unicorn still did make it into a fairly solid top position. So if they're one of the teams that we're really looking at today to kind of continue to push the issue, the fact that they've made it into the top 4 at the very least for game number 1 of this lobby already says to me that, they're going to be competing. They're going to be probably looking towards a top placing in this lobby in particular, which is obviously going to do wonders for them for the placements overall. But now, though, Genome, it's time for us to take a short break. We do have a lot more games coming up today. Don't go too far away because we'll be back in just a second for game number 2. G'day and welcome back to ALGS for APAC South. It's the Pro League, of course, and we are into day number 3, which, incidentally, also, Genome, is week number 3. So we're getting deep into the competition. After the end of today, we'll be halfway through. We can take a look at how things shaped up for that first game as well. Give us a pretty good indication as to where we're going to sit going into game 2. It was, of course, We Are Trash that walked away with the win. It was a really chaotic endgame there with 4 teams alive, all 4 having 3 players up. That was obviously SNG, Lightning Unicorn, and Team 404 to round out those 4. But We Are Trash was the team that walked away with the win overall. For me, though, I think the big talking points out of that one, obviously Lightning Unicorn did well to start off the day, so, credit where that's due. But Burger and Reignite, 10th and 15th, they haven't really gotten off the ball as quickly as they might have liked to have, given that these 3 teams, the ones that I just mentioned, are in the top 5. So to me, those are the 3 teams that I'm really looking at today to kind of have a good, solid performance and, again, solidify their spot in the top 5. But so far, only Lightning Unicorn being able to get off the board with a good start.
Yeah, and a fantastic start for them. As you said, kills upon that 3rd placement.
Yeah, and I think it's a good time for us to sort of jump into a scoreboard here as well, just to update you guys all exactly how many points came out of that first game. We Are Trash doing very, very well for themselves. 20 points total. Lightning Unicorn just one step behind. They got a lot of kills there. Remember, Genome, they were sort of working their way around during the mid-late stages of that game, fragging out pretty hard. So that's where a lot of their points are coming from. And then you go all the way down to 10th, which is where Team Burger is. Reignite, not even on the first page. They've got a lot of work to do to come back into the swing of things. And it's a far cry from the start that we saw from them, for example, in weeks number 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, big props there to Lightning Unicorn. The way they played that market and just kept, not forcing fights, but, waiting for other people who were fighting for position and then just picking off 1 or 2 kills per third party that they came in on. Allowed them to, as we saw, pick up a solid 19 points despite only finishing 3rd there. Good start for them. And some other teams who we expected to do pretty well. They've got 5 games left, but not a great start.
Indeed. Let's jump into game number 2 and see if We Are Trash can get another one on the board. Can they go back to back? Certainly not the easiest of tasks, but hey, they're the only team that can do it at this point in time. We'll see if they can manage to put together another really good game here for our second of the day. 12 games total today, 6 from Groups B versus D, and then another 6 from Groups A and C later on this afternoon or this evening, depending on where in the world you are. Overall, fairly standard playing path though, Genome. You won't be complaining about this one. Literally no one can complain about this.
Kind of fair. Well, north to south, south to north. There's always options, right?
Okay,
but
sure.
If there's one thing I know about pro players, Elfish, it's that they like to complain, and I guarantee you someone would find some way to have a beef with the dropship every game. That said, we saw a couple of contests earlier on, and we're gonna see it again. It looks like that situation we talked about, Perry Hellion versus MBT Naga. They're going for it again. This time, however, it's gonna be.
Perry Hellion again.
It's another swift Perry Hellion win. Last time, it played out slightly differently. So last time we saw Perry Hellion actually get up on top of Thermal Station. I know we didn't catch all of it, sort of on the stream, but right at the start, they were sort of sitting up and just like poking away. You will see that sometimes, right? Like if you get contested at Thermal Station, the option is you land up high, and then unless they've got a Horizon, Pathfinder, don't see any of those in this lobby. It's kind of hard to get up there and deal with you. So they were poking away there. This time it's a swifter fight. But once again, they're coming out on top. So now I think it's kind of back to what we talked about in that first game, where MBT and Naga probably need to move away. They probably need to go somewhere like Lava City. Landslide, I think that's the only 2 open spots on the map at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you are MBT Naga, you definitely have to be seriously thinking about moving on. By this stage of the game as well, you should have a pretty good understanding of like what areas of the map are going to be open. You would be able to have a look and see where teams are dropping and whatnot. And if you recognize you can, take one of those spots away, you'll be pretty happy with that. Rather than getting knocked out straight off the bat 2 games in a row, and maybe even a 3rd game in a row if they try for Thermal Station again. We did just see on the minimap there, Evolution Berserker, a team that will be very happy with where the circle shift has gone. It's way out to the west, about as far west as it can possibly go. means for those boys, it's going to be pretty happy. They won't have to rotate too far at all. Perihelion is another team that actually won't be disappointed by that, as we did just see down in Thermal Station. They have a pretty straightforward rotation. Just go up to the north and you're pretty much inside of the zone. Although they don't have a beacon to hit just yet, so they are not aware exactly of where that next circle shift is going to come. And while they do have a crypto drone, they're actually sending it right in the direction of Estrel, and I've just watched it get blown up. So they're not going to be able to hit the beacon in the position that Estrel is in either. So they don't get that information early on in the piece, but either way, I mean, they're still in a good spot.
Yeah, it looks like Lower Fissure is where these teams want to be. As we can see, Evo Berserker there very early getting set up in one of the sort of mini banana buildings there. On the high ground, we've actually got Team Burger. Now, they're a team that, didn't do all that great. They've just managed to scan the beacon on the high ground themselves, and you just confirmed, because they didn't get a beacon spawn at Lava Fissure, they've actually guessed pretty correctly there to go over, grab that, and, yeah, it definitely feels like it's going to be a zone that's going to pull back towards Lava Fissure and probably not towards staging or Lava Fissure. So I think we're definitely going pretty west here, and they're just going to be sitting on the high ground and hoping to snipe it out, because look, they didn't have a stellar first game, but this zone is certainly going to favor teams like them and Evo Berserker.
Yeah, Evolution Berserker looking pretty comfortable at the moment. They just rotate their way in. I mean, they're quite happy with where they're sitting at the moment. They don't need to be doing anything too crazy. Team Burger, on the other hand, I am just watching them get into a bit of an engagement against Reignite. Both of those two teams rotating in very, very quickly into, the second zone. And they're kind of having to lock down their position. A couple of caustic barrels coming out here. Reignite got control of one or two of the caravans, and SNG have control of one or two of the buildings, and then Team Burger's kind of hanging around as well. It looks like Team Burger has moved on into the position that We Are Trash are holding down. Evolution Berserker is in there as well. I mean, it's all a bit of a mess over on this side of the map.
Yeah, 404, actually. I think they were pushing in... Oh, is that Perihelion? You can see Evo Berserker there did manage to grab some kills of teams who were predicting, probably correctly, that this is definitely heading down into that lower fissure area. And those buildings are just, worth their weight in gold, essentially. But, yeah, so 404, they've safely made their way in. I'm just trying to get a look at... Oh my god, Reignite again! Having some trouble early here. You can see Templix has already gone down. As you pointed out earlier, it's SNG versus Golden Sage that are kind of giving them some grief here. But yeah, as you say, Templix is not really in a good position. There you go. You're going to be taken down. Reignite down to a duo.
Yeah, Zero on a bit of a move. Jen Burton is just sitting inside of their building, but Zero eventually going to go back and rejoin him. I think Reignite's going to have to just try and sort this one out as a duo. It's a bit of a crazy situation to be in for Reignite, having lost a player so early. So let's see what they think about it. Let's see what they're talking about right now. Jen Burton and Zero trying to clutch this one out as a duo.
They're just going to monk us.
Yeah, that bloodhound.
We should play top floor because there's a Gibraltar on the... Nice.
They're gonna have like 1,000 nades in the fucking boxes, so...
Oh. That was a phrase kill though.
Evo shield here.
All right, well, you can hear I feel like it was a fairly despondent sounding Reignite there, Genome.
Man, that is exactly the word there, I think. Elfish and understandable, right? I mean, they've just gone down to 2. I'm not sure they really needed to... I mean,
Speaking of the nades.
We didn't catch how Templex went down, but yeah, now the Bloodhound scans coming through. Azu knows that there's only 2 of them in here. Why wouldn't they push against Reignite here? They're going to go in. There's bubbles. There's gas. Sure, but it's a 2v3, and I don't think those advantages on Reignite's favor are going to be enough. This position isn't defensible enough to probably get them out of this situation. I say Zero now trying to play his life, but he's getting sniped from all of those teams over at Lava Fissure, and I think that was Berger up above as well. Pavlova will eventually get the kill to finish them off, but in 19th place, following up a 15th, it's Reignite.
It's funny, again, because it was Golden Sage that sort of did a number onto Reignite in the first round, and they've done the exact same thing here in game number 2 as well. So Reignite's going to hope that they don't run into Golden Sage for the rest of this evening, because it seems they definitely have been getting the better of them. Although, as you say, with a bit of assistance from the likes of Berger, who were up on the high ground, getting some snipes through. Let's touch back in with NXL Wolfpack. A much better start to this game for them. They have not lost a player early on in the piece. Zaratas has got himself some gold armor, and you know, talk of the town is that this is a team that we should be kind of keeping an eye on, with the fact that Zaratas has come back in. But they did fail to impress in game number 1. Obviously, it is just 1 game out of 6, though, and they've got plenty of time to work their way back into today's lobby. And this might be their opportunity. Decent start for them, but they need to make sure they can convert.
Yeah, look, they're playing that Bloodhound Octane composition, gives them some options. They, you know, as we saw last game, they're clearly trying to play Ring. Sorry, they're trying to play Edge. But this time, not really finding any other skirmishes. The other team's powerless, also trying to play Edge. Potentially, they could run into them in a little while, but it's teams like them, Ogre 3, Magic Esports, even Perry Hellion that are all on the outskirts of this. They're not sitting in that sort of heavy fire zone we're seeing where Berger are at the top.
Estrella on the move, but not too substantially just yet. Take another look at the mini-map and see where the zone has gone, and no surprises. It's continued to move its way out towards the western side of the map. There's going to be a lot of teams that are happy with that, and there is a beacon in there that a couple of them might have been able to scan. So they'll know, at least 1 or 2 of them, that they won't have to move too far. Team Berger, I feel like Team Berger's in such a great position right now, Gino. Like, they have got the high ground. They're not quite dead center, but they're pretty damn close to the center of the zone. Can't really be complaining about the position that they've got. Like, just look at empty spot. How much information he can gather from here, and then inevitably when they do have to fight, you know, how favorable the Angels are going to be when you've got a high ground position like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely towards those teams down at Lower Fissure. Before that, though, they really have to clear the higher ground and worry about all these teams that are going to be coming in from the east. Even behind them, I mean, it looks like there's some teams over at Lava Fissure. Perry Hellion are potentially trying to take another fight down here. That's with... right next to them is going to be Xenomorph, but then also you've got Estrell. As we just saw, they're sort of sitting in that choke that goes between Thermal Station and Lava Fissure, and they're going to be watching this with great interest, because if these teams get a little bit too close to each other, you can bet your bottom dollar they're going to be coming into the third party.
Well, a couple of teams still coming into the zone to begin with. DML haven't made it in just yet. Magic Esport only just now starting to make their way in from the likes of Thermal Station, and NXL and Powerless have sort of run into each other over near Landslide, so they'll take a little bit of a longer time to get into the mix here as well. See Xenomorph on your screens right now. They were just inside of the zone, but this is what I'm talking about. NXL, they've run into Powerless rather, and I actually seem to be doing a bit of a number to them. Zabi and Divinism have run out of shields already, and they're actually just going to Valk out of there. They just say, we are not interested in this fight at all. They might lose Frantis. Frantis is literally 1 HP. But I think they made it out.
So close. I was just waiting to see if he was, if your prediction was going to come true there, Elfish, because it felt like, you know, any of these teams from staging Ogre 3 were looking at them, but didn't quite get it there in time. But our man Zaratas is adapting to the L-Star meta and was putting down some serious damage to force them away very quickly. So NXL aren't going to be happy about that. That's kills that have gone begging. That's another Edge team that they could have cleared up. But now they're actually going to run into Inferno as well. Method to Madness also in a little bit of a fight. They're above DML. And they were sort of fighting for supremacy over in Lava Fissure.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that fight between Inferno and NXL as well, because Beast of the Hunt has been popped by Inferno. It looked like they might have wanted to get aggressive, but since they have just backed off, and they'll be happy to lock down their position. Method to Madness, it's sort of spread out, you know, on their behalf at the moment.
Good scan there from Bannerstorm. Catches all 3 of them below. They know exactly where DML is sitting on this, under this bridge. the highway, I should say. It's not even the bridge position really. So they are going to struggle to get up. They do have dodge with the Sky with dive ready to go. Also got Golden Sage taking a fight. Not content with taking down Reignite. They're also going to remove Pavlova from the lobby, and now they've actually made a bit of space for themselves. That said, Magic Esports coming in from the south here are going to cap 2 of the Golden Sage members, and now they're in a real spot of bother.
Yeah, they're trying to get that res, but I think it's going to come through a little too late. G-Fate is finished off. It's just Cuckoo. Azu did get picked back up, but he is 1 HP, no shields, and surely gets finished off. Will indeed. And Magic Esports, well, they move into the position that was left open for them. Powerless also on the move off the back of that engagement. Yep. They look like they want a third party this fight, but they don't recognize, I guess, the fact that Magic Esports was still fairly comfortable. Still, though, the damage is done. The grenades are just too good. And that's 2 players already on the floor. Pricey in with a third-party Kraber shot as well. Seems to have helped out a little bit. And I'd say Magic Esports are going to be suffering much the same fate.
You can see there, Appraiser trying to get away the Arc Star. I don't think it was a stick, actually, but Divinism just ran in as quickly as he could on the back of that, trying to grab the third party. They were still busy looting. There's so many loot boxes in the corner there. It kind of made them sitting ducks. And it was, a quick cleanup there for Powerless, at least for the 2 kills. Now we're back to having a look at Team Burger, who have been watching all this carnage over to their east. So many teams are just sort of running into the meat grinder that is those couple of, buildings just to their right here in Team Burger. But they're doing some damage actually towards the north, and that's going to be Lightning Unicorn who've taken a casualty there. They're not going to be happy about that. That was a pretty long-range shot there from old Sharky.
Yeah, very, very clean indeed. Goldgaps was finished off as well. It wasn't even just like a knock or anything like that. They do have his banner, but I don't think there's any beacons that they can deliver it to. So they might just have to deal with the couple here, Lightning Unicorn. And like I kept saying, I feel like Lightning Unicorn, they're the team to beat at the moment. It's going to be interesting, though, because Estrella's pushing into them from the south. We're watching Ogre 3 at the moment, but I do want to keep an eye on what's happening there as well. Estrel, once they make their move, are going to be a potential thorn in the side of Team Burger. But if they can dispatch of that team, then I think they're going to be right to run away with a very solid placing here. Ogre 3, on the other hand, have to do a bit of moving and shaking, because they're sitting literally right underneath a team.
Yeah, look, this house is less of a house and more of a graveyard at the moment. The amount of death boxes in the top story of it is just incredible. The amount of loot up there for anybody that would let them survive for days. Team Burger, they've been, sitting pretty up the top as we've been getting quite a bit of vision of them here in Game 2 of our first series today, but they will have to make the move eventually. Powerless are already doing that from their position close to them, and MT does have the Skyward Dive ready. So they've got the ult, but they've got about a minute to work out where they can go. It feels like they're actually just waiting to see where some of these other teams are moving, and then sort of make a later move themselves.
Yeah, Team Burger won't be very happy with that massive hardship to the north. That's kind of put them in an awkward spot. Powerless, they did make a rotation in, but they've just lost so many players in doing so. Divinism is the last one left, and he's in a 1-on-3 by the looks of things. He'll get taken down pretty comfortably in the end by Method to Madness. But Method to Madness also need to be aware, because NXL Wolfpack plus Zaratas are coming back into the mix.
Yeah, look, luckily for them, the player they just eliminated did block off one of the exits with the Wraith Portal. One of those tricky little spots you can do. So that's going to actually help them, because they can't get wrapped on both sides just for at least, the next 20 seconds does give them that chance to reset.
Wolfpack just keeping an eye on the team that's below them. Down to the south is Lightning Unicorn, just a duo, and Lightning Unicorn are now about to get wrapped upon. They're in a bit of a sandwich right now between Ogre 3 and NXL. It's not a fun place to be. There is really not a whole lot of cover for them to play with. Lightning Unicorn did actually manage to get a res. So they are back to 3 players, which is good news. But how long is that going to last for? Well, it depends on how this fight actually eventuates. Good damage done, but Gopgaps on the floor means that this gets a little bit more difficult. Can we get a res back through here, though? That's the question for me. And with the bubble already being breached, I'd have to imagine not likely to be the case.
This is such an ugly fight here. NXL Wolfpack are in a great position. They can just beam all of these guys while they're sitting inside the circle. Lightning Unicorn and Ogre 3 are just racing to get out of the ring as this happens. Lightning Unicorn. They lose 2 of their members in the process. And Ogre 3, they're right underneath NXL Wolfpack right now. And you can see Lala Banks just kind of observing, to his north here, what's going to happen with this. Ogre 3, that's them on the low ground. They need to worry. You can see they're getting scanned from above. Kissan's is right there. Somehow Zaratas actually went down in all of that madness. So Wolfpack just trying to use the high ground to make this work out in a 2v3, whereas as Ogre 3, actually for some reason, Lalabang has just sent that by himself. I'm not sure how he read that as the play.
Does put him in a bit of a weird spot, though, because NXL is just standing on this cliff right above them. 3 shots down onto all 3 of those players. The one saving grace is that it's only a duo for Wolfpack, so they wouldn't be feeling too confident in trying to take that fight. If they can get a bit of chip damage, if they can find a knock, they'd love to go for it. But right now, 2 on 3, not going to commit to it.
Yeah, and I mean, Bigsy's only really got the Mastiff to work with. You can see he's got the longbow there as well. That's not exactly going to be that easy to use. Only a couple of bullets left. They need to make this happen right now. Hasn't even found the time to get a bat out. He's been sitting on basically just health for the last 30 seconds, just trying to peek over the edge. Not sure if he's out of meds or he just doesn't think that that's going to help out at all. It's taking so long. You can see the next ring's about to start going in now. He does finally pull the trigger on the ult. Kissan's will go down, and with that, Bigsy really just has to try and make it out and rat out somewhere. I think his options are pretty much being eliminated now.
I love it that Ogre 3 has to invest their bubble literally just to climb up the cliff, because they're just getting gate kept so hard. Either way, though, they do manage to make it up, all 3 alive, and they get the heals off here as well. They should be feeling pretty comfortable now. They're in a pretty good spot. Bigsy, a solo, shouldn't be too big of a threat, and is starting to cause a bit of a ruckus around the rest of the map. Off we go into the geyser, and well, where do we go from here? Up onto the high ground, but not all the way up onto the highway itself, which is probably a good decision for Ogre 3, because they would have just gotten blasted upon landing at that building.
Yeah, the 3 teams holding up the top. Still, we've got Method to Madness and DML. They've been working that low ground for a while. Method to Madness are constantly clearing out teams that were sitting around Lava Fissure, which has allowed them a fantastic spot in this final circle. Burger somehow made the Valk rotate, correctly, and they managed to get this train car and sort of sitting right in the middle of everybody. That means they're going to have to put down a lot of fire, a lot of suppressing fire here if they really want to make sure too many teams don't wrap on them at once. At least they won't have to deal with the circle until last, unless they want to start getting aggressive with teams like Method to Madness that are on the sort of north side of this. That said, we've got a couple of squads down the bottom as well. Most notably, I would say Ogre 3, and we watched how they made their way into this final circle with 6 teams left now, Elfish.
Oof. Not every single one of those teams has a solid 3 alive. If it's a Madness, is looking like they're in a good spot to potentially find a win here. 2 sets of red armor. Then again, Ogre 3 also looking pretty good in that respect as well. Would be a solid team. I think we've found the eye of the storm at the moment, though, Genome. I think we're just waiting for this next zone to push in before we're really going to see any shenanigans start to come out.
Okay, there we go. Beast of the Hunt pops with Banter Storm as they try and push out. They were getting gate kept pretty hard by Price's Kraber, but he's only got 1 bullet left, and once he uses that, he's down to just the EVA 8. They finally make their way out. Scanning to make sure they know exactly what is around them. It seems to be mainly Team Burger that's the antagonist. We just saw Pricey pop.
That's a great nade. The gas grenade from Pricey.
They do have the bubble there. And yeah, and he just used his ultimate accelerant to get that up in the nick of time, Elfish.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of damage with it as well. It is Method to Madness that are sitting inside of it. They've already got a knock onto Knight. It's just Loki and Banderstorm, who are both now half HP or less, and also don't have a full component of shields to their name. They're hiding inside of that caustic gas, and hiding for not very long, I dare say. Shots are starting to come through. Sharky grabs himself 1. The push in from Team Burger. They sweep through the northern side of the map and deal with 1 more team. Now just 3 left behind.
Well, the red armor's on all of them, courtesy of the amount of damage they put out, mostly above from that high ground in lower fissure there. Now they've got to deal with DML. It's a 3v3 here between DML and Team Burger. DML have been biding their time. They're just going to slowly walk up. They have their caustic ultimate available. Migsy has been able to hold on to this because they played this so slowly as opposed to Team Burger. As you can see, Pricey only 23% there. Definitely going to be out of Ultic cells at this point to try and push that back up, but they do have the high ground, Elfish. Is it going to push them off that first? You can see Migsy basically just waiting for them to come down, probably going to be calling his team. They need to make sure they're shooting those barrels as they get popped down. Might even think about doing a heal off here. Maybe DML don't think they've got the firepower to take on Burger in a clean fight. They are going to drop. Team Burger drops in. They back themselves. And you can see Pricey and Sharky go down almost immediately. Migsy, Leaf, and Dodge are going to do the damage. But are they going to stay alive? No, they're not. Because at the eye of the storm, I guess, as you call it, Elfish, the Valk is going to be the last one to touch the zone.
Yeah, I was just wondering what was going to happen there. It sort of felt like to me maybe Burger had just waited a little bit too long in a sense, you know, because they'd taken so much damage on the way down just from the zone. But I didn't realize that MT was still sitting up the top, just playing the waiting game. I thought they were going to try and take that 3-on-3. In the end, obviously, Pricey and Sharky go down, but they do enough that MT's able to walk away with a pretty solid, clean victory in the end. And look, I mean, I did say I thought Burger was going to win that round, but I wasn't so sure after the zone shifted so hard away from them. Like, it wasn't. That's what's the best thing about that one for me for Team Burger was that it wasn't even like a free win. Do you know what I mean? Like, they didn't sit in a zone, you know, get some snipe shots on teams that are walking in their direction, get an easy one, and, you know, just basically get a freebie, really, because the zone kept collapsing on top of them. They actually had to make a pretty rough rotation. They had to fight really hard for their positioning once they got into the zone. And then inevitably, you know, they had to win that 3-on-3 right at the end there as well. So fantastic stuff from Team Burger. And it's nice to see them putting on another really solid performance today because, hey, as one of the teams at the top of the scoreboard, you know, that's what we want to see from them, right? Consistency is key.
And this is, you know, this is a group or a day where they're fighting against Reignite, right? This is the kind of thing where they can punch Reignite's numbers down. Obviously, terrible start so far for them. And try and get that first seed. Because these are obviously two teams who are going to be duking it out at the top of the leaderboard, looking to go to LAN. But man, I just loved that final play there by Team Burger, and it had real shades of the ALGS Championship, you know, winning moments from Wolfpack last season, right? Exactly the same kind of thought process. Okay, we send 2 members in to kind of like distract the other team. You know, in that case, it was doing damage to the Wraith. In this case, it was, you know, trying to lock down the Valkyrie. So that the opposing Valkyrie didn't have time to either use Skyward Dive or get too high and get back into the ring. Because as you saw, the team on top had slightly, you know, more time to deal with that zone closing in. So MT just stays up top. The other 2 players essentially just sacrifices to try and lock the other team into that lower ground position and allow MT to just win it in, you know, not quite a Wraith heal off, but like the same kind of idea.
Same concept,
and just really, really smart, forward thinking there from Team Burger. On top of the excellent gameplay they showed, you know, sitting in the middle, holding all these teams off, being able to deal with Method to Madness, who came in from the top side, as you saw with that fantastic caustic grenade from Pricey.
Yeah, I got to say, Sharky's looking pretty cracked with that scout at the moment as well. I would be scared to see that go into his hands. Be a bit of a rough one if you run into him at any point today. Is the winning moment for MT. You know, it's kind of like a victory lap in a way, you know? Running around saying, yep, we won, guys, we won. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. So good win in the end for Team Burger. You know, they didn't have a fantastic start to today. They took a 10th place with 1 kill point. It's not, you know, fantastic at all from game number 1. But if you can bounce back off of that into a winning game 2, no one's going to be complaining at all. So Team Burger looking pretty good. And that's something that we're going to follow as we do head into game number 3. For now, though, time for a short break. Don't go too far away. We are going to be back, and it's going to be game 3 coming up next. Hello, welcome back to ALGS Pro League for APAC South. We are now 2 games deep into the day. Another 10 more to come. We've got 4 of them for this first lobby still yet to play. Jump into game number 3 fairly soon. But Genome, I mean, obviously things have started off pretty interestingly. Team Burger getting the win in that last round probably shoots them quite substantially up the scoreboard. We'll see if it's enough to get them into first place. If we take a look here at the scoreboard, and it is by a fairly significant margin as well. 6 points above Lightning Unicorn, who were the ones that started off with a win in game number... Oh, no, they didn't start off with a win in game number 1, sorry. They were at the top of the scoreboard, I think, after game number 1.
They were close to it, right? They had, I think they were 1 point behind. We Are Trash, who got that first win. So, yeah, obviously a solid start for them. Team Burger, however, bringing the rain there with a big performance there in game 2. Stellar stuff by them. Crazy to think that, you know, after 2 games here, got Reignite on the second page of this. But, you know, other teams, SNG, 15, DML, with that, you know, very slow but sure sort of effort there, managing to pull up into 5th place now. And Ogre 3, not too bad. Those guys managed to, you know, do get some work done there, game 1 and game 2, and as a result, looking to follow up on that, excellent start to the campaign with week 1, where they did a really good job and grabbed 9 points on those split standings for themselves.
2 games into today, though, Gino, we have a bit of data to play with. So let's take a look at our top kills so far. See where that's sitting at the moment. It looks like Fratus and Pricey will be leading from the front, both with 6 kills apiece. So, 3 kills on average per game. That's not a shabby result. I'd be happy with that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Pricey from Team Burger, absolutely expected that one. Fratus. That's a pretty incredible stat there from him. Managed to grab 6 already. Look, not the Roy start of last week with 12 in game 1, but who knows? Maybe he can catch up as we're about to head into game 3, I think.
Indeed, game 3 is upon us, so let's dive into it and have a look and see how things are going to shape up as we head in toward the halfway point of this game. Of course, after this, there's still 3 more games for the initial lobby, which, again, just to reiterate, it is the B versus D lobby. We'll be watching A and C play their 6 games after the completion of this first lobby. This playing path just a little bit further out towards the western side of the map, so if you're one of those teams that really wants to go far out towards the east, you're going to have a bit of a longer trek to get there. Might not be too happy about that, but overall, not too shabby. You get to see most teams dropping into their given locations. Perihelion, once again, I mean, it's just it's a little bit too fast now, isn't it, Gino? Like, we don't even catch that.
Yeah.
They're dead before we even move over to thermal station. MBT
Literally, yeah, with a south to north kind of plane or dropship. In the time that it takes those teams to just spread out over the map, MBT Naga gone, wiped off the face of the earth.
I mean, surely now you have to say we're not going to drop thermal station. That's 3 games in a row where you have absolutely been blasted out of the server. Like, the MBT Naga have literally not played the game today. They have not even played the game.
Yeah, look, they clearly need some hot drop practice because, Perihelion really showing them how to do it so far. That's 3 from 3 pretty quickly, honestly, and it's been getting quicker every time. I mean, the first one, they took a little while to work it out. Second one,
I get it, though.
They got there, but now, oh my god, as you say, just, it almost felt like they didn't load in.
I think it's fair enough after one time. Yeah, sure. You give it another crack. Second time, it doesn't go too well. You could probably still make an argument that, look, there's still 4 games to go. We want our drop location. Let's give it one more crack. But now, 3 times out of 3, and the fact that they've all been so dominant by Perihelion as well, like, I don't think there is any reasonable argument to drop back there again. Like, unless you just want to give Perihelion some more free points for some reason. Because that's what it seems like at this point. MBT Naga just getting absolutely blasted. Anyway, I mean, besides the point, I guess, we need to focus on what's happening around the rest of the map, and that zone shift. This time a little bit more toward the south rather than out towards the west. We've got Harvester in, we've got Lava Siphon in. The tree, to an extent, is sort of the other end of the what I like to call the Bermuda Triangle. The 3 main points of interest inside of the zone. So that's kind of where we're looking at for this game.
Yeah, it can be a pretty scary place to be. No doubt about that. Estrel looking to get early position in this as Reignite. Looks like they're going to be heading towards Lava Siphon, where there's already a couple of other teams getting into this. But you can see they're going to be landing on top. There's, Golden Sages there, Powerless as well. But yeah, look, Pavlova and Estrel have just finished up their fight, and Estrel's going to come out on top. So they've just wiped out a team there playing towards the bins on the sort of western side under Harvester, and made a bit of space for themselves.
I can't complain too much about that. Reignite, they're always one of those teams that likes to rotate early, get into one of the center positions. And, I feel as though the positions that they found themselves in a lot of these games today have actually not been bad. It's not been a positional thing from Reignite. It's just been execution in terms of the fights that they've been taking. They haven't been able to win them. So they're not doing a terrible job of rotating around the map. Well, that thought for a moment, though, because Golden Sage seems to be getting into a little bit of an engagement here against Magic Esport. Good damage down from that L-Star, cracking one of the players of Magic Esports.
Yeah, Magic not in a good position here. They're stuck inside the building. No Caustic to help them out. They've only just upgraded one of their armors to blue, I think, so obviously didn't get lucky coming into this, whereas the kind of loot you get from Lava Siphon means that Golden Sage have a much better start to this. That said, on the back of it, Ogre 3 are going to try and make a mess of this. I think Golden Sage probably not long for this world.
Doesn't look too good for them, does it? They're on the run. They're underneath Method to Madness right now, but Method to Madness have some bigger fish to fry, bigger things to worry about. Zero is firing some shots in their direction, so...
Oh, how do they get out of that? I mean, the Octane, using the jump pad there from the low ground, and you could see that Method to Madness heard it, but as you said, they got a little bit too worried by those shots coming in from Zero, so they couldn't quite, kind of zero in on where that sound cue was coming from and take out the other two members of Golden Sage, who honestly are very lucky to get away with their lives here.
It looks like they want to go back for the banner, by the way, Gino. Golden Sage is kind of moving back over to where they did lose Azu. Slowly, mind you, but they're heading in that direction. I mean, there is a beacon right next to them in the river there as well, so... push comes to shove, they could definitely look to get that res. It's still pretty early in the game that I think you do kind of want to gamble it here. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, they could even go all the way back out to Ghost Town. That's still within the next circle. If they want to play it safe, that might be a way they can do this. As we can see, Reignite have control of the sort of the main building. Above the control room there in Lava Siphon. Will it pull back that way is anybody's guess, really, at this point, but most of the teams seem to be playing along that sort of axis here. You can see Ogre 3, they were just looting those boxes for a while and now going to get into it with Golden Sage, who tried to go back and, perhaps they were trying to get the banner, or maybe they thought they could just find a position to sit there for a little while. They have been disabused of that notion.
Yeah, they didn't get the banner either, unfortunately. It's timed out, so lose a bit of HP. But, I mean, they do still have two alive. Kuku and Gpay, they'll be okay. Try and make something happen here. Ogre 3 just survived. Zach Roffel able to get inside of the building. NXL Wolfpack look like they want to push the issue a little bit. But they're not going too overeager.
It's pretty lucky for Golden Sage, really, wasn't it? Because if NXL Wolfpack hadn't have strolled up right then and started putting the bullets into the back of Ogre 3, I dare say they would have been finished off. It was, I think they recognized that it was a 3v2 and would have been a pretty quick fight for them to finish. But as a result now, Ogre 3 and NXL kind of locked into this. As you can see there, a nice little top view, trying to use that bubble just to create a little bit of distance as they trying to get into one of the main, the bigger Lava Siphon buildings. They're chasing them though. They've got that kill and they want to keep going. Rosmontis is down and the other two members of Ogre 3 looking pretty grim. Their Holiday going to get put on the ground now, and it's just Zach Ruffle who's managed to fly out. Valkyrie very useful
on the
around
roof.
Lava Siphon, and he's completely given up now. He's actually going for the ult. Yep, he will just try and dive out of there, but by himself, he's a pretty easy target. Are they going to be able to grab him as he flies away? No. Reignite actually from the main building having a couple of pot shots at him as well, but Zach will get out to live another day. No banners though.
Yeah, no banners. That's the big sticking point, isn't it? When you got 17 teams left alive, it's not a nice place to be here for Zach, unfortunately, or for Ogre 3, because if you're later in the game, you might say, look, I might be able to snake it out here, get another 1 or 2 placement points, or rat it out, I suppose, if we want to go with that terminology, for the next, 5-10 minutes and get another placement point here or there. But if you have to do that for the entire game, you have to get extremely lucky to make it into a top placing. Okay,
check this out. We've got a real harvester pull here, Elfish. The zones in this split just continue to surprise and amaze us here, as we're not going to that sort of middle region that it could potentially go back. You never know. Swings and roundabouts, but it definitely is going more towards the harvester side. So teams like, Reignite, Powerless down the bottom there, they are going to be a little worried about this and have to cover some ground.
Yeah, there's going to be a few teams that are going to be a little bit perturbed by that fact. Powerless and Reignite, the ones that you mentioned, definitely.
Golden Sage, they're getting absolutely sent here. They got knocked from distance. And now NXL Wolfpack are going to finally finish them off, I believe. There you go, Kuki.
Yep.
Kuku's going down. Gpay
He's out of
trying
there.
to use his stim.
He's out of there. He's gone. He said, see you later. I'm not interested in what you're selling. So we do have a couple of solos now, but
There we
one
go.
of them will be eliminated pretty quickly.
I mean, that was just hubris there by Golden Sage. They went back to the death boxes, or like that place where the initial fight happened at the bottom of, the top of Lava Siphon, like 2 or 3 times. And every time there was a team there waiting for them, and they just continued to do it. Like they're a duo for how long, and they're just like walking around like they're a team that can take a full-on team fight with someone else, and they just can't at that point, and they absolutely should get punished for it, and they do.
Well, it's nice to see a little bit of success for NXL Wolfpack. It's been a sort of a rougher start to the day for them. But off the back of that, getting some kill points on the board, maybe starting to get some momentum flowing in their direction. Unfortunately, still got a long way to go before they start picking up some placement points. So we can't get too excited about it just yet, but it is definitely a reasonable enough start for them. They also have a pretty straightforward rotate into the zone. It will be camped a little bit by the looks of things by Evolution Berserker, but I mean, they also have to worry about the teams that are sort of hanging around the rest of Harvester as well. So they'll have split opinions as to where they will be looking. Method to Madness is kind of, in a sense, behind NXL Wolfpack, but either of those two teams are going to run into each other, I dare say.
SNG, they're holding the southern front of this circle, and they will be holding it definitely when it starts moving up. They're going to be looking for teams like 404 that are still currently below them, and we'll have to make the move on the next circle. Powerless as well, still over at Lava Siphon.
We say we move this way.
SNG, just chilling at the moment, but it is Team Burger that I want to hear from. They're the team that's at the moment at the top of the pack genome, so why don't we go ahead and have a listen with Team Burger and see what they're thinking right now.
Still have white, man.
Yeah, you're slacking. I've already got perp.
Padding up. Cracked him.
Crypto team in Thermal Choke.
Oh, that's not fun.
I mean, you should be able to come on my side next zone, because these guys aren't going to be in.
If
They're going to be
Oh,
on
the zone after?
Yeah, after this one closes.
Yeah, no, you can. Once the zone's closed.
they're just staring at us.
As you do.
I mean, they'll probably play on top of us anyway, so...
Yeah, no, they definitely will, actually. Although they should get farmed from, like, 195.
Yeah, they'll get farmed from Thermal Choke.
Then we'll kill.
Right, well, pretty straightforward stuff from Team Burger. Not a lot happening for them. Just having to communicate as to where they might like to go, what they think the teams around them are going to be doing. Zach from Ogre 3 has been spotted out, and his game might not be lasting too much longer because there's nades headed in his direction. And I dare say the team that's pushing over to him recognized that he is a solo. It was Powerless that finished him off. Divinism picking that kill up.
Yeah, you saw that he went all the way down south there with that the first foul called. He had another one. He could have, potentially tried to get out there, but obviously left it a little bit too late. Once he's down to like 50 health, they're almost certainly going to grab you in that slow burn as you make your way up using the ult. So there we go. That's the end of that story. As we saw, Burger there sitting on the sort of northwest corner. Predicting that we are trash. That was the team that was looking at them from the outside that they were talking about, that was going to play above them. But they've actually moved into the north of Harvester. So they've got even more space than they thought they were going to have at this point. Perhaps because of, the caustic pick with Pricey there, thinking about playing underneath rather than on top, which might give them resistance in other ways to teams trying to push in towards them. Reignite, of course, we saw that they were sitting in Lava Siphon. They did eventually move onto this sort of the southern end of the bridge here. Once again, maybe just hoping that the zone kind of pulls their way. It hasn't been doing so far today. I don't know how Zero keeps, like...
That's literally what I was going to say.
How does this guy spawn with a Kraber every game? Like, what's going on?
How does he keep finding Krabers? It doesn't seem fair. Anyways, look, he's got another one. He's put it to good use already. Gets himself up to purple shields off of that shot, so won't complain.
Everyone else spawns with, 2 cells and 2 syringes in their backpack, and somehow Zero just sneaks a Kraber in there every time.
Oh, and a headshot 2 onto Baroth. I wonder if they're going to push the issue here. Certainly seems like Zero's interested in doing it. They've forced out the bubble, but I don't see a commitment from the other two lads. So Zero, I felt like wanted it. But Jen Burton and Templex, they're not going to be moving.
I think they were thinking, you know, Jen Burton was thinking about potentially throwing the grenade in there, but the bubble went down very quickly. Was that there?
That was their defensive bombardment, I'm pretty sure.
No, it wasn't. Templex has still got his up, so
okay.
I'm not even sure where that came from. It wasn't SNGs to be close. I think it must have been.
It would have been 404s?
No, it's not.
It was
where
404s.
did that...
It was 404s.
Oh,
the
right,
guys in the caravan, they dropped their own. Yeah.
It's the hint is in the name, Elfish. Defensive bombardment.
Yeah, exactly. They did not want Reignite to push in onto them. It's a big cooldown use, though. I mean, I don't think Reignite was pushing that anyway, but maybe they would have after the bubble faded, if not for that defensive bombardment. Bit of scouting going on from the drone here. You're flying around, but not going to see too much. And we'll move back over to Method to Madness.
Oh, man. This next ring is going to be an absolute menace to a lot of these big teams. Rig, they're just going to manage to stay in it, actually. Like we'll get a look at it at some point. It's going to favor teams like Estrell and DML, who are on the southern side of Harvestar, but there's a lot of other teams who are going to struggle with this, like Method to Madness, as you can see, sort of in the mini-map there, if you want a little bit of a preview. Oh, no, Loki with a DC. Hopefully he gets back in the next minute before this ring starts moving along. That would be a real disaster, especially because he's the Wraith. You know, otherwise maybe you could set a portal and punch him through the portal into zone.
Yeah, just going to try and stick him in a corner and hope for the best. No one spots him. Zone's going to be moving soon. Seconds. You really do have to hope that he's going to get back pretty quick.
You do get a pretty good look of the zone there in that mini-map, and as you can see, Rigger just in on the southern side of it. And all the other teams, you know, like the, who was it? Estrell that were below them, I think. Sorry, no, 404, SNG. Those guys were all going to have to find their way in. The Harvestar, I think, is where it's really going to get a little bit tricky when you got teams like Lightning Unicorn, who are currently trying to find their way between We Are Trash and Evo Berserker. You can see they've got the top side trapped here, which will be safe for them. Lightning Unicorn, however, they've only got a couple of rocks to work with.
Yeah, there's a few teams looking in the direction of Lightning Unicorn as well. Gaps is going to pop Beast of the Hunt, but already gets knocked down to below half of his shields. There's a dome shield on top of him as well, and there's a team ready and waiting for any push that Lightning Unicorn might like to make. Obviously, it's the team above them that does have to inevitably make the move. Lightning Unicorn are essentially the defenders in this situation. But they don't have the high ground, and that's never going to be too fun. Evolution Berserker also still putting some good damage down for the position that they found themselves in. Waiting for
They're quite safe. They're quite safe, really. It's We Are Trash that is pushing the issue and having to say, well, we have to go through Lightning Unicorn. That's our only way into this next ring, and they're not going to do it. Lightning Unicorn barely win that fight, but on the back of it, NXL Wolfpack have a very easy cleanup. So that's both of them, both of those teams out. Lightning Unicorn gone as well. And now you're getting a look at a lot of this action happening around the map. We knew this was going to be a big one. DML have managed to, you know, sort of clear their top side. Unfortunately, Method to Madness, they lost their Wraith, so the other two did make it into the ring. But as you can see, without their 1T seed member, yeah, got a lot of work to do to make it any further into this game.
Yeah, NXL Wolfpack looking pretty good now. They've got all three players up. They've got a good set of armor. That said, they're on a pretty busy side of the map, so they need to be a bit aware of that. But Method to Madness, a little bit worse for wear. Unfortunately, did lose one of their players to a disconnect, and that's made life a bit more difficult. They're also rotating in on a pretty hot side of the zone. Powerless on top of the building that they're standing at, and Xenomorph inside of the building that they're standing at. So there's a lot going on over at that side of the map. I mean, there's a lot going on in pretty much every spot that has some semblance of cover. Aside from that, I mean, it's just a big field out in the open there. You can see there's really not a whole lot of cover. Dead center.
Yeah, I think Estrell are going to be super happy with this next circle. They'll be able to play inside. There'll be teams, as we'll see in the next 5 seconds, as they're kind of pushing in here. Reignite, they had to move, but unfortunately, it looks like they've been outpositioned a little bit by 404, who are now going to move in with the EMP. as you can see, they do manage to get Templex back up and running. 404 actually opting to go into the zone rather than take those couple of kills, or at least, you know, try and finish the fight off. So a stay of execution there for Reignite.
Perhaps a little bit of insight as what's to come for Reignite. It's been a rough start to the day for them, but maybe this is their game. When they get into these late game situations, you always back them. Estrell, on the other hand, having a bit of a troublesome fight at the moment. He is just down to Lenny, and he's inevitably going to get run down as well.
Yeah, he struggles with the 2-4 scope there a little bit in those close range encounters, and it was Estrell who had position inside Harvester there, but Evo Berserker, who are coming from, you know, up on the sort of high ground just behind them, they do manage to win through. NXL Wolfpack, interestingly, have also taken out DML, as you can see. They were holding the top ground there, so both teams that were favored by the zone effectively have been removed by teams desiring their positions.
Zero only just getting out of there scot-free with his life. We'll be popping the Phoenix, and he'll be back into the mix pretty nicely off the back of getting the upgrade to the red armor. Evo's coming through thick and fast for Reignite right now as they make their push as well, and they make it look pretty comfortable indeed. Another team dealt with, another couple of kill points for Reignite. They sweep through the southern side of the map, and they are relatively uncontested to the south now. The vast majority of everyone else's forces obviously passed across that field, set up inside the very southern tip of Harvester, or that one building just out to the eastern side of the map.
As we saw, Rig a little bit alone down the bottom as this final ring moves in. NXL actually sending it here. They're going straight onto Method to Madness. Actually, no, sorry, they were just picking up a couple of kills from across the map. I think that might have been Perry Hellion, yeah, that they just jump padded onto. A nice couple of nades coming out from Kissans, and he'll follow up with the flatline here. Final zone closing in. 4 squads left. Rig, Evo Berserker, Xenomorph about to go down, and NXL Wolfpack looking to make their comeback here in split 1.
Oh, it's really a battle of redemption for multiple teams here, isn't it? NXL Wolfpack and Reignite. And in fact, those are the two teams that are left. What a finish we're going to have here, ladies and gentlemen. The two teams that have really been struggling so far today. I'd say it probably means more for NXL Wolfpack just because of the bad start they had to the tournament as a whole, and a great start that they've had actually in the 3-on-3. They just dispatched of Reignite. It wasn't even close. NXL just destroyed them. And in the end, NXL will be the team to pick up the win in Game 3 of the day. What a return to form it is for them. Bigsy, Kisan, Zaratas, the big name in the picture there. Obviously coming back into the roster, but to be honest with you, Gino, it's Kisans, the one that really ran away with that. He got 7 kills out of that game. Bigsy 3, Zaratas none. So in the end, I mean, look, Kisans having a pretty good game there.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, is it Zaratas making the difference or not? Who knows? Either way, what we've got there is
all right. Well, I mean, I guess at this point, you know, what we would have to say, I guess, is the fact that, you know, obviously NXL coming back into the swing of things is good. Getting that win, that sort of just boosts them back up the scoreboard a little bit, puts them into contention. I don't know that that's going to really be enough to get them up into first place. They were sitting at 8 points, you know, and I don't know that they're going to get enough to sort of overtake Burger or anything like that. But Reignite as well, you know, they take second place. So like for me, those two teams, like, they were really struggling today. They kind of needed a pretty good game there in Game 3 to sort of stabilize themselves and give themselves a jumping platform to get back into the swing of things. And they have managed to do that, whether it's first or second. I don't think is a massive difference. Obviously, you'd like to take away the win where possible, but the TLDR is essentially it gives both Reignite and NXL a launching platform for the final 3 games of the day for their lobby to at least be able to make a push for, you know, a top 5 placing or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, as we pointed out at the start of the day, NXL is starting this off with 0 split points. So this phenomenal performance by Kissans here in Game 3 has really put them back in the hunt. It was a really impressive final 3v3 versus Rig as well. You can see Rig kind of had the high ground there. Zero had a Kraber. He wasn't really hitting his shots with it there at the end. You know, in a 3v3, the Kraber absolutely opens things up. You know, one hit with that, you almost kind of have to use a bubble straight away if you've even got it available. So it was, it was a swift finish there. And a really good turnaround from NXL. But as you say, Reignite, two teams that both struggled round 1 and round 2, and now coming into match 3, are surging back up the leaderboard.
Yeah, indeed. They're doing very well for themselves today. Obviously, 3 games deep. We still have a lot more competition in this first lobby, and there's quite a few teams jostling for a top spot now. It's going to be a fantastic finish. Of course, we're halfway through, but there's still more to come as well. Later on the day as well, there's still a whole nother lobby. So, you know, plenty of Apex Legends to come. Don't go too far away. It's time for us to take a short break. But, you know, 3 more games for this lobby, 6 more games for the next lobby. We're here all afternoon. So we'll see you on the other side.
Go.
Hello, welcome back to ALGS Pro League for APAC South. It is day number 3, and we're into game 4 now. Honestly, Genome, the end of game 3, NXL Wolfpack versus Reignite, I really thought that was going to be a much more heated battle than what it ended up being. It was kind of just NXL destroying Reignite. I thought Reignite, I see Reignite, I'm like, man, these guys are going to, if they get into a top 2, top 3 kind of a position, generally speaking, they're going to convert that. But yeah, I mean, NXL just popped them pretty quickly, as you can see here. It was NXL Wolfpack to walk away with the win. Reignite South, I mean, they won't be too disappointed to walk away with a second place. Like, that's still a good result. But man, it certainly gives us a pretty interesting leaderboard now that NXL and Reignite have both given themselves a chance to kind of get into, at least maybe the top 10. NXL Wolfpack actually jump all the way up into first place. I wasn't sure if that win was going to be enough for them, but turns out that it was. Burger barely got anything out of that game, and Reignite up into the top 10 as well. So things are starting to heat up as we head into the latter half of this lobby.
Okay, so I think that was a 15-kill game there from NXL Wolfpack. So they actually walk away with 27 points after game 3, which, as you can see, is more than any other team in the server apart from Burger has got in 3 games in total. So pretty spectacular, sort of re-entrance there from NXL Wolfpack. And as you can see overall, oh man, poor MBT Naga. I mean, as we just saw on the placement timeline there, man, these guys, it's almost like they're going for the any percent speed run here in Group BVD. They started out, I think it was like 2.5 minutes they lasted the first game. Second game, they last a minute 10. And then the third game, didn't even make it to a minute, Elfish. 50 seconds it took Perry Hellion to clean these guys up. So it's getting shorter and shorter every time.
The $1 million question will be whether or not we are going to see MBT Naga dropping onto Perry Hellion once again. I mean, we talked about this every single time they got wiped. We just, like, is there even a reasonable argument to drop into Thermal Station again if you're MBT Naga at this point?
Nope.
Yeah, I don't think so.
To answer that question, nope.
You just got absolutely wrecked 3 games in a row, so surely you don't go Thermal Station again.
I mean, Perry Hellion are loving it, right? I mean, they haven't even needed to place that highly thus far, and they're managing to. I've lost the scoreboard there, but they were in like 4th place or something like that, just because they've picked up so many kill points. That's 9 kill points, out of the 23 points that they have so far. That's a significant chunk that they've been gifted by MBT Naga.
Yeah, indeed. I guess that's something that maybe they could be grateful for in a way. Normally, you wouldn't want a team to be dropping onto you because that kind of screws over your game a lot, if you're having to take these hot drop fights. But if you're going to win it every single time, I mean, hey, Naga, come back, please. Give us another 3 points. That'd be fantastic. I mean, look, at this point in time, we're probably not expecting MBT Naga to drop there again, but stranger things have happened. Now my question is, though, like, regardless of that discussion, like, NXL, they're definitely doing well for themselves today. Nice return to form. Team Burger have had a pretty decent day, although that last game didn't go too well for them. Lightning Unicorn have been sort of here and there. Reignite have been a bit here and there as well. So there's a lot of storylines coming into the latter half of this lobby as we head into game at number 4 that we have to keep an eye on.
It's happening.
Whether or not these teams can
it's
jump.
Happening. I've just seen them both ping Thermal Station, Elfish. It's happening again. I hope we get some early vision of this time, because obviously, sometimes it's been so fast we haven't even been able to cotton onto it. But the dropship was a little further away. It was a little towards the east this time. So hopefully we get to see how this plays out. As you can see, Perry Hellion once again. So they're taking that high ground. We talked about how they did that the first game and how it helped out. MBT Naga, they're going for more loot.
Armor.
And all 3 of them are currently underneath the top of the tower. Tao, the newer player for Perry Hellion, is actually quite far away from the rest of them at the moment. As you say, gold armor, massive difference that can make at the start. But it's a little bit of a shame for MBT Naga that they haven't pushed the issue so far, because that would have potentially been allowed them to isolate. Actually, no, sorry. Two of the players are up top. If they had have got onto Tao, who's on the outside, they might have been able to isolate and go into a 2v3. But now they're just kind of... this one's going to take a little bit longer, I think, because either, why would Perry Hellion drop from their high position unless they have a chance to sort of get some angles on these guys below them?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that they even knew that Tao was a little bit isolated. Seems like Tao at the moment is kind of the one that's being almost the scout for Perry Hellion. He's kind of keeping an idea of where exactly MBT Naga are. Naga's more or less trapped inside of the building. They do send Reflex out just for a little quick looting run, but for the most part, I mean, it is Perry Hellion that's kind of controlling Thermal Station right now.
I mean, you say that they don't know, right? But like, I mean, you're dropping in, you know that there's someone contesting you. It's the third round in a row. Sorry, the fourth round in a row now. Like, you need to be watching very, very closely where those guys are going, right? And if you see Tao, you see his trail dip off to one side, then you need, like, yeah, they should be chasing him. That's the kind of stuff that can make or break this situation. As we're finally, the teams are deciding that it's time to really get into it. We've still got a 3v3 here. A couple minutes in, this is a good run as far as MBT Naga's concerned so far. And they have actually managed to get themselves out of that ugly position on the low ground and underneath. And we may actually see this one go on without the teams finishing each other off.
But it seems like Perry Hellion is happy to just walk away in this instance. They probably recognize how much time it is sort of taking them to actually deal with MBT Naga in this case, you know, so they just want to move on. They want to loot up an XL Wolfpack in the meanwhile. I'll touch on them for a moment because they never seem to stop fighting this team, and I guess that is very reminiscent of the Wolfpack teams of old. We thought one of the Magic players, Trixie down, Zaratas. He just doesn't stop.
Beautiful start there for NXL Wolfpack off the back of a win in Game 3. They're sitting top of the leaderboard after that massive 27 points that they pulled out in Game 3. And a good start for them here, as they are the first to eliminate a team. And that's gone to Perry Hellion every other game so far in this series.
Well, I suppose it's going to be interesting to see what MBT Naga can actually do from this position now. You know, if they are able to actually do something substantial, then, hey, power to them. But we do have the mini-map on our screens here, and you can see a very, very similar circle to the one that we saw in game number 1. So Reignite have made that exact same rotation into the train station. Pavlova is onto the streamer building. You've got Golden Sage and Method to Madness once again taking up residence in the eastern side of Fragment. And Lightning Unicorn, I mean, they'll be happy with how this has gone because that was a game where they really performed well in as well. And then they're over toward the construction area, which is kind of where they drop as well.
Oh no, and Zero once again. He goes too far, and Golden Sage, you know this team is going to push that. This is 100% what they want to do. Luckily, a good barrel set up by Jim Burton is actually going to delay the Bloodhound, who already popped Beast of the Hunt trying to get in here. But as we sort of talked about in that first game, Elfish, there's a lot of ways to pull in to the train station, right? So GPay on the top actually is going to pull back. Interesting. They don't manage to find their way in. The barrels well spread, and as they go
still
back,
in a fight.
Yeah, Golden Sage have actually found Method to Madness holding the building, and they say, yeah, look, just because we're not going to take the fight with Rig doesn't mean we're going to let you take our building.
I tell you what, Reignite
on the ground already. Yep.
Yeah, might want to take the fight to them. You know, it's a bit of a role reversal in this instance. But Zero sneaks an aid through onto GPay. Maybe it is a revenge storyline here for Reignite as they more or less ensure that this is going to be a difficult fight for Golden Sage. SNG do get taken down, but Reignite on the push. Let's have a listen in.
Yeah, get first. Nice.
Blue creep back. Blue creep back. Blue creep back.
Down
LU
to
might have
Macklin.
taken it. LU might have taken it.
The team next to us.
Yeah, just chill.
Yeah, no,
chill out.
Inside.
Okay.
I'm taking L-Star. I'm dropping all my shit.
I'm picking up 301.
Wait.
Someone just... Why?
Okay, can we get back?
I
Yes,
don't
we
know.
can.
If the...
We can, right? I'm pretty sure we can. My gas hasn't been popped.
Wait, where's that perp?
Get the perp. Yeah, bro.
Okay, I think we can go back now.
No, I'm going.
Go back together.
All right, well, interesting stuff from Reignite. You know, obviously on that push, they do manage to get their revenge. I love listening to Jem Burton, by the way. He just, like, in that instance, sounds so panicked, like, there's another team! Watch out! But ultimately, you know, they don't get actually pushed. That other team, by the way, is Team Burger, so not a team that you'd like to be going up against at this point in time. They did think maybe that this train station would have been occupied by another team, but turns out they are incorrect, at least in that assumption. Reignite, once again, back into the train station quite safely.
Yeah, look, they were right to be scared. Golden Sage did get finished up in the end. I'm not sure actually if it was Reignite or Burger that managed to get that final kill on them, but either way, that's a scary team to come in on the back of those third parties. As you said, Reignite kind of giving them a taste of their own medicine there. With Golden Sage giving up position, they moved back. Sure, they won that fight, but then it was just team after team just throwing themselves in there to try and pick up a couple of early kill points. Very risky when, there's more than 15 squads left alive and you could be risking 0 placement points. And that's, it's going to be SNG Golden Sage going out in that kind of manner. Will this zone be like exactly the same as the last one? That'll be interesting to see. Lightning Unicorn, as we're having a look at there, they're still holding construction. That was a real stronghold for them in the last fragment game. Estrel pulling across here as they try and race around where Xenomorph might be looking at them. They're a bit closer into the circle and potentially will be looking and watching for them as they pull up out of the geyser choke. And you got to remember, this is exactly where NXL Wolfpack were as well in Game 1 when they were looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, I'd say we're not too likely to get a very similar circle to game number 1 because this one, it's just a little bit further out to the east than what the initial one was. So if we were to see another Fragment West finish, it would have to be a really, really hard western shift off of this next zone.
No, it's a bit more northern. By the looks of it. So I don't think it'll play out quite the same. Construction, for instance, already out. So Lightning Unicorn will have to make some moves there. And hopefully Rig this time. Actually, yeah, I think that'll make the train station a much more desirable building to hold. So Rig can probably stay here for a bit longer. They won't have to deal with that awkward crossing across the sort of lava bridge that they struggled with last time when Zero overextended.
Yeah, it is a bit of an interesting circle, isn't it? It's kind of a 50-50 between Fragment West and Fragment East. So, outside of Lightning Unicorn, those teams actually in Fragment West are kind of pretty happy with it. They're already able to rotate their way into comfortable positions. And I'd say everyone else is sort of looking towards, like, maybe positioning around the epicenter, coming in from the north, or really far out towards the eastern side of the map as well is quite open, although there isn't a lot of cover. But that's kind of what Estrel maybe has on offer for them. They're making that big rotation. They're just going to have to come in from the east and hope that it's relatively free, which it is. They're obviously not aware of that at this point in time, but they should actually have a pretty safe rotation in.
Well, a lot of these teams are going to have safe rotation in Elfish, and that's because we're in Zone 2 right now, and there's 14 squads left. Okay, that scuffle we saw with 3-4 teams going down in a row in Fragment East. Yeah, look, maybe that's a bit of that APAC South flavor coming through, but you don't always see that. And so these next 2 rings probably have less teams in them than you might otherwise expect. And that's probably a good thing, because if the zone shifts any more north, as you can see, a lot of that cover is going to get reduced. That said, a lot of playable space there on the left-hand side. Look at that. Look at that west. Fragment West, like 5-6 buildings there. Unoccupied and ready for these teams to come in and make their home.
Going to get a little bit busier and busier, isn't it? Everyone that is making their rotation in is jostling for some positioning, and there isn't really a whole lot to work with. I actually kind of like the spot that NXL Wolfpack have found themselves in here in Ghost Town, because that actually still has a beacon, So they just let this next one shift in, probably stick around here for another zone, get the next information as to, obviously, where that next zone is going to go, and then rotate accordingly.
Yeah, well, there's 2 squads behind them, right? They're still looking for the kills on Powerless and MBT Naga, who have made their way up from the south. You can see MBT Naga now. They're potentially going to be one of the burger buns here on, well, I say sandwich, but that doesn't quite work, then does it? All right. Sorry, I had a burger for dinner last night. It's obviously still on my mind. It was quite delicious.
Fantastic.
But the meat in the burger or the sandwich, what have you, is going to be Powerless. So they're stuck in the middle, and they're going to have a lot of trouble getting out of this. Sure, they've got a couple of crates to hide behind for the moment, but if NXL really decide to pull the trigger there, here they are 100% dead.
Powerless seem to be in a bit of a spot of bother, don't they? It's going to be MBT Naga that's actually going to land on top of them. Well, here we go. MBT Naga, who have not had any impact on this lobby so far, have just obliterated Powerless. Oh, that was... I was watching that
quick.
from their POV, and they went flying in off the back
Wolfpack.
of a jump pad.
They need to go in, though, because they were waiting with the jump pad, Elfish. They had their jump pad ready to go. They weren't sitting on it yet because they were trying to work out what was going on. With the defensive bombardments in both those, the Gibby domes up there, though, they couldn't quite see. And I'm not sure the scan, maybe it came out too early. Maybe it wasn't going far enough. Well, actually, no. Kissans did have Blood of the Hunt going, so I feel like he should have been able to work out that then was the time to go in. Perhaps they realized it wasn't an effective trade by Powerless, MBT Naga. Maybe they were worried about them having a little bit too much health left and they didn't want to push in. Either way, I feel like that was an opportunity gone begging there for NXL Wolfpack.
Yeah, potentially, but they also do need to just sort of get back to their position, hit that beacon, and figure out exactly where they have to rotate to next. And it's kind of a good thing that they've done that, Gino, rather than getting stuck into a fight against Powerless, because the zone has actually shifted quite hard back over toward the west. It's not as far, I don't think, as the first game.
Like, it's not, but it looks like it's almost exactly the same, doesn't it? Like, it's very much ending around that market position that we saw game one end in. And at the moment, like, there's not many teams around there. There's certainly no teams holding market at this point. Can Lightning Unicorn run it back? Here we go. This is the great vision that we need to see here. Lightning Unicorn still down in that bottom left there in construction. Will they move over to take up their post from last game? I'm not sure. What we do know is there's a lot of teams down in Fragment East who are going to have to make a shift and who are definitely struggling at the moment. So we said, Reignite, maybe they won't have to run it back, but it looks like they're going to struggle going through that same sort of position. Meanwhile, Wolfpack have finally decided it's time to get onto MBT Naga here, and they're making short work of them.
Yeah, they certainly are. They put a defensive bombardment down, which did a little bit of damage to them, and a couple of grenades connecting as well on the rush in from NXL. Made it pretty straightforward for them to finish that one off, but that's kind of the easy job, in a sense, done for NXL. They have a massive rotate to make and so many teams to work through. So I don't mind seeing Wolfpack just try to take that fight there, try to get a few more points on the board before the real business has to start. But I'm wondering how they get into the zone from here, and how do they do it safely. I like that they've kind of opened up one more option for themselves, that they can now go through the southern side of the map if that's what they want to do. But I mean, it doesn't look too great for them here at all. It's a tough rotate.
DML, one of our teams who have been very passive today, very happy to they don't go deep into the ring. What they like to do is try and find perhaps a less hot spot, a place where there's not too many teams around, and sometimes that works out for them. Like I think it was game 2 was the one where they pretty much just walked it into the final circle. So they're chilling on the northwest side there, and that's kind of working for them as a play style here today. NXL Wolfpack, of course, they are definitely going the more fragging route as they continue to play Edge in game 4 and game 3 as well. They've certainly been racking up the kill points as they look to play from this southern edge.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, especially in a situation like this as Wolfpack. You probably just can't send it into the center of the zone anymore. You kind of need to be playing Edge and just trying to get points that way. I don't think that they're going to be looking... I mean, obviously, if you can get the win, yeah. But, like, their main focus right now shouldn't be taking a top spot. It should just be working their way around the map slowly but surely, dealing with the team here, dealing with the team there, keeping those points ticking over. And if you do get eliminated here, that's fine. You had one really big game with a win on the board already. Just make sure you get some points out of this game.
So Reignite being gatekept by Pavlova there. So Pavlova holding streamer building, and they're holding the top floor. They were just guns, aims, everything trained on the entrances out of the train tunnel and just waiting for Reignite. As soon as they come out, there's a burst of gunfire, and Rig have to reset there. On the other side of them is going to be Evo Berserker, but we're also having a look at Lightning Unicorn take on NXL in a very fraught fight down here.
It looks like a favorable fight for Lightning Unicorn at the moment. Bixie gets eliminated. Kissan's also dropped, and Zaratas... Where even is Zaratas? He's just hiding right now inside of a caravan. I mean...
They've got the scans. Top gaps. Yeah. He's got the Bloodhound there. He's not using it, actually. He's in Beast of the Hunt. He's in Ultimate right now.
He's found.
I think he just saw him. What? No, was that another team? I'm pretty sure he only scanned 3. I think he might have actually scanned Xenomorph. and somehow the cone just missed Zaratas, who is, as you can see, right above.
I'm not sure how much that's going to help him with 7 seconds left on the time before the zone moves. But
True.
actually, luckily for him, it seems like both of the teams that were hanging around are starting to move their way away. Lightning Unicorn maybe sticking around a little bit longer, but Zaratas, he's just going to have to try and make a run here. He's off to the races, on the highway, up on the bridge there. But so far, he hasn't actually been shot at. He might have been spotted, but he hasn't been shot.
Yeah. I think they did let a couple of bullets at him.
No.
He probably will be on the other side of the box. He's just up on the.
Yeah, that's not the side you want to be on, unfortunately.
Oh, there we go. He's spotted out. Okay, Gopgaps does find him with the scan, so they know exactly where he is. And if he does get moved out of cover there, they've got some options. That said, it's going to be hard for them to get up. I guess
you
they've
just
got
got
the
to send it
Octane.
at this point.
Yeah.
He's just got to go. Like if the zone was just like half a meter or two closer to those boxes, he might have been able to play behind those boxes for the remainder of the next minute and a half. But not an option this time.
Rig taking the middle building. It's actually pulling directly on top of them, but once again, they fail to make the rotation. Templex goes down. And even just then, I think that was 0 that got dropped, and Jin Burton had to try and at least get him back up and make it 2 out of 3 here. It's going to be a real struggle there. They're not going to have a bubble. They don't have a roof either. So if they fall down onto the low ground because someone Gibby ults them, it's going to be so tough.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Reignite, I mean, they're under the pump at the moment, aren't they? Down to 2. See how they're going to go about things here. Pavlova, on the other hand, they're doing pretty well for themselves. We haven't heard from them so far today, so let's jump into a listen in with Pavlova.
Okay, I'm having a look. They're still there. They're in the open. In a bad spot. Look at this. Look at this.
Coming.
Oh, I almost cracked everybody. Almost cracked the whole team. They moved. I have no heavy.
I have 40. I'll drop you 20.
I have 0 shields.
Okay, we stop fighting now. Stop fighting now. Right here is safe, by the way. On top.
This team is fucked. They're just sitting there.
No, I have no nades left.
What? 1 HP. Fuck off.
You can't. Yeah, they're watching from the side.
I need shields. I have none.
Dude, there's so much fucking bats over there. We need it. Watch out for this park team. Watch out for the park team.
Yes.
I'm not peeking.
They're padding. I'm bobbing on us.
Bob on us, please. Thank you. Down one.
Nice. Low.
I'm dead.
It's last one.
All dead.
Nice.
Get another quick res.
That's clutch in the end there for Jolas, as he's the last one up for Pavlova, and they do manage to get both of the reses by the looks of things. It's really starting to heat up a little bit here, Genome, though, as I'm watching Team Burger. I think they've pushed in on top of Reignite. They're sitting inside of the gas here. Icy's okay with that because he's a caustic as well. It's an awkward building to play from, as we were discussing in the first game of the day. They do manage to, by the looks of things, get their heels off and set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, well, I guess underneath more than on top of, but I am surprised they're not directly on top of them, Elfish, honestly, because with the 2v3, all they really need to do is chuck a couple of grenades up there, pop those barrels, and then just make their way on top of them, especially if they've got the ult that they can just bring down from above. That said, there are teams on all sides, still 8 up, and as you can see, look, Evo Berserker, Lightning Unicorn, both potentially have angles on them there. DML, looks like they're struggling to play the market position there. Lightning Unicorn haven't opted to go for that, as we just saw in that overhead. They've gone for a more subtly bent to try and make it work for them here in Game 4, and I think that's actually the right choice, because this market is just a bloodbath right now.
Yeah, what an absolute mess. Ogre 3 are the ones to come out ahead. They're actually the kill leaders for this game, but they might come unstuck a little bit. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? They're being contested right now. Zach's already down on the floor. Holiday and Rosmontis to try to clutch it out, but it seems like they might actually have enough time here for the res.
Yeah, look, Perry Hellion have backed off. 2 of them are medkitting. AJ is down. Hopefully they can get him back up and running. But the final round has started to close in.
Top 6. Burger continue to put damage out. Every time I look at Pricey's POV with that L-Star, he is just absolutely decimating shields right now. Ogre 3, they've been collapsed upon. Rosmontis gets all 3 by the looks of things. No, just 2. Now still alive. Rosmontis
Bendy
eventually does fall. In the end, Team Burger are going to be the ones that I think are going to come away with a lot of the damage out of the late stages here. Icy gets tagged down off the back of a windman shot or two from Reignite, but
well, Reignite,
okay, get the heals.
They need the points so desperately. It's been a terrible day for them, and with 2 members, somehow they are holding out surprisingly well. Considering the skies are open, I feel like there should be Gibraltar bombardments coming down upon their heads at any moment, and they will have no bubble to deal with it. But as you can see, here we go. Okay, one, just as we call it in, the airstrike lights them up. I guess look, they're just managing to hide far enough away. There's just enough space there. It'll cost them their traps, but not their lives.
That's all that you're going to be happy with, I guess, for Reignite. If they do manage to survive, they're always a danger.
Still getting kills!
And eventually does fall. It was almost a heroic effort from him, but look at Zero. Look at Zero. He is climbing Mount Everest at this point, and no one's going to find him. Surely no one's going to be looking up here at this point in time. 4 squads left alive. You've got bigger things to worry about than the guy that's literally sitting at the top of the tower.
Yeah, look, 2 alive for Lightning Unicorn. MT is currently down, and Sharky's looking pretty dodgy, to be honest. So it's kind of up to Pricey here. He's just used his ultimate. He wants to try and remove this last couple. Is MT going to win a second game by literally just flying up in the air?
No, he's not, because Reignite still exists. Reignite still exists, hiding high up in the sky. Once again, oh my goodness me, he bided his time so damn well there. Zero, you talk about MT flying high in the sky, it was Zero that was flying high in the sky this time. He was sitting at the top of that building, he just waited, flew up in the air, and waited until every other team had dealt with one another. And then comes in, swoops in really to claim the victory. I was watching his POV that whole time. I didn't know whether or not he would be able to walk away with the win there. But at the end of the day, I mean, the fact that it went down to just 1 player left alive, a 1v1, was a godsend for Zero because he flies out of the air, takes a bit of zone damage here and there, but basically one-shots that last guy remaining. And in the end, Reignite walk away with a victory out of pretty much nowhere. You know, like that's fantastic for them. They come second last game. Okay, maybe a little bit disappointing because they weren't able to close that one out, but they got themselves a win now, and we were saying, you know, it's been a rough start to the day for Reignite. Even just then in the cast, you were saying, you know, it has not been a good day for Reignite, and yeah, especially by comparison to some of their previous days, it's been a shocker. But now, you know, a second place, a first place, they're back in the mix, and they can definitely start to push for top placing here in this lobby.
And I kind of have to eat my words, right? Because I said they've failed to make the rotation, I think was the phrase I've used. And I guess you could kind of append onto the end of that and say, you know, they failed to make the rotation with everyone alive, but they don't need everyone alive. Somehow, just the 2 of them are able to hold that out despite multiple Bloodhounds probably being around and being able to scan and realize that it's only a duo up the top. No one decides to, you know, contest them, and then somehow we see yet another situation where a Valkyrie just being able to go sky high is enough to get them the win. So, you know, yeah, sure, last time it was Team Burger. Here we can see Zero just being like, please, everyone do as much damage as possible to everyone else. I'm going to go as high as possible. Let's just max out these jets, and then...
Yeah.
Wow.
This was all he did. He just sat in the air, waited for that last player left alive. I thought that boot was going to be the end of him. I thought the fact that he got knocked out into the zone, I thought he was a goner, but... That last player down there must have just wondered, like, where is this other guy? Like, how have I not won this game by now? I'm literally standing in the zone and there is no one here. Like, there's no one here. And then Zero just lands on his head. You know, Gooba stomps him. I always feel like you need to get some damage off of that. You know, if you literally land on someone's head, like from that height, do some damage or something. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Anyways, besides the point, apparently Reignite have jumped up like 5 spots, so they'll be sitting in the top 4 by now, I'd say. That's something that we can discuss, though, when we do come back on the other side of the break. We'll have the standings, the scoreboard, whatever, and, of course, Game 5. So we'll see you there.
Go. Go.
Hello, welcome back to ALGS APAC South into our last couple of games for this first lobby, Genome, and things are kind of getting a little bit spicy now. Reignite, they had a second place and a first place now off the back of some heroics from Zero. I don't know where that puts them in terms of the standings overall. First, we're going to check back in with how that placement timeline looked for the previous game. It was Reignite that took first place out, Perihelion second, and Lightning, Unicorn, and Burger in third and fourth. Does mean that, you know, the teams towards the top end of the standings I mean, I guess with the exception of Perihelion, are still being the ones to grab a lot of the points.
Not what Perihelion were up top, remember?
Well, that's true, I guess.
Yeah, off the back of those kills that they were getting on MBT Naga, obviously that plays out a little differently this game. We see a big scuffle at the 5 to 6 minute mark, and you see there 5 teams going down. That I'm pretty sure they were all Fragment East teams in that one fight. MBT Naga finally makes it past the 2-3 minute mark, but still unfortunately goes down in 13th place. But yeah, it did feel like a weirder lobby just because of how many teams went down early on. So now we look at the overall leaderboard, and yeah, I mean, Perihelion with that top finish are actually going to move into second place, but it's a close race here. NXL, a couple of kills. They're continuing to play edge, continuing to frag out. They're up to 26 now, and that puts them on 43 points, but you can just see all those teams nipping at their heels. Perihelion, Lightning Unicorn, Reignite, Team Burger, those teams firmly in the hunt for the 12 split points today.
I feel like I've been underrating Perihelion a little bit today. I've really been focusing on Lightning Unicorn, obviously Wolfpack after they got that win, and Reignite's always a talking point, Burger's always a talking point, but it is so close, this lobby right now, going into the final couple of games. You know, from first place, 43 points, all the way down to 6th. There's only a 10-point gap, which realistically is just one good game the difference.
Yeah, look, DML doing pretty well. I think they were sitting on 25 points, if I remember correctly. And I'm enjoying how they've found a play style that works for them, right? You know, and they're not one of these teams who's just running into everyone else and trying to dominate them 3-on-3. They're not one of those teams who's trying to just find, predict the circle as best you can. Because honestly, that's pretty damn hard right now. Even the best teams, even the best minds are out there struggling to work out where these circles are going to shift. And as a result, it's more about how you can rotate out, you know, how you can work through that. And honestly, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing more Wraith here, Elfish, for that reason, because in these late game rotations, that's where the portal really comes in handy.
Well, have a look here into Game 5, whether or not we're going to see some change-ups as far as the team compositions are concerned. Can't imagine that we're going to be getting anything really, but anyway, worth mentioning. I don't know if we're going to be able to top that last game, though. Like, how do you top that finish from 0?
Well,
I can't imagine it.
You can start it off right, and, start it off right by our favorite Thermal Station contest, MBT Naga versus Perihelion, round 5.
How do they keep contesting? I can't believe it. MBT Naga. Anyway, looks like the same drop from them.
Potential. Oh, I was just trying to work out if Estrell were actually going to come in off the back of this. Are they going to read that and try and, maybe get some third party happening? But I think it might just be Shusti deciding to, split, drop, and grab some loot out from, his teammates are over at Tree. But I think, yeah, okay, he's going back towards them.
It doesn't look like Perihelion are really going to push the issue too hard once again. But I am watching from POV of MBT Naga. I thought it was from MBT Naga. Actually, no, it's Perihelion. Bendy. He's got the drone out at the moment, just trying to scout out and see. So a bit of a different approach this time from Perihelion. They initially had Tao just running around the map, kind of keeping an eye on things, but now he's actually up in the drone, keeping an eye on things. So maybe not as visible. He's going to wait. He's actually pinged this box, by the way. So if they open that box, I expect Perihelion's going to drop on them.
It's playing out pretty similarly to last round so far. You got Tao on the outside trying to open up some angles, while his teammates do hold the top of the tower. MBT Naga, always underneath, eventually do have to make their way out. They did it safely last time. They've got more time to play with this time, is the other thing to mention, Elfish, because they're currently within the zone, right? Like they can stick this out for as long as they need to. The zone's pulling a lot closer towards Thermal Station this time, so they don't have to rush off.
Well, again, a very relaxed start, in fact, for these two teams. Also than what we saw in the first couple of games, but in a way, I guess I'm not too surprised that Perihelion's not pushing the issue here, because they only have white armor, and obviously they don't necessarily know what MBT Naga's been able to pick up. But I was a bit surprised when they had the gold armor that they didn't try to push the issue a little bit more. That was obviously last round, but here they're playing a little bit more passive, a bit more safe, and that's fair enough. But man, how annoyed do you have to get? Like, if you're Perihelion here, you're like, guys, we literally dumpstered you 3 games in a row. Like, why are you even still here?
Yeah, that's true. But as we said, you know, like maybe it's just some free KP for them. In this situation, maybe they're not happy that they don't get the early rotation, don't get to play the spots that they might want if they had a cleaner rotate. But, you know, this whole time, right, they're holding the top while Tao is holding down the bottom. And that's just allowing him to pick up as much loot as he wants to. We're also having a look at Team Burger as these two teams of Thermal just sort of sit there in a bit of a standoff. Burger was moving in towards Evo Berserker, who have been landing at staging, but it looks like they're going to make their way out in time. Meanwhile, as the ring moves towards Harvester, we've got Pavlova running into Reignite.
Yeah, I'm still looking at that fight at Thermal Station, and Perry Hellion now look like they actually want to push in onto MBT Naga. They're trying to do a bit of damage here. Reignite, of course, locking down Harvester for the moment. And it looks like they're relatively safe inside of the building, although there is actually a team below them.
Nice,
it's all a bit messy, but we do jump back over, and it is this time MBT Naga who will pick up the fight win in at Thermal Station. So Perry Hellion, off the back of such a good game in the last, I'm not going to have any success here.
Yeah, that's a real shame. You know, second place on that series leaderboard right now. They wanted a game to potentially put them up into first, or at least sort of, you know, give them some distance against a group of teams that was pushing very closely behind them. MBT Naga are going to end their hopes of that in Game 5. And Harvester is once again becoming a focal point for this region. So Golden Sage, they're fighting Pavlova at the moment, or at least fighting for position. Rig, as you said, did manage to take control of the higher ground of the southernmost point of Harvester. They pushed Estrell out down the bottom, and then Inferno are also coming in.
Couple of taps here from Golden Sage, but no connections. Methods of Madness making their way in on a Valkyrie ultimate, but are they aware of NXL Wolfpack so close by? I mean, obviously they would be at this point. Some shots starting to ring out, but NXL Wolfpack are the team that's kind of gatekeeping them out of the zone right now.
Yeah, M2M's definitely seen them, right? And they know that Bigsy's actually kind of split now. He's in that position we saw a couple of teams go down last game. He does still have the bubble available, so, you know, it's not all doom and gloom for him as at the moment, as his team decides that he probably can't make it to them, so they're going to have to go down and try and make some space for him. That said, Banter, Loki, and Knight, they don't want to let him get away.
Ooh. Yeah, really just some pot shots going back and forth. I'd say in this war of attrition, Method to Madness is looking a little bit better off, just in terms of the amount of shield cells I can see on both sides, and the fact that Method to Madness have 2 sets of purple armor. I think they're feeling a little bit better right now than what NXL is, just in terms of the resources that they've got available, but
yeah,
in terms of the positioning, NXL definitely has that in spades.
Oh, I don't know about that. You know, Methods of Madness, they can choose to retreat, and that's exactly what they're doing. You know, they could have held Bigsy there for as long as they wanted. You know, Kissans and Zaratas would have had to make big inroads in terms of damage, or like full on make a move to really push them out. Luckily for them, Methods of Madness decide that they've had enough of that. They just want to get back into zone. It's a little bit risky. Probably don't have enough of an advantage to take that risk and take the full-on 3v3. So they're just going to push towards the eastern side of the zone, where NXL still, potentially, they could run into each other.
SNG just hanging about right now, waiting for that push to come through from We Are Trash. Sort of central position, actually, for both of these two teams, but this could actually end up being a pretty awkward fight for We Are Trash if they don't recognize there's a team waiting for them, which they should not. Nades are flying in on top of SNG, though, so let's have a listen in with SNG and see what they're doing.
Nades. I dodged all of them.
That's my ult. They can't come through.
That's alright. Do you want an ult cell? I dropped an ult cell for you.
Let's scan this area.
We're chilling. They threw an airstrike?
We're fine.
Well, we don't get hit?
Barely.
Told you.
That's
We're
good.
chilling, we're chilling.
Fuck off now.
We're chilling. They've wasted so many nades. That's a fail. Be careful, Drog out. Right side's getting pinged out now.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of util burnt.
All grenades, all util.
Strike everything.
A lot of arc stars.
Fussy, you're chilling down there, eh? I dropped you an ultic cell as well.
Yeah, I'm popping it.
There's another one. There's another one over there. Oh,
I'm
unless
50
that's the one.
I grabbed that. I brought it. Yeah, they can't get through. There's no way. I don't.
All right, well, SNG, I mean, they've defended well, and in fact, they've sent We Are Trash packing, not only using up a lot of their nades, but also the defensive bombardment, and now they're back to landslide. So SNG just max chilling.
Yep, that seems to be the takeaway from that, doesn't it? And, you know, with how the zone's pulling Elfish, they can continue to chill there for quite some time. And it looks like We Are Trash have decided that, yeah, they really can't pull past there, especially, as noted, now that they've used up a lot of their options to try and force SNG out of that high ground position. They're actually pulling down and now struggling against Team Burger, who have potentially got their number as they look down from the high ground here. They've spotted Yanli's out, who, look, he's got a portal. He can probably just take that back to his team. You see him do that, and Price is running along there to try and grab some angles here. Yeah, okay, decent damage there. But Sharky and MT nowhere near him right now, so I don't think they're really looking to push the issue. And there we go. As you say, Skyward Dive used. They're getting quite a few hits.
Yeah, I mean...
Rudine is pretty low. It'd be pretty hard to target the one player, obviously, out of the three. And they're going well out of zone, right? They've got 50 seconds. They're going to use that to try and reset Elfish, but at the same time, they're going to have to go through Burger. Potentially MBT Naga down through on the thermal side if they want to go down, but that's a long rotation. You know, they've got to probably take 10 seconds to pop some bats and med kits here to get back into it. And then I would have thought, really, now that they've used up the Skyward Dive, that their only option is to just try and bulldoze their way through Team Burger.
No, I mean, they used the defensive bombardment in the earlier fight. They used that Skyward Dive in that exchange. It's a rough rotation here for We Are Trash. Everywhere that they're trying to go in, they're just getting harassed by team after team after team. Anyway, we jump back over to SNG, and now it's DML that's trying to make their way through this tunnel, and SMG, once again, are gatekeeping another team out of the zone. So they're the thorn in the side of multiple teams.
I mean, I love they've read this zone and realized that there's going to be, you know, there's quite a lot of the map up to the north there. Teams are going to have to come through, at least a couple, through the vault. Unfortunately for them, though, they, you know, potentially would have used a lot of meds trying to, you know, resupply after they got hit by all the grenades the first time from We Are Trash. But this is a new team with a new set of util pulling up here. So do DML want to push the issue? Kind of looks like not. That wouldn't be their style, right? That's not what we've seen out of them so far today. They're a team that likes to play safely. They're not a team that is looking to press the issue against any other team unless they absolutely have to.
We get a bit of an idea of where the circle is going to end, and once again, it looks like it could be a Harvester finish. This one is a little bit different to the previous that we had, which went very far to the southern part of Harvester. This looks like it's going to be a little bit more out towards the western side of Harvester. Not bad news for Evolution Berserker, who's sort of sitting out in the field there. In pretty much the one and only building that they've got available. Good 3 on the way in from the southeastern side of the map, but they've got to deal with Powerless and Method to Madness. And for those two teams, for Method to Madness in particular, this is almost like a take two of what happened earlier on in the piece. They, unfortunately, I think it was Loki that lagged out or disconnected or whatever. They're in that same tunnel, except this time he's alive and he's well and he's actually moving around. So maybe they can give it another crack. Last time it didn't go too well for them, but they did have to do it with 2. So it should help out a little bit. And it actually honestly looks like it might just be a sense of deja vu. Rotation in from the same position, going up against the same teams in the same positions. Right, this time they've got 3 instead of 2, so big difference.
Yeah, last time it was Reignite who were holding them out from the highway. This time it's going to be Ogre 3. Reignite further in towards Harvester, looking very safely buttoned up there. in the middle of Harvester with a little bit of high ground and a lot of gas to play with. Loki doing a little bit of scouting, actually. Does he know that there's a Powerless, the team in the building right next to him? Probably. But either way, he's just trying to work out how they can sort of make it a little bit further into the zone here, because currently the tunnel they're playing is not... Yeah, you say it's the same, and oh, actually, we're getting a fight here with Xenomorph, and they're going to be going up against We Are Trash.
It doesn't look like it's going too well for them. MK is the last one standing, but has barely any HP to the name. Gets the shield bat off, and will be able to survive for now as a result of that. Rez is coming through. In the end, Team Burger, one that we're going to watch now. They've managed to chase down Flame Shot.
Yep, they got the down onto the MBT Naga player. The other two, no love lost, seemingly, between them and their friend, and they just leave him for dead. Decide it's better to go on as a duo there, so Burger will take that dub easily. Well below them is going to be Xenomorph, of course, who we just saw at the end of their fight.
Well, that's what I sort of say. It doesn't look too good for Xenomorph at this point because, yeah, they get the res, but they're actually getting third-partied, of course, by Team Burger. They were almost lucky to get both of the reses off in the time that they did. In the meanwhile, obviously, Team Burger was dealing with Flame Shot, but had Team Burger been there like half a second sooner, maybe they would have spotted them on the floor.
War of attrition here, though, between SNG and DML. Finally, the zone says you're going to have to move out of your little hidey hole, and DML... playing, you know, as safely and shortly as they have been the entire day, are going to push them out of that. That said, they don't quite do enough damage. They do get skirt down, but they don't decide to push. They actually go back the other way, thinking that might be a little bit safer, but Golden Sage is on that side.
It was Evolution Berserker that got the knock on the skirt, and so I don't know if maybe DML wasn't aware of that, didn't see it, didn't hear it, didn't look at it in the kill feed, or just didn't recognize that there was the opportunity there. They themselves, DML, of course, have gotten them, you know, into a position in the zone. I'm not going to say it's a good position in the zone, but to be honest, SNG and DML, it sort of feels like mutually assured destruction for both of them because, I mean, they just take so long both to rotate out that now they've got a lot of ground to cover. And honestly, there's just not a lot of places to hide for them.
Yeah, and that said, Golden Sage, they're trying to think about their next step. They're looking at Harvester now, wondering if they can find a position there. Maybe, you know, take a team that's sitting on top of one of the wings of Harvester. And that honestly gives a little bit of there's a window of opportunity here where if DML push out, they might actually be able to work out where their next spot is. We can see, yeah, this is Golden Sage. They've just pushed a team off the top here. I'm not exactly sure which one it was. But that's a fairly safe spot for them now. And as we said, opens up a bit of space for DML to work with because SNG, they've moved further and further south, looking to potentially third party either Evo Berserker or Xenomorph, who are a bit further down.
Golden Sage, I mean, you'd think they're in a pretty decent position here, but for the fact that GPay is not with them. He's down on the floor, which means he's pretty much unresable.
Yeah, LU are going to come in and push on the top of this.
Defensive bombardment doesn't make life easy at all for Golden Sage. They got nowhere to really hide. The bobble does come down for Cuckoo, but he's essentially going to have to clutch this one out. He does get detected by the Bloodhound scan. And while he can run, I'm not sure that he can hide. Doesn't look like he's actually being chased right now. He's able to get that bat off, and in fact, actually, Genome, the two Golden Sage players that are down on the floor are kind of trying to crawl to him. So I wonder if there's a world where he can get the reses.
Oh, he's thinking about it. He's definitely shepherding them over, and because of 404 being on the bottom level, I think that's why Light and Unicorn aren't being as aggressive as they could otherwise be about that. We see some shots coming out towards DML as they Valcall out, and Golden Sage, here we go. They've got the golden backpack. That'll help them a little bit as they're trying to make this, but no, Golden Sage go down. It'll be SNG to finish them off.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, the timing on that one. If they would have had another 5 seconds, they'd probably get both the reses, and they're in a position to actually take that fight, at least in some capacity. Now SNG, though, are suffering as well. Out of the frying pan into the fire, it seems like Fussy and Skirt. Last one's alive. DML surviving 4 now inside of the eastern side of Harvester.
Oh my god, that was an incredibly well done fight by DML. Honestly, they Valcolted in. They saw top was taken by LU. They went below and then had to bully their way through 404 and did very well. As you can see now, Powerless taking on SNG. And that's a couple of teams in a row now that SMG have mowed through.
Fantastic news. Looks like Magic might be able to get one more player back on up. Lightning Unicorn, having taken advantage of the position that was given up earlier, are now sitting on top of Harvester. But, I mean, look at the angles that every team pretty much has onto them. Defensive bombardments, Valkyrie missiles going in on them, and all the shots as well from Kraber of Pricey pointed in their direction. Lightning Unicorn, this is not really the place to be. Got gaps. Takes 145 damage.
They will be able to huddle in the corner if they want to, though. There's a little piece of the ring that is going to give them some safety come round 6. Team Burger, meanwhile, once again, as usual, they are making so much damn space for themselves. They've got the whole southwestern quadrant here. You know, people scared of that Kraber. You can see them just huddling behind there. Not only that, they got the Spitfire as well. 2 care package weapons coming out here for Team Burger. Lucky them.
How many Krabers we've seen today actually have a big impact. What about that Spitfire? We'll have to wait and see for MT. Couple of tags. Team Burger, I mean, they've put themselves in a pretty decent spot here in terms of being able to get information and damage down, but I wonder what it looks like when they do actually get pushed in by this zone. Where do they end up going? Maybe just trying to breach inside of Harvester? It's really not a whole lot of cover to play with.
Reignite was one of the only teams that you couldn't see on that third-person overview, so they were there on the right side. This zone is closing in and pushing them out, so they're going to have to try and work through a couple of teams, potentially Pavlova and Ogre 3. All right, let's listen to what Rig have to say.
Left.
I'm safe here. If a sec. Break the 5 left.
You can rest, maybe.
No. Done.
Break the 5 left.
Yeah, I am. What? 2 of them is knocked. 0. 2 of them is knocked. On stair. I'm climbing up on him.
I can't see.
Oh, you. Getting shot behind. Just chill in that corner. You might be able to kill him and then res me. Nice.
Nice, 0.
That's a lot.
We had to fight the right team for the fucking underneath, bro.
Nah, I think
left was the call. I died because he called right.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Reignite going to have to do it as a duo now. Jen Burton is finished off, and he's not getting rest at this point in time. But again, another top 5 placing from Reignite is going to start to elevate their position on the standings. Difficulty is Team Burger and Lightning Unicorn are still in the mix. They're still fighting hard, and they still might be able to find a way to, you know, improve their standing a little bit further than what Reignite can, which means, obviously, Reignite can't catch up until Lightning Unicorn and Burger are out of the picture. DML is a factor as well, Genome, as well as SNG. Those are the 5 teams left alive inside of this zone, and it's starting to encroach.
You can see teams having to use their bubbles now. Gibby ults coming out everywhere. Teams even padding on top of one another just to try and start these fights. That was Lightning Unicorn. Might have been a little bit rushed there as they tried to push on Team Burger, who were holding the center of this situation. They will come out on top, but then, you know, one of them's down, so suddenly maybe the 2v2 with Reignite is doable. Can they win another game with a duo? That would be an incredible story for today. Meanwhile, teams on the northern side of this also fighting out. I don't think any team's got 3 members left alive, actually.
Well, there's only 3 teams left alive at this point in time. Burger is down to 1. It's just Sharky. He's trying desperately to get a bat off. If he does, maybe he can find a res or 2, particularly if DML and Reignite start to fight. Well, Reignite is not going to give them much of an opportunity there because that kill is done and dusted, and now it's into the 2 on potentially 3. Burger have all 3 players left alive, but they don't have time to get the heals off. They're down low in terms of HP. Zero's finished off by Pricey. Fantastic shot, and Templex now needs a 1-on-3. He can't find it. Team Burger once again will find themselves walking away with a first place. They got one in round 2. They've got another one here in match number 5. And that might be enough to jump them back up on top of the ladder here for the B versus D lobby. But, Genome, I mean, they got given just that brief moment of respite. And they were able to get both of the players that were down back up. They got shield bats off. They weren't able to get, you know, full heals. But they got enough done And the fact that it ended up being such a nice shot onto Zero, knocking him out of the picture, forcing it into a 3-on-1 for Templex from there, it's almost unwinnable, even regardless of how much damage had been done to Burger prior to that point. So nice little clutch there from Burger.
I mean, yeah, they finish off with 8 kills. Reignite actually picked up 7. So some heavy games here from the teams up the top. And look, honestly, Burgers did so damn well to finish that game off the way they did because, they got patted on by Lightning Unicorn, and despite that, still managed to finish the fight, reset, or at least have 2 of them up and running. And, if we're talking about 2 of them, it's got to be said that 2 players from Reignite looks equal to just about, a lot of other trios playing on the server right now. I mean, that's 2 games in a row, I think it is, that the Reignite have managed a top finish here, despite losing a member, before getting into one of those final scuffles to finish the day off. So, I mean, somewhat, I guess you'd have to say, they're getting a little bit lucky in terms of the fact that there's no other trios, being healthy going into these endgame situations and just being able to trade out damage with them. But still, the fact that they're managing to get to that spot and not get sent too hard, despite lacking that 3rd member, has been very impressive by them.
Yeah, I mean, another stat to throw at you is the fact that Reignite now have 3 games in a row where they finished top 2, at the very least. They obviously had a win in there as well. So after what was a bit of a rough start, 15th place and 19th place, they've kind of come good again in games 3, 4, and 5. All it takes is another solid one here in the final game of this lobby for Reignite to sort of be really right up there. I don't know if they're going to be able to find the win today, though. I think Team Burger with that one probably do jump up into 1st place overall. I mean, even an XL Wolfpack has a sizable enough lead over Reignite. And hey, maybe the questions to our answers are right in front of us, Gino. We've got the scores actually ready, which is fantastic. So we can get an idea of exactly where everyone is sitting. And it will be Burger. Do jump up into 1st, but obviously Reignite quite close by. So, that's going to be, I think, the big one, the big matchup for this last game. But look, an XL Wolfpack is quite close by. Lightning Unicorn, I have to say, I feel are probably out of contention for a 1st out of this lobby. I think 14 points is just a bit too much to overcome. But aside from that, I mean, they can definitely still jostle for a top 3 placing.
Yeah, and the other team we talked about is that consistent placer. As long as they're pulling out of this with, 4, 5 split points, that kind of stuff, they'll be fine. But it's going to be a very exciting finish to today with Game 6, with a couple of the heavy hitters up there towards the top. Reignite, Burger still playing for it, Lightning Unicorn. These are very likely to be at least a couple of our land contingent going overseas in January.
Yeah, I mean, and that's something that we want to see from them as well, performing strong as they do head overseas. You want to be peaking at the right time, playing consistently when you're representing the region. Obviously, a discussion point for later on down the track. And speaking of later on down the track, well, we're kind of getting there. We're into Game 6 of the day. It's time for us to take a short break. But on the other side of this, the final game of this lobby, and a lot to play for. Game 6 upon us for Groups B and D as we head into our final game of this lobby. If you're wondering, we're getting towards the end of the day. Well, joke's on you because we are about halfway through at the end of this one. You might want to watch a little bit more Apex Legends. There is definitely more to come after this. So don't get too disappointed that we're heading into the final game of this lobby because there is a whole other lobby to speak to. Here's the standings again. If you didn't catch them before we went into the break, Team Burger and Reignite are the two teams that are in front of this lobby, but I wouldn't say dominating at this point. We've seen some good stuff in from Wolfpack. Lightning Unicorn has sort of been floating around the mix as well. Ogre 3, nice to see them back into the swing of things after a good week 1 and a poor week 2. Perry Hellion as well is worth a mention. And then obviously we go down the rest of the list and there's a few teams that, might still be able to make their way up into a top placing. But for me, the big storyline, I suppose, is whether it's going to be Burger, Reignite, or NXL that are going to be able to walk away with the win.
Okay, well, let's have a look at some fun stats we've pulled up over the break. One of our players that has been making a bit of a return to the competitive scene with Split 1 here is Banterstorm. He plays for Method to Madness, and, it's been good to see how they've sort of integrated back in. They did come out with a game win last week. We've seen some interesting stuff for them today. I think they've just got a little bit more time that they need to gel together if they want to push further up the leaderboards, though. Banterstorm still doing very well himself there. You can see he's got a couple of kills. But, 1.1 average per points per game, not going to quite get you into those big split points. So, definitely fun to see them back. But, hoping to see more and more of them as the split goes on. And these guys mature as a team.
Yeah, indeed. And hopefully it's going to be a good game for them heading into the final one of the evening, at least for this team. They do want to be doing as much as they possibly can. You need to be getting every single point out of every single week. It's not really good enough to have like one good week and then one bad week and, expect to get through into the top 5. So everyone at this point needs to be getting as much out of this game as possible. It's the final game of the day for these two groups. We jump into our second lobby, and of course there are any number of teams that can still walk away with the big 12 points out of today. They're going to need to have a good solid finish to game 6.
Well, it's the final game of the day and our final contest between MBT Naga and Perry Hellion. So as we have been, we'll go straight into Thermal Station, where this time the teams don't hold out on each other. It looks like MBT Naga might have worked out that the split from Perry Hellion, we were talking about this earlier, right? The fact that Tao was, being very split from his team, and maybe if they recognize that, they can do something about it. This time, Perry Hellion, they actually took the low ground. They didn't, the other two players weren't sitting up the top, and as a result, MBT Naga just slay them on the ground, or at least slay one of them. They picked up the 1 KP already, and now it's Fendi and Tao. They've got to try and work this in a 2v3 or just get the hell out of here, because otherwise it's going to be a really tough task for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm... I keep saying it, but I am still surprised to see the hot drop coming through from MBT Naga. I know they won the fight last time, but man, how you can go down 0-3 in the first 3 games and then continue to stay here is amusing to me, but they are sort of starting to pull it back a little bit, definitely making it work. Perry Hellion have got the banner, so
yeah, they're getting a res. They're getting a res right now. They've gone up into the northern, town just above Thermal Station, and Tao is actually bringing AJ back in. This entire time, the crypto player Fendi has been sitting on top of Thermal Station, so maybe this is just some extra KP for MBT Naga. Maybe not. This time they've got a lot more of the loot because they pushed them out so quickly, where previously Tao playing on the outside has been able to loot a lot of those, the kind of extra bins just sitting on the outskirts of Thermal Station.
Definitely could be a little worse for both teams, to be fair. Anyway, we'll touch back in with Team Burger, our winners of the previous game. As per usual, up near Lava Fisher. Got a beacon there as well, so if they need to, they can get that information, and they have indeed actually got that information that this circle shift is actually fairly central. So it's an interesting one. Initially, it looks like it's going to go far down to the sort of southeastern side of the map, but it actually shifts a lot further back up to the northern side of that circle. And we sort of end up like touching Harvester, touching Fragment East, touching Lava Siphon. Like, it's actually quite a weird circle because there's a lot of unplayable terrain inside of this one.
Yes, which makes it which makes it hard to predict. Sometimes, sorry, that makes it easier to predict where the circle is going to shift, but it's actually distributed around the center of the circle. And that means that, yeah, who knows where this one's going. Honestly, I think we definitely need to see one more circle before we get a good idea of that. And, I mean, these teams have been struggling to predict these zones at the best of times, Elfish. So, you know, Lord knows where they're going to find themselves going now. We can see the Valk ult coming out very early there from Team Burger as they're going to go all the way past Harvester. It's just waving hi to Evo Berserker, who are taking a couple of shots at them right now, as you can see on that bottom left of their screen. That is, of course, revealing their position to Estrell, who's been playing, you know, a lot around Harvester. And those two teams now just having a bit of a gander at each other as Burger make their way further in.
Yeah, I kind of like what I'm seeing from Ogre 3, to be honest. I know we're watching Evo Berserker right now, but Ogre 3 are taking up a bit of residence in Ghost Town, and that's where the closest beacon is to the next zone. So if they get that beacon, they lock that down, they should actually have a pretty good solid rotation path in. I've been liking what I've been seeing from Ogre 3. The only thing that they have to worry about is Method to Madness is behind them, up near Overlook. So inevitably they could get caught in a bit of a sandwich if they move a bit too late, or if they stay here. Yeah, teams that like to move early, by the way, Reignite, Dead Center again.
I mean, these teams have, you know, the teams that have been landing north, I think they've been struggling a bit, right, Elfish? We've seen that on the scoreboard. Teams like Methods of Madness. You know, we haven't seen any Skyhook zones. There's been no Climatizer zones, no Epi zones. Sure, some Fragment zones, but that doesn't really favor them. That's just kind of a bit of a wash with some of the teams further down south. Yeah, just a lot of very central zones today, which is, you know, probably a nice change.
Love to see what's going to happen when they get the info off the back of this beacon. So let's have a listen in with Ogre 3 and see what they think once they see where the next zone is headed.
I'm getting fucking shot from what? From here.
I wonder if we can take one. They're in tunnel. Going into tunnel, all of them. Just go up here and look.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Maybe one of you stay around here, so in case I come tunnel.
I'm going to you.
Yeah. I have my own now.
They're actually in the choke up here. They're all fighting for the buildings. I think staying at Ghost Town is a smarter move. The team's gonna come in behind us for the beacon. Back to Ghost Town. Go back now. Make sure they don't.
All right, well, looks like they're going to potentially go back to Ghost Town, which is sort of what I was speaking to a little bit earlier, Genome, where you could hit that beacon, get an idea of where this next zone is, wait for first one to come in, and then hit the beacon again, and then really make your rotation. By that stage, I mean, it could be a little bit too late. Maybe teams have taken up residence where you want to go, but I kind of like what I'm hearing there from Ogre 3. I think they're sort of playing quite reserved, and that's fair enough this early on in the game when you don't have a lot of information.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair assessment of it, right? Like, this zone, as we talked about, it's weird. We're not sure where it's going. Playing around the beacon and trying to get that certainty makes a lot of sense. Now, we're having a look at Weird Trash over towards Landslide here. I'm not sure if they know that SNG is creeping up on the south, because currently they're running away from DML, who are giving them hell from up on the north. And the ring is closing in. They don't have a huge amount of time to sort of sort this out as we get a little bit of a look of over the top side of Landslide there. SNG are just going to slowly retreat towards this tunnel as they're waiting to see whether We Are Trash follow them or perhaps go through one of these other. There's a, you know, they'll take a bit of damage, but there are quite a few options of how We Are Trash are going to get out of here. In the end, they'll choose the sky and they're going to go straight up through Valkyr. Oh my! No, they're not! Oh, no! Okay, so I was on We Are Trash's point of view there. They got stuck on a crane in Landslide. They Valk altered. And yeah, I guess they just didn't choose, you know, a place with enough vertical clearance. Usually the game doesn't let you leave the ground if that happens, but they flew up into a crane and they couldn't go anywhere, so they had to go straight back down on Landslide.
Yeah, this is not going to be a fun rotation for them at all. They're headed in the direction now of staging. They have a lot of distance to cover on foot. Interesting, actually, that SNG is kind of heading back into the zone, into landside. I guess they want to hit the beacon, maybe, but doesn't seem like that's going to be too much of a problem for We Are Trash. Anyway, we jump back over to the fight that's happening now between Method to Madness and Reignite. It actually ended up being a smart decision from Ogre 3 to go back to Ghost Town, because if not, they would have been in the thick of things. They probably would have gotten actually sandwiched between Method to Madness and Reignite in this engagement. But they're kind of sitting pretty right now. Reignite, definitely doing a number onto Method to Madness. Banter Storm, player that we highlighted at the start of the game, is on the floor. Not quite getting res just yet. There is going to be a portal put down by Loki. So they should be able to get him back to at least relative safety for that res.
Wraith coming in clutch there. Rig, not pushing the issue. A little bit interesting. NXL Wolfpack, they're currently in the tunnels coming out of Geyser, so they might be running into Ogre 3, who of course are just using the Valkyrie now. They didn't want to scan too early because of the all that damage they heard coming out. Especially Method to Madness is probably about to look at them with a Kraber, but the bubble is up, so they're safe for the moment. If they stay up here 1 second too long, Loki's going to take the shot. And you can see some, I think that's coming out from Rig, actually. So potentially getting griefed by 2 teams, maybe even 3. NXL Wolfpack. Oh no! They pull in! And before he can even pull the pad out, Zaratas is on the ground.
Yeah, Rosmontes hit an absolute banger of a burst with that Hemlock. But in the end, I mean, it's obviously not a punishable fight for them. What's interesting is Method to Madness have actually sent it back in the direction of NXL Wolfpack and Ogre 3. So, I mean, they just seem to want to take a fight. Ogre 3 do now have Zach down on the floor. He'll be finished off by Method to Madness. And yeah, maybe they did stick around in Ghost Town for just a little bit too long.
Didn't realize all these teams that were around the Method to Madness on top of them right now. Loki has the raid boss set up here. He's got a Kraber and a Devotion with Turbocharger. You do not want to run into this guy. He has got damage from every conceivable distance to take you out. You can see the 2 remaining members of Ogre 3 very locked in right now. Wolfpack, of course, no one would push them. Luckily, Zaratas able to get back up and running. It feels like they don't actually want to take this. They're going to go back into the tunnel. Interestingly, not the kind of aggression we're expecting out of NXL. But then again, Elfish, it's game 6. They're close to the top of the leaderboard. They probably want to take out a dub if they want to end up on top. And they say maybe this is just a little bit too risky here.
I mean, lots to think about, right? Still 20 squads left alive. Normally at this point, we're down to 19, 18, 17. Things are starting to thin out a little bit. But this has actually been a pretty clean game so far from most teams. Only having lost 3 players, and the space inside of the zone is starting to get pretty busy. Everywhere you look, a player or a team has another 1 or 2 or 3 teams that they have to worry about, and that really doesn't leave much room to work with for the teams that are still not even inside of the zone just yet. And so that's the likes of Method to Madness, the likes of Ogre 3, and even SNG as well, for example.
Yeah, well, they've just got the res off, but Method to Madness, they were looking behind them for this the entire time, so they're close, they're ready to go. They're just going to push back into the house they held previously, but they're not going to be able to stay in there for long. Elfish, whoever they just respawned is about to get deleted, I would say. Really? They actually made it out? Wow, that was a pretty good effort there by Zach.
Oh, he's only just made it out, and I'm not sure that he's actually going to get to safety because he's lost almost all of his HP. He has been able to pick up some purple armor, but it's completely damaged. There's no actual shields on it.
You can see there, Rig and NXL Wolfpack both looking for the kills, looking to third party. This fight between Ogre 3 and Method to Madness. Unfortunately, a DC for 0 means that Rig probably can't take that fight. Ogre 3 struggling in the building, and NXL Wolfpack just waiting for some more kills, I think, to pop up, or at least knocks on the kill feed before they pull the trigger.
Yeah, NXL just backing away. I don't think NXL really wants to get stuck into too big of a fight, recognizing the fact that Reignite is quite close by. If they find themselves in a bit of a sticky spot, then they're probably going to end up being the one that's third-partied. So they're happy to just sort of take those pot shots here and there and do what needs to be done. Team Burger, I mean, they're relatively unscathed for now. Just happy to continue looting up here.
NXL Wolfpack is still looking for these kills, just popping in and out of Geyser. Little do they know, that Zero is just fresh meat next to them, still DC'd, and you can see the Rig players just trying to go on either side, putting down some suppressive fire just to try and make sure that, if he can get back into the game in time, that they can do so safely. Thus far, kind of lucky that none of these other teams have pushed in, because Methods of Madness, they've managed to reset, but they're about to run into SNG as well. But we've got another fight over here with Perihelion.
Yeah, jumping off of the high ground, dumping some Arc Stars down. Both the bubbles come out. AJ trying to sneak a shot through the Mastiff, but nothing really doing. And in fact, the EMP comes out as well from Perihelion. Seems to have forced their opponents away by some degree of a margin, but obviously they still have to stick around. Now you see some shots starting to come through. Perihelion really putting the hurt down, getting those knocks, or trying to get those knocks. They're actually not really finding too many, and it's Pricey that ends up being on the floor. Somehow, Evolution Berserk have actually come out of this one with an advantage. I'm at a bit of a loss for words as to how they managed to make that happen, but certainly looking to be in a bit of a better spot right now. Wave gets another one, and how on earth that has happened, I do not know.
Wow. So, Evo, in the end, will just come out on top, but only barely. Oh, sorry, no, that was We Are Trash that picked it up in the end. Estrell opts not to third party with the Kraber in the hands just below them. And see, We Are Trash just trying to sneak around this place right now. I think there's a... they've got vertical clearance if they want to get out of there with the Valk ult at some point. It'd be a nice place to booby trap, but, of course, not available. We're having a look at Methods of Madness now. Will they go past Zero? He is tucked in a corner right to the left of them. Yeah. So they've punched him into a spot where he's sitting there with a caustic barrel next to him. But unfortunately, the zone is going to take him out momentarily. Methods of Madness, they push down. They're trying to deal with, once again, the duo of Reignite.
Yeah, Templex and Jen Burden are going to have to do this one again as just two, but they're doing a pretty good job of it. Low-key gets knocked on down and finished off. I mean, Zero's not going to take any more part in this. He can't do anything, but, oh, man. Jen Burden's looking pretty crisp right now with that R301. I have to say that. I guess that's what you'd expect from him.
Yeah, the old R400 setup there. R99 to back it up, and he's going to remove Banter Storm. So, unfortunately, not going to be adding to that points per game tally that we saw at the start of this. Methods of Madness have had some chances over there at Ghost Town, but unfortunately didn't manage to sort of close that out at any point. And you kind of get this sense from Reignite, right, that they understand that they're a duo. They've been playing it for games at a time, and they know that they really need to keep the pressure up. They're not gonna turtle. They're not gonna hide. They want to make it seem like there's 3 players in this house, and they want to make it seem like teams can't take ground off them too easily.
And XL Wolfpack, they might be meeting their end as well. Eventually, Kissans does go down, and Powerless will be the team to pick that one up. I mean, that's great news if you're a Burger fan or a Reignite fan, because NXL Wolfpack was one of those teams that was pushing for a top placing. They won't quite get it. We Are Trash. Just half a second too late to really be able to punish that one. This guy would dive out from 404, and they will get to relative safety. We got Trasher left in the graveyard. Look at how many sets of armor there are. Just on the floor there. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, nice little setup by them. So, Wolfpack out. You got to remember they were sitting in 3rd place with 48 points. So, Rig now down to 2. It's looking like Burger could take out a very important first place here in Game 6.
Oh, well, I mean, I wouldn't count my chickens just yet. There's still 12 squads left alive, and there is a lot of fighting to be done. Quite interested to see what happens with Lightning Unicorn, by the way, because they're getting laps on by the zone. But we'll keep an eye on what's happening over here for now. Reignite have Templex down without shields. He's going to be able to pop that back up, but this is an awkward fight for them to be taking. Still, it seems they're getting the better of it once again. Just cleaned up. Jen Burden makes it look easy.
It's the same story. 2 players look like 3 on Reignite. 2 players put out the damage of 3 on Reignite. I mean, already about 1,000 apiece for those guys. SNG, they're also a duo, sitting to the south of the position we just saw. They're having to worry about Magic Esports, who are currently below them. But if they do manage to make their way up, which will be a little hard because they don't have the Valkyrie, it will be tough because there's a trio. Now, Lightning Unicorn, as you said, they were getting collapsed. The zone was collapsing upon them. So they have to make their way through this cutout here. They're going through We Are Trash, who, as you said, have an almost infinite amount of armor swaps available to them if they've set them up correctly.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, isn't it? Because, like, you're fighting a losing battle to begin with as Lightning Unicorn, aren't you? Unless you can somehow push them out of the territory and start claiming some of those shields yourself.
I mean, they did pretty damn well to start off with, but a Gibby ult pushed them back. Lightning Unicorn had to reset for a second. Even still, it looks like they're getting the better of We Are Trash here, and that was a convincing fight win there.
Yeah, very
from
Lightning
solid. Unicorn.
Yeah, awesome stuff from them, and it puts them in a great spot here now as well. Unless they get third-partied before they can get those players back up, it doesn't look like that's going to end up being the case.
Team Burger's gone.
Yeah, I mean, we went from 12 to 7 to 5 really fast.
I did not even slightly catch what happened to Team Burger there, but with them out, and the once again duo of Reignite left in at least 5th place there, with a couple of kills to their name already. Rig are looking to overtake them with a come-from-behind victory here against all odds in Game 6 of our first series for today.
I'd say there's a pretty good chance that they're going to be able to do that as well. Jen Burton is absolutely beaming right now with the R301. Templex up to the red armor as well. I mean, Reignite, they're not in the greatest of positions map-wise. There's not a lot of cover. And when teams start to look in their direction, then maybe they're going to start to suffer a little bit. But even making top 4, you know, with the amount of kills that they've got on the board, I almost think this might be enough to jump them up into first place again. Considering Team Burton struggled.
You can see how much damage Magic Esports just took from that defensive bombardment there. Templex really calling it in at the right time. A couple of grenades coming out as well to try and get rid of the last SNG member alive. That's going to be Skirt. Lightning Unicorn, they've decided it's time to go set up the armor swaps. And they're probably going to be the victors in this game, I would say. Because they've got time to deal with this and to just make it work for themselves. But Rig, they're going to have to try and take this. There's 3 members left. Magic have reset. Maybe if them and Lightning Unicorn fight each other, Rig can just come in off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, Lightning Unicorn are looking like the team that should probably walk away with this one. Magic Esports, though, they do still have 3 up, but as you say, I mean, it seems like Reignite and Magic Esports are more likely to run into one another than Lightning Unicorn, which puts Lightning Unicorn in such a good spot. Templex getting knocked down, finished off by Jack Cute. I'd say that's probably the chances gone. We know Jen Burton's such an amazing player, but just to finish this one off in first as a solo, I don't really think it's possible given the circumstances right here. He does get himself another bat off, and that's probably his last-ditch attempt at survival now. Because the zone starts to push at his back, it starts to push at the back of Magic Esports, who are certainly looking in his direction, and sooner rather than later, he's going to have to peak one of these 2 teams, give those points over. Probably a good idea to try and give it to Magic, but it actually goes to Gopgap from Lightning Unicorn, and we're into the 3-on-3.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, Lightning Unicorn need every point they have. They're going to have a massive game if they want to take out and get ahead of Reignite here. It's an easy cleanup in the end. You back them against Magic Esports every day of the week. But yeah, as you said, I mean, they would need so many kills on top of the win to move up. I would expect them to perhaps get 2nd place here. And with that brilliant effort by Rig, I think they'll probably catapult themselves to the top. We didn't quite catch how Burger went out. We're not sure, how many kills they might have picked up on the way. Maybe they picked up a 6-7 spot, something like that. Honestly, not sure. That's going to be a surprise, probably to me as well as the viewers here, while we wait for that final scoreboard to show us how Series 1 for today is shaped up.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a waiting game, isn't it, really? Not sure exactly where we're going to end up. I think the only one that we can really lock in is probably NXL Wolfpack. Didn't do enough to get themselves into first place by any means. They wouldn't have done enough to even overtake Reignite. They got knocked out pretty early on in the piece. So they probably finish off in somewhere around the top 5. I think Lightning Unicorn will leapfrog them, but I'm not sure that Ogre 3 would. So yeah, maybe a top 5 finish for NXL Wolfpack, which, look, let's be real, is really not a bad shout at all. After having such a couple of awful starts in week 1 and 2, they didn't get any points. It is a big step up. It's probably not enough to really get you into the conversation for a top 5 placing overall at the end of the season. Like they'd probably need to win the next 3 weeks to really be there. But I mean, at the moment, like at least it's signs of improvement for NXL Wolfpack, which is kind of what we wanted to see.
I mean, the split format kind of supports the chances of that happening. If they really show up in the last half of the split, absolutely, NXL Wolfpack pack could find themselves on a plane before long, but they've certainly got their backs up against the wall trying to do that. As you say, they'll probably pick up a couple of points today, but I think we're expecting Reignite to have managed another victory here. That would be 2 out of 3 weeks that they have come out on top of their group. And we were talking earlier in the day that, this is a pretty stacked group, right? You've got Burger in here, you've got Lightning Unicorn, you've got Rig. So for one of these teams to essentially deny points to the other by coming out on top is also a big deal. Burger, that's perhaps a couple of points that they would have had if Rig weren't in the picture, but they are. That's who they've got to compete against if they want to get those top seeds and confirm their place in the top 5 here in the region, which most would put them if you're just doing a sort of a power ranking style thing. But it's not power rankings, it's real rankings, Elfish. It's the split rankings. It's it's making your way into that top 5 to get overseas and grab the 15K prize for
15K for first. Yep. 15K for first. I mean, I feel like this lobby actually kind of played out fairly as we would expect. You know what I mean? Like we had those teams that we sort of talked about at the start of the day: Burger, Reignite, NXL Wolfpack, Lightning Unicorn, all having a pretty good day. Ogre 3, I mean, it's not surprising really to see them up towards the top as well after what they were able to do in week 1. Had a bit of a rougher week 2, but I look down the list and I don't really think that there's any names there that to me like missed out dramatically in terms of like where I would have expected them to sit versus where they actually ended up finding their result.
I mean, look, I actually think there's a good chance that Lightning Unicorns might even come out in second place here. Why don't we get a look at the placement timeline, and that'll give us some hints. At least we'll know the placement points that these teams will be walking away with. Of course, Lightning Unicorn in first place will get 12 from that. Reignite, they're going to grab 7. And that's already the difference between them and Burger made up. So you would expect them to push ahead. So unless Lightning Unicorn...
for ages.
18! Did that just happen so early on that
it must have? Yeah, we just didn't
forgot
see
it. I guess, yeah, look, it did happen around the same time as Perihelion and Evo Berserker got eliminated, so might have been a little bit of action happening around the map. Either way, that's a big loss. And honestly, after getting 2 first place finishes today, and a swag of kills between those as well, Burger, they'd put themselves in pole position, but a bit of a flat tire, just pulling out.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a big difference maker, right? We'll have to look at the scoreboard here and see where things did end up overall. It will be Reignite by a mere 4 points to take the win over Lightning Unicorn. Team Burger drops from 1st to 3rd off the back of that last game. NXL Wolfpack, as expected, maintain a top 5 placing. Ogre 3 as well. And then Perihelion to round out the top 6. So, yeah, pretty much as expected. I guess the order of the top few were going to be a little bit of a change up, I suppose. But, as far as we're concerned, like these were the teams that we thought were going to do well. They have done well for the most part. Reignite getting the win, though, I think that actually secures them first place at the end of this week, like regardless of whatever happens in the other lobby, because they have a win already in week 1. They have a win here in week 3. The amount of points that they get out of those two, plus what they did last week, it's just not enough for anyone else, or it's more than enough, rather, for anyone else to be able to overcome. So they've really set out to do some pretty good things this week, and they've been able to achieve that. And for me, talking to that point about Burger and Reignite, 2 wins on the board for Burger, yes, that's great. But when you actually look at each of these games, Burger had 3 bad games and 3 good games. Rig had 2 bad games and 4 good games. So overall, I mean, the consistency was just a little bit better there for Reignite. And they obviously walk away with the win as a result. And that's just a little bit unfortunate, you know, because for Burger, like if they would have found another couple of kills in every single one of those games, you know, instead of going out in 13th with 0 kills in game 3, you know, what if they get 3 or 4 kills there? What if they get 3 or 4 kills in this game? It's such a big difference maker. You don't have to necessarily place, but you need to be keeping that scoreboard ticking over. And that's something that we continue to touch on time and time again.
Yeah, and I feel like it's almost a bit rare to see Burger go out so early, you know, 18th place, 10th place, 13th place, because usually if there's those, they're either A, not putting themselves in a position where they're going to get taken out, like even have the chance to get taken out in one of those early fights, or B, they'll just beat one of those teams that might be silly enough to run into them that early. So a little bit uncharacteristic from Burger there means, yeah, they do drop a couple of places in that last fight.
Yeah, all right. Well, we do have a little bit of a special surprise for all of you viewing. I know that you guys love Reignite, so we do have Templex here for a chat. He's ready to let us know exactly what's happened there for Reignite today. It's you know, a great day for you guys again. Another win on the board. Congratulations, Templex. But I want to start off by asking you about the start to the day, you know, because it was a really rough start for yourselves. You know, 15th in the first game, 19th in the second game. What do you sort of put that down to? Was it just a slow start today? Were you having some bad luck? What was the issues going on in games 1 and 2?
Just unfortunate timing, I would say, because both time we like try to play a little bit aggro, try to play like, you know, like how we played. We don't let anyone take our space. We get a clean wipe on teams both time, but we got instant third by an Octane team, so it's just unfortunate timing.
All right, Templex, talk to us about how you think about the game when you're one team member down, because that was almost like the theme of today. Despite losing, you know, unfortunately it was 0 to a DC in the last game, but also in 1 or 2 of the other games today, losing a member and then still managing to get a high placement. You got the win with, you know, with the duo there in that fragment game that was the repeat. And I mean, like, how does that change? And how have you done so well when you're one player down?
It's, you know, you can't count us out. Like that's how it is. You just have to keep going as a duo. You know, put pressure up. Make, you know, the team thinks that like we are trio up. You know, and you know, Jen clutch up that game. He like pretty much 1v3 Burger in that game, and you know, make it a 1v1 for 0 in a late game, and you can always count on 0 to clutch up in those scenarios.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, you guys obviously across the board.
And for the last game, you know, 0 DC, and you know, we just have to do it as a duo, I guess. You know, you just have to make it somehow, make it happen, and we did. We came back swinging.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do, right? I guess it's just how it is. I do want to just touch on briefly the overall standings. I mean, off the back of that win this week for you guys, it sort of rockets you up to the top again. It doesn't seem like anyone else is going to be able to catch you, at least at the end of week number 3. But I'd love to get your thoughts on the rest of the competition. You know, who do you think are actually the teams that might be joining you in the top 5? You know, let's say at the end of week 6. Like, if you had a dream top 5, who do you think that would be?
Would be Myth or Exode now. Would be Burger. Definitely can't count them out. They are a smart team. WPAC with Sartas joining back in. Their team look like to be in shape now, better than ever. And for 4th, it's a tough competition. I don't really know who to put there, to be honest with you. If I had to pick one,
fair enough.
Would probably be like Insidering.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. I feel like there is, you know, quite a gap between those top couple of teams, and then moving down, there's a couple of spots definitely up for grabs.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, Templex, it's been great to chat with you. I think we'll leave it there. Obviously, you've got some celebrating to do, I'd imagine. And we have another lobby to get into. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm sure we'll get to chat in the future.
Yep. Thank you so much.
See you, mate. Thank you very much. All right. Well, a big win today for Reignite, of course. Genome, as we've said, it pretty much puts them unequivocally into top spot at the end of week 3. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't a lot to play for in the next lobby, you know, because you don't want to be that team that is, you know, in a good spot right now. Like, I'm looking at, you know, the likes of Stinky B, who we didn't get to see so far today. EXO as well. They're 2 teams that are in the top 5 coming into week 3. And they kind of need to have a good run here. They both had a really bad first week, a very good second week. They kind of need to go back to stay at the same pace as the likes of Reignite, the likes of Burger, the likes of Lightning Unicorn, all who had very good weeks this week.
Yeah, and it feels like it could be, that was a hard group. This could be a little bit of an easier lobby to play in Elfish. And honestly, it's a bit make or break for some of these teams here, right? Straiku have had 2 weak efforts in the first 2 weeks. They need to come up big here to start being in the conversation for that top 5. Dreamfire, they came a little bit alive last week with the introduction of Rui. EXO, they've started doing well, expecting them to go big again today.
Yeah, a bunch of teams that we're sort of waiting to see from in that second lobby. I tell you what, though, Genome, let's take a look at the overall standings for, the last lobby here and see exactly where things sort of sat in terms of the amount of points that they were able to get on the board. Reignite, as we've said, they get the big 12 for taking first place. Lightning, Unicorn, 9. Team Burger, 7. Go down to 5 for Wolfpack, and I think for Ogre, 3. 4 points on the board. It's not a shabby result, is it? They started off week 1 with 9. They got 4 points here. They'll be up to 13. They'll be in the mix still.
Yeah, that still puts them within striking distance. So Ogre 3 probably, the most likely dark horse from the start of the season to potentially find their way into that top 5.
I dare say we're going to need to see a couple of those teams turning things around for week number 2. Or, sorry, week number 2. I guess week number 2 after this week. What I mean is week number 4, obviously. But anyway, look, speaking of 2s, we've got Lobby 2 ready to go in a very, very short amount of time. We are going to have to take a little bit of a break, though. So, get everything sorted, get yourself some food, whatever, dinner. We've still got 6 games to go for today, Genome, and it's coming up in just a moment. Lobby 2 on the other side of this.
Running up the alley till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me till you came, till you came, till you came. Running up the alley till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me till you came, till you came, till you came. Running up the alley till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me till you came, till you came, till you came. Running up the alley till you came, till you came, till you came. Running hard, staring at me till you came, till you came, till you came.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ALGS APAC South for the Pro League, day number 3. Genome here with me, of course, as always. And things are starting to get a bit spicy now. We just saw Reignite come back from a pretty bad start in our first lobby to ultimately go on to pick up the win. Team Burger did well for themselves. They did, a relatively good job. Lightning Unicorn as well. So some of the teams that were already in the top 5 have once again kind of reinforce the fact that they deserve to be up in that position. And I feel like the fact that we've got this kind of standings from our first lobby really puts a lot of pressure onto the teams now in groups A and C that have already performed in the first couple of weeks to once again perform again. Otherwise, you're just going to be left behind.
Absolutely. Reignite leading the charge. They're the only team so far that have put up serious points in all 3 weeks. Lightning Unicorn have put up decent points now for 3 weeks in a row, so they're looking super good to make it out. I think if we play the VOD back, I'm pretty sure they were one of my top 5 picks going into this season. And Team Burger, of course, yeah, as you said. So those 3 teams are looking very solidly in the top tier of APAC South. It's NXL Wolfpack, who look like a revitalized team with Zaratas on the back. that have some work to do because they did pick up 0 points in those first 2 weeks, but now will be moving into it. That said, they'll be behind a team like Ogre 3, who also picked up a couple of points today because they had such a good first week.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, I guess that's all done and dusted for today. We do still have another whole lobby to talk about, though, Gino, and that's where we're going to start to turn our attention toward. We did just watch B and D. Now it's time to have a look at groups A and C. Here's the competition as a whole, all 40 teams. But focusing on the teams from groups A and groups C. I mean, EXO obviously coming through as a big talking point. AIM as well, Sutoraiku, a team that we sort of thought needs to do a little bit better than what they've done so far. So they need to kind of step things up a little bit. Inside the Ring is, at the moment, sort of sitting on that precipice of making a top 5 position, which is kind of a big deal because, hey, 6th, I mean, it doesn't sound too bad on paper. 6 out of 40, you've done pretty well for yourself, but that means you're not actually making it overseas. So the big difference between 6th and 5th is there's an international spot attached, and you definitely ought to be on the 5th side of things rather than on the 6th side of things. So I'd love to see Inside the Ring have a good day today.
Yeah, massive difference between those two placements, right? Had a good look at some of the teams there. There have been some changes since that graphic was chucked up, I think. So we've got stuff like Rui. He's now going to be playing for Dreamfire, so we'll still see him in the lobby today, but it will be under a different banner. And we saw last week that one just stellar game is almost enough sometimes, right? I mean, it was like a 30-point game or something like that Dreamfire had that pushed them into the top of the standings last week. They weren't really able to, then there was like 3 or 4 games in a row where I think they got a couple of, just a handful of points between them. So they need to find, their rhythm, find some more consistency. They can't just rely on those crazy pop-off games where they don't get third-partied and manage to take out 7 teams in a row, because those aren't going to come along all too often.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to think about in this lobby in particular. I want to kind of see where a lot of these teams are going to drop as well, Gino, because obviously that's a factor. We talked about it when we had the beacon for our first lobby. Let's have a look at the second lobby beacon here as well, while we do have a bit of a discussion about this one. It is always interesting to kind of note where teams are going to be expected at least to go, because it doesn't necessarily mean that that's where they're going to end up.
No, it doesn't. I mean, honestly, we do our best to try and work out how this is shifting around. I've had information coming at me even while that first series was happening, Elfish. It looks like potentially Wiz and Parangai might actually be moving up to Climatizer. So you got Parangai up the top there. I think Wiz might be moving and potentially contesting them. Maybe not. Sometimes it honestly feels like they make up their minds in the dropship on the way there. But some other ones to look out for, I think, might be Aftermath Gaming from Taiwan. They have landed Dome in the past, and you can see Stinky B are there at the moment. But with how strong Stinky B looked last week, I would honestly be surprised. So, I mean, you've got launch sites sitting right there beside them. Why not move over to something like that? Actually, no, that said, though, I think X-Spark might be there as well. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe, obviously Reignite aren't in this lobby, so then, it opens up other stuff. Maybe X-Spark goes and takes their spot over in Fragment East. Maybe Aftermath does that. There's a lot of questions. Maybe we'll get 6 contests in a row like we did in the first series. Always love to have something to do in the first couple of minutes of an Apex lobby. Just to keep the fun rolling.
I was just saying to you in the break, that game felt like that first lobby went really fast to me in a way.
Yeah.
In comparison to at least week 1, which I classed it, where I was like, some of those games went really slow. And maybe it's literally just because we had a hot drop every single game. We had 5 minutes worth of something to talk about at the start of the game that wasn't, oh, this team is looting boxes or looting whatever. So there is that. But anyway, I guess we have to wait and see what we're going to get out of this lobby here. Time to jump into it, though. Game 1 of our second lobby, which, of course, is the A versus C lobby, is upon us, and it's time to jump out of the dropship and see where we are going to head here on World's Edge. Of course, it is going to be a pretty interesting sort of start. I think it's always, the first game's always interesting to me because it sort of sets the tempo in a way. It tells you who's going to be dropping where, it tells you who's in good form, who's having a good day. and maybe who's struggling a little bit. And so that's a really good tempo builder for the rest of the night.
So, Climatizer, potentially one of those fractious spots that we could see. Give us some early action here on World's Edge. We have had the release of, not the release, but the announcement of our 4th map in Apex Legends, Storm Point, coming on soon. So who knows if that's going to be in there by next time. You know, maybe by Split 2 we'll be seeing that. For the meantime, though, we are going to be sticking on World's Edge for the rest of this split. And it's, you know, there's lots of drop points around. There's, you know, it's the map that we all know and love as the competitive standard for Apex Legends.
Yeah, I mean, I did hear a few discussions, or I've read a few discussions around that new map and how, I suppose the expectation is that it should be competitively viable. I guess that we do have to wait and see until, you know, you can play it and really get a good understanding of how the map plays out. But, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the intention, right? Just we'll have to wait and see. Just be patient, and maybe the new map will be something that sort of livens things up a little bit. You know, it's always fun to sort of have multiple maps in rotation, which could be an option as well. But anyway, let's talk about this map. Let's talk about how things are looking right now for our second lobby. And we do have a hard southern shift for that initial couple of circles. So teams down towards the southern side of the map going to be feeling pretty happy about that one. Team X-Spark in particular are that team that's sitting in launch site right now, and they've probably got the pick of the bunch. They've also got a beacon down there as well that they can just sort of continue to scan over and over and over again. So they're going to get that info really fast, and they're going to be able to rotate really fast as well.
Yeah, it looks like everyone managed to sort out their differences. D and Z were the ones who took out Fragment East, I believe. So, Climatizer, you know, perhaps cooling off a little bit.
See what you did. See what you did. I'll give you some credit, but not a huge amount.
Fair enough. It was low-hanging fruit.
It was pretty low-hanging fruit. They're always the easiest ones. MPY looks to have got themselves into a bit of an engagement right now. Reckless Lads are the team that they're up against in a sense. Looks like one of those grenades has actually landed on Bam Bim Bum, one of my favorite names in the lobby. And, oh! He's just absolutely booked Feiju. He's absolutely booked Feiju. You saw that from Feiju's POV, I'd imagine, but Bam Bim Bum, wow. A couple of nice shots coming through from him.
And it came at an awkward time too. Feiju was, you know, in the middle of nowhere, had to bubble immediately. Didn't have the option to just, like, you know, poke behind cover and then heal up. Has to use that vital resource, which is making MDY think twice about taking the engagement, it seems. There we go. Actually going to pop up the crypto drone. We've also got Kukoi, one of our surprise packets here in Split 1. These guys have been doing a fantastic job so far. Sort of like Ogre 3, I'd say. You know, not necessarily someone who you'd think is like a kind of guarantee to get to land, but definitely a chance if they keep playing like they have been playing.
I mean, they kind of done it in a different fashion to what Ogre 3 has. Like, Ogre 3 had that really good week in week 1. Weren't really able to do too much off the back of it in week 2, whereas Kukoi, they've sort of been in and around the mix for both weeks, and they can, you know, put another, like, let's say 5 points on the board again tonight, then they'd be in a really good spot for themselves to sort of continue to push toward the top end. It also looks like Reckless Lads copped a bit of a beating on the way out. Malicious is knocked. And I don't know if he's going to be resable. No, there's no chance at all. He's finished off easily.
Yep, that's Stinky B coming up from Dome. Had a fantastic second week, and now they're looking to back that up and put themselves in the conversation with teams like Kukoi, like Ogre 3. So Owo gets the long-range snipe there, and Ilicious is down for good at this point. Though, ooh, Bam Bim Bum thinking about trying to get a potentially get the banner and get the res off there. He's going to find that. Some other interesting things to note. Well, actually, just having a look at Stinky B over here in Lava Siphon. That's not their crypto drone. Someone else's is being a bit of a nuisance here, and they're just trying to take all the credit on the kill feed.
I mean, Stinky B already looks like they're in a pretty good spot, don't they? Like, you know, they've got a good amount of resources available to their name. They've rotated into a fairly solid spot. You know, it's not dead center of the zone, but it's inside of the next one. Not that they are aware of it. I think they're, I mean, obviously they, as you said, they're a bit of a surprise package, I suppose. But if they keep performing the way that they have so far in this season of APAC South, then they're actually, in with a really good shot of making it into the top 5. That's the hard thing, though, isn't it? Like, it's kind of difficult, I think, to perform over the course of 6 weeks. Everyone's going to have a bad week or a bad day. I mean, that's all it really is, actually. It's just a bad day. Let's be real. When I say week, I mean just one day, because that's what we have. So it is so easy to just have a bad day and then fall out of contention behind these teams that have really been putting the numbers together, like the ones that we saw in our first lobby. So I think there is a sense of pressure really on the shoulders of Stinky B that if they want to continue to be in the mix and be in the discussion, then again, they have to really perform today.
Straiku, another team that we think needs to perform today. They've managed to scrape together a couple of points over the first 2 weeks, but certainly not enough, or what they would say would be up to their standards. I can guarantee you that. Now they are sticking with the caustic here on Waltzy, but in a bit of a shift in the meta that we're seeing over the past few weeks, Elfish. I'm not sure if this is just the teams that are playing here today. But we've only got 5 caustics in this lobby. Nutsuru Sama, of course, is one of them. We'll probably, stick on this character till the day dies. But there's 11 wraiths, I believe, and 5 caustics. So that's quite the switch up. So I'm not sure if that's just, the particular teams that match up in groups A and C. But it's certainly going to change how these lobbies play. It's probably going to be a little bit more like we saw in ALGS, the first year of competition. Exactly, yeah. When you've got a lot more wraiths, there's a lot more portal rotations, and less so just camping and having to squeeze your way between caustic grenades in that final circle.
Yeah, I gotta say that's kind of surprises me a little bit. I feel like caustic has been almost the go-to for a lot of teams over the course of this season, but maybe a bit of a return to form for the Wraith. I don't think the Wraith is a bad choice by any means, and it definitely gives you a lot of rotation ability. I am a little bit partial to the Valkyrie and Wraith combo, so when you have the Valk and the Wraith, and of course the Gibby's going to be 100% pick rate regardless, but yeah, Valk and Wraith together, it gives you just so much mobility, so many rotation options that even if you get caught out, unstuck, even a couple of times, you can still sort of salvage something from it, which you don't really have that kind of a luxury when you've got a caustic, but of course, you do trade off the ability to lock down a position if you don't have the caustic versus having the Wraith.
Yep, some good points. I guess one of the other legends we can touch on before the action starts to heat up here in Game 1 of our second series for today. The amount of cryptos in this lobby. So, I mean, of course, there is the one Loba as Primus Commander. Keep rocking it. Love to see that. But at the same time, we've got, I think it's 6 cryptos. So there's actually more cryptos than there is caustics. So in this lobby, you might be more worried about EMPs than you are about the gas.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's actually crazy to me. But in a way, I kind of like the fact that you get a lot of different kinds of compositions compared to what it used to be where, it might be a Bloodhound, a Wraith, and a Gibby, and that's what you get. But now there's a lot of different options. It sort of seems like play styles, whatever, can be put to good use. Aftermath Gaming have opted for the crypto. Speaking of crypto, one of them. And speaking of one of the caustics as well, Nutsuru Sama on the floor, but looks like he'll get picked back up, though there is info coming through for that team that knocked him. Back to that drone.
I think that might be a different team, though, because he got knocked by Bullet, actually. Interestingly, it was the 30-30 repeater that took him down. A rare loss of a long-range duel there, the Nutsuru Sama. And, of course, Straiku don't run the crypto.
Oh, well, someone's got the info, at least. It doesn't really matter necessarily. I mean, obviously, that res comes through and still very early on in the game, so kind of difficult to punish some of the knocks that you do get at this point. Zua is on the move down from the northwestern side of the map. We'll have to be a little bit aware of We Are God Gamers, who are currently flying over them. You can see in that Valkyrie ult. They do make it into Harvester, and it looks like Azua should as well, but you know, perhaps run into EXO. I mean, EXO's kind of having a look right now. You can see they're sort of looking northward. Here's a little bit of a mini-map peep for you guys as we send the zone back in the direction of the tree. It's going to be a very tough rotation for a lot of teams. I feel like this is going to be the one which really separates the winners from the losers. This next zone shift. I mean, it just... it's going to be crazy. So many teams have to move out of Harvester and out of Lava Siphon. It just gets a little bit messy.
So with Tree looking like it will be the destination, the Bolter players quaking in their boots as they realize their ultimates are going to fall on deaf ears, essentially, or
leaves.
Just a really big leaf above them.
Yep.
Fame, they've got good position there, taking one of the main buildings, of course, having access to that core stick in his utility as well. They're going to turtle up nice and early on. You can see enough shells in the chamber there that Mitsuru Sama is probably going to be pushing some of these armors up to red before long. Surprising amount of 30-30 repeaters in the kill feed thus far.
Good tags coming through from Mitsuru Sama, as to be expected when he's got a sniper in his hands. Normally tends to prefer to go towards the Sentinel, I feel, when he can get it, but Longbow will do the job.
I mean, if you can hit with one of those shots, and he usually does, having that extra charge-up mode where you can just destroy the shields and really bleed the med economy of your opponents is a good option. I feel like there are some differences in terms of, you know, bullet drop and that sort of stuff for Longbow versus Sentinel as well. It's been a while since I've looked that deep into
Sentinel
the numbers,
feels nicer, I think.
I'm a Longbow man myself,
okay.
I say. But, you know, nuts out here fragging with a Sentinel, so who am I to say?
Yeah, fair enough. Either way, I mean, I guess options there. I think that's very happy with that circle shift, of course, is Sutraiku, who was copying those shots from Mitsuru Sama. So they're pretty happy to just chill for the moment. Aftermath Gaming have a bit of a more difficult job to do. Rage Entertainment team in the mix as well. All these teams up towards the northern side of the map are just going to have to try and fight their way out. There is no other option.
Yep. It's the circle at their back now. Aftermath in prime position with Rage in front of them. Kaiser hitting the floor. This is going to open the floodgates here. Aftermath have the option to just pull in, but okay. Somehow, maybe they're getting out of this. It felt like Aftermath was... It looked like they were pulling back a little bit there, which is very surprising when obviously, you know, they've got one kill already and quite a bit of damage onto both Bebe and Kentung, who are being allowed to get back into this.
Stinky B definitely under the pump at the moment. Owo is knocked. Chris is also knocked, and Deep is not going to last too much longer either, so that'll be the end of Stinky B. That monster getting the bleed out onto Owo. It seems like Primus Commander also had a bit of an involvement in that fight. All the teams combining to take out Stinky B. Not a good start to the day for them, particularly given they need to perform here. Aftermath Gaming.
Surely.
Unfortunate.
Surely they finish off the job here. And they do, I think, that in the end, get all of the Rage players. It was looking a little bit dicey, and honestly, I'm surprised it took them that long to get in there. But you know what? 3KP is 3KP.
I need energy ammo.
It's true. Points on the board. This early on in the piece, pretty important. Getting off to a good start makes your life so much easier later on down the track. You know, you are afforded a mistake or two, whereas maybe you wouldn't otherwise be. Good, clean shots coming through from JCA.
Risky though, they're playing right on the edge of the circle. Side G, he's trying to get into the portal to get away, but the Wraith has placed it in a way that makes it actually quite hard for anyone else.
Oh, it's not gone too well for Aftermath.
No, I mean, as I said, it was a little bit of a tricky fight there.
JCA, 155 damage out from the R301. Definitely going to get on the chase here. Has got the banner picked back on up. Needs to find the opponent. Does sort of catch up with that Wraith, but ultimately, I mean, you're chasing a Wraith. It's never going to be easy. She's going to come back for a vengeance. Not quite enough there from Mei Xiao. He's going to be finished off. But, I mean, Aftermath Gaming, they don't get out of that what they wanted, given the good start that they had to that fight.
Meanwhile, Dreamfire picking up some frags there. That's going to be Sun Series from Monkey going down. I'm going to get some view of... And they've got quite the view over the battlefield here, really. I mean, Aftermath Gaming are underneath them there. If they had a Bloodhound, they probably would have chucked a scan through there and realized there was easy pickings below them. But instead, they're going to go around the back, and with, you know, this new sort of entry into tree around the back of Lava Siphon down here, it does give them extra options to work their way into the circle.
I thought Dreamfire had a pretty good week last week. They definitely had their moments. First week, they were a bit disappointing, but seems to be sort of coming together for them. They can put another one on the board here, then they'll put themselves into a pretty good spot. I mean, obviously, that'll be halfway through the competition as a whole, so you'd still have a lot more work to do, but they're definitely one of the teams that can improve upon their results that they've had thus far. They've got a little bit more left in the tank. Interesting high ground, but I'm not sure how safe it's going to be for them to get into this zone, you know.
Yeah, they've definitely got some barriers, some obstacles to overcome as this zone closes in. Okay, 30 seconds. Maybe they just end up taking a couple of KP off AMG below them here.
Yeah, Aftermath are really under the pump at the moment. They've lost control of the rotation in, and they're eventually going to get gate kept and finished off. Kokoi not looking all that much better, to be quite honest with you, and they're finished off too, so mutually assured destruction is the name of the game. There's a massive EMP, I think followed by a second one as well. What on earth is this madness? This lobby is just insane.
You can see the cryptos coming into play here. You know, as soon as you take a party, a fight, you're not getting necessarily sent by a third party, but there's sure as hell a drone on top of you popping the EMP, and that's just stunning you, and teams across the map makes it so much easier for them to pick you off. Jarrow also on the sniper alongside his chunky buddy from the other teams. Straiku in good position now, top 8. They're looking to add some KP. Bam Bim Bum on the worst side of this bubble fight here, and that's a very clean fight. Win by Straiku. I like how they played that. They need to make sure they maintain their position here. Moving down to the low ground, a little bit risky. That said, you can see how the circle is shifted means that there's probably not going to be that many teams above them. Athame, of course, are one of them. They've been sitting in this building for quite some time.
Well, Athame and Sudaraiku are the two teams that have the longest rotation to be made into this next circle, so they'd ideally like to be avoiding fighting at this point in time. We've got 15 seconds left before that zone starts to shift, and Athame are still kind of caught in this fight right now, which is really an awkward spot to be. Running that wrap through the southern side of the map, though, is probably not a bad choice to make. There's a portal in front of them as well that they can take if necessary, and that's going to get them right on top of MDY, but to be fair, still not into a position inside of the zone just yet, and they just go on foot.
MDY, they do take the first loss though, and I feel like that means Athame are going to get right in there. Why don't we listen to Straiku and see how they deal with this fight?
Nading? They're going to die. They bubbled.
There's a second.
Careful.
Can we play here? Can we play here?
Careful. Yeah, we can.
Okay,
Careful trailer team. Careful trailer team.
We still need to look behind us. Southeast, southeast.
Yeah, trailer team's still in. They're on my right, on my right. They're in terrible spots. Tagged? They're cracked. One's cracked.
I gotta slide down before Gibby gets a good angle.
Yeah, I'm fucking coming down to you guys.
I'm
Clear the door behind you. Oi, clear the door behind you.
They're not in. They're barely in there. Barely in here. They're barely in here.
They're gonna fight the trailer team. Wait, let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight. Let them fight the trailer team.
Gibby dead. Last one.
Crossing was one.
That's kills. That's kills. That's kills.
Can we kill trailer team now? Can we look to fucking kill them?
No, wait.
Him out,
No, there's still. Wait, listen. There's still one left of ATH's team.
65 in the car.
I'm on trailer.
I got to go to the trailer.
120 in the car. 120.
They're one dead in trailer. One dead in trailer.
Yeah, nice. They're in the back.
Last one.
Lob it out. Nice.
Bobbed on me.
Yeah, I'm playing it. Look, last Athame player. Look for the Athame player.
Kill this guy.
Cracked him. Someone push that. He's cracked.
I'm dead in my back.
I'm dead at my back. There's two behind me.
Backside of trailer. Play backside of trailer, what's he?
I can maybe crawl in.
I'm on top trailer. Top trailer safe. Top trailer safe.
Yeah, wait. I gotta fall all the way back.
Octane cracked. Wait, the Costa go back up. Get in trailer. Get in trailer.
I'm healing.
Get in trailer.
Yeah, I will as soon as I heal.
Shoot for me. Shoot for me. Shoot for me.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up your shield. Hold up your fucking shield.
I'm nading that kid.
Keep crawling. Keep crawling. Keep crawling.
Stunned him. Stunned him.
I'm rezzing. I'm
playing. I'm playing you.
Go for us. You have to cover.
I'm playing for you.
I'm gonna insta-bob in the corner.
If he peeks this.
Bubble, motherfucker. Bubble.
They've reset. There's two alive.
Yeah, 2 alive. I already said that.
Yeah. I'm grabbing nades.
Can we
look for nades?
I'm nading.
Oh, man, I was gonna fucking grab nades from that.
We're okay for now.
Okay, there's a team behind us. We gotta put more trap down. Put more trap down.
Hold on. Trapping down.
All right, well, lots going on for Sudaraiku to work with. They get a knock, they get a couple of knocks in their direction as well, but they're dealing with it okay. Now the push is starting to come through, but I gotta say, Sudaraiku, they might be in a spot to win this game, Genome. A win which would be a fantastic start to the day for a team that's been struggling so far in APAC South.
Well, they've definitely picked up a range of kills so far. Dreamfire on top of them at the moment. Into the scuffle with the last team now. They were a little bit sad that the Loba Black Market went away before they could juice it for all of the grenades that they could grab. But you can see Team X-Spark here dueling with both Dreamfire and Thuraiku, who probably have the best position inside of this caravan. That said, they pull out at the wrong time. Jarrow and Bullet L have gone down at least. It's the Caustic left alive who almost grabs the one clip there with the Vault.
Might be reasonable opportunities here. I don't know. It's down to just the 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. I'm not sure how many are left alive. Sudaraiku versus X-Spark. It is a 1-on-2. Bell, Senpai, and Fat Monster against Waltzy. Waltzy gets Bell Senpai low, but he's still not quite being able to find that desperate knock that he needs. And eventually the zone becomes a little bit too much for him. X-Spark walks away with the win in the end. But overall, I mean, both of those two teams that make it to the top 2 probably pretty happy with how things played out there. X-Spark, 8 kills on the board after that one. Can't be complaining about that at all. Sudaraiku managed to get about 7 or so. Second place. Still not a shabby start to the day.
They'll be pretty happy with that. It was a tough position, teams all around them. Waltzy played that end game pretty well, right? He didn't go outside the caravan. He probably felt pressured too because the zone was just pushing him. But he knew in a 1v2 like that, there's almost no other option, right? So he just takes the peaks through the window and got pretty damn close to taking out the 1v2.
Yeah, I think there was definitely an opportunity there for Sudaraiku to walk away with the win. I mean, the way that they were peeking out of the caravan initially when there were still multiple teams alive was interesting to me because, and we might even catch it on the replays here. I'm not sure, it'll be later on in the piece anyway, but keep an eye out for it because Waltzy was going out the backside of the caravan, whereas the other two were going out the front side, and inevitably by going out the front side they were sort of putting themselves into a bit of a crossfire between multiple teams, whereas Waltzy on the backside was, he had the zone at his back, he had the zone at his side, so he was essentially taking the fights head on, whereas I felt like there was an opportunity for Sudaraiku to, get shot by multiple teams when they went out on the front side of that caravan. So could have been a thing that, ultimately led to their demise, at least in terms of those two players that went down earlier on in the piece and left Waltzy in the 1-on-2. Overall, though, again, you can't really complain too much about a second place there if you're Sudaraiku. They got into a good spot. And to be honest, it could have gone a lot worse for them. That initial knock that happened, they were able to get the res there. If that doesn't occur, then they're really in a rough position sitting in the center of the circle with only 2 players alive.
It was a little bit, sad to see them be in that very defensible position. Bubble was up, barrels everywhere, and then, they kind of just pop out a little too far. When the 2 teams on top of them, I would have thought, would probably run into each other first. It's hard to know. In these 3-way standoffs, it's very hard to sort of work out who's going to be the first team to engage and how you can stop that being your team, really, especially when you feel like there maybe is a chance to do a little bit of damage and then create an opening. Either way, very well played by X-Spark. Definitely can't take anything away from them. The crypto alt usage throughout that first game definitely helped put them on the map. They had one of those a position in the lower buildings around tree, so they were well set up pretty much from the start, and then played that to their advantage throughout the rest of the game. And you got to remember, X-Spark, they had a they were looking like, they could have taken out the win in week 2, and then just slipped off at the last moment, and it cost them quite a few split points. So, trying to make their mark on the lobby and run it back here in week 3.
Yeah, I mean, EXO and X-Spark are the two teams in my mind that didn't really have a very good week 1 that were able to sort of bounce back quite significantly in week 2. At least the ones that are in this lobby. I know there was a few other teams in that discussion as well. But from those two teams, in this lobby, I think obviously those are the two to look at. EXO didn't have a great game though, so that's something that we'll talk about when we do come back from the break. It is time to head to a short one. Won't be too long though before we jump back into game number 2. So we'll see you in just a sec. Welcome back to ALGS APAC South for the Pro League. It is week 3. We are into our second lobby of the day. So, in fact, more than halfway through our day, but not more than halfway through this lobby. Let's have a look back at our first game and see how things did end up before we start talking a little bit deeper about what we expect for the lobby as a whole. This might give us a bit of an indication, though, of the teams that we're looking at to perform today. X-Spark walked away with a victory. Very, very nicely done stuff from them. Sutraiku had managed to creep into second place, as well as Dreamfire up in third. So 3 teams I feel that really were looking for some good points on the board. I've actually put them up to begin with and put themselves in a good spot for this lobby. The teams that miss out, you know, the big talking points, EXO and Stinky B, 15th and 18th. Not a great start for them.
Yeah, look, they've got time to get back into it. But yeah, look, X-Spark are really just continuing on that momentum from last week. I honestly thought they'd you know, slip down the standings a little bit further in that last game, but I actually ended up second. So, you know, 9 split points for them last week. And at the moment, sitting on top there. So, and solid 8 kills will bring them up to 20. Definitely a good start to the game. Dreamfire, not as great as their game 1 from last week, but, you know, plenty
you take it.
Healthy. Exactly. 14 points, you know, grab that every game, and you will be sitting at the top come game 6. So, yeah, look, they're also following up last week where they were sort of working their way into it. And Kakoi, it's actually a very similar standings to last week in terms of, yeah, look, Kakoi, X-Spark all sitting up the top there as, you know, teams from this group that have, you know, continuing to perform.
Yeah, Aftermath Gaming as well as Inside the Ring, I think worth a mention there, particularly in the case of Inside the Ring, the team that obviously comes into this lobby, or at least into this day rather, in 6th place overall. You know, some of the points have been added from the first lobby and they've actually slipped down to 7th. But, you know, once they get their points back up off of the back of this game, I mean, I guess assuming that they get some points off the back of this lobby, then, you know, I can see them definitely jumping up into the top 5. Right now, they're sitting on 11 points. And to hit the top 5 mark, they would need to hit 13 or higher. And that's obviously assuming that EXO also doesn't hit 13 or higher, who is a team that's kind of also jostling for that position. So every chance that both Inside the Ring and EXO can sort of elevate their position back up into the quote-unquote safety of the top 5, which, you know, it doesn't really matter at this point in time. You know, we're only 3 weeks in at the end of today. So it's not the be-all, end-all, obviously. But you'd really like to be able to make it into the top 5 and keep yourself safe, make your life a little bit easier going into the final few weeks of the competition. Anyway, Genome, I do have one question for you. What do you think about Loba swimsuit skins?
Yeah, look, are they coming? Who knows? The devs just won't give us a straight answer as far as I can tell.
Are you typing Pog in the chat right now? I can see you looking down. Is that what you're doing? I mean, you can tell us. It's fine. Like, no judgment.
Yeah, you know what I've been doing. I've got like 90 loot boxes or something saved up on my
Oh, you're just waiting.
And I'm pretty sure this is absolutely not how the loot box logic works, but I just want the swimsuit skins so badly, Elfish, that I'm holding onto the 90 loot boxes.
Right.
Just on the off chance that, you know, they only roll like once you open them.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know
like,
how it works.
Yeah, man. As soon as like season 11 opens, I'll be there on opening night. Just be like, bam.
Loba main. I see. I understand. That's fine. You know, some of us like swimsuits. Some of us don't like swimsuits. Some of us like games of Apex Legends. That's me. I'm here for the esports, and that's what we're going to jump into. Game 2 of the night
buddy.
between these 2 groups, and we'll see how things do shape up for A and C. It was a great start for X-Spark, Sudoiku, Dreamfire, but is there anyone else that can throw their name in the ring?
That's a good question. Tree gets hot zone. Not sure how often you see that. Not only did they get the ring pulls last game, but just a nice little bonus to start off game 2 with. Yeah, still looks like there's no contests. We've got Wiz managing to spread throughout Epicenter and Survey Camp. MDY having to split Big Morden, Lava City. You know, it's a little bit of a split. Not really. They split that with Reckless Lads. Primus Commander, I'm pretty sure the only team out of all 40 teams in APAC South who choose to start off in Landslide.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a maybe potential storm brewing down over at Tree. Aftermath Gaming and Azure are both there, both quite close by. Marshall does get spotted out. He also does a pretty decent amount of damage back to Saiji, but overall, Aftermath do have the numbers in this fight right now. They've got the 3-on-1, essentially. Marshall is quite isolated. IQ3 and Jamjar Senpai need to get on their bikes and really get over here pretty quickly, but that's even being covered off by Aftermath Gaming. So, I mean, despite the fact that the armor is maybe looking a little bit better for Azure, they have one set of purple. Aftermath is the ones that are really putting the damage down at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a shift, though, because Marshall's managed to hold out for that long. It's almost gone from, you know, him being wrapped to his team wrapping on
Desire.
them.
That was clean. I know you couldn't see it. I was watching it in-game, but he just absolutely books IQ3 with the R9. And now starts to push the issue onto one more. Purple armor coming through for Desire. You can just see how much damage he's done in this fight already. Getting up to purple armor off the back of just one fight. Pretty insane.
Basically turned into 2 isolated 1v1s there at the end, but Aftermath are the victors and will come out on top. We got some zone vision there as that fight was happening as well. Looks like it's probably going to be ending somewhere around Countdown. And the teams are making their way towards that northwest corner. I haven't seen one of those so far today. None of the North landing teams in Series 1 got any love, really. So teams like Athame, Monkeys, Dreamfire, who, you know, usually own Countdown no matter what the lobby situation is in APAC South, they're all pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, Dreamfire's looking pretty good. Just looting up. I mean, not really a whole lot to do at this point in time for them. There's a couple of teams rotating in their direction, but for now, they're relatively uncontested. I don't know that they necessarily want to move too far from this position either.
Ooh.
It's one of those teams that's up in Countdown.
Look, we're actually getting some vision of Saijin God right now, and, you know, thank God he's got his jump pad ready to go, because he is a mile away from the other 2 members of his team. And you can see there, getting booked, and that's Monkeys, the other team that lands in Skyhook East, that are looking for him right now. Nutsuru-sama on the way. He's come over from Trials. They've got 2 gold armors, so they really don't want to, you know, lose a member this early when that's such a fantastic loot spawn coming out of Trials there to help them out. But you can see Monkeys are looking for this.
Tsuru-sama picks the golden helmet up, so yeah. Athame's looking pretty good as far as the loot is concerned. Saijin God taking a huge amount of damage, though. Has to duck himself back down. Get out of dodge! Quite escape all the shots coming through from Primus Commander, and I'm looking at the minimap right now. Primus Commander is on their bike. They are sending it in the direction of Athame, and this could go all horribly wrong. The push has come through. I'm a bit astonished, actually, this early on in the piece that there is a push, but it looks like it might work out quite nicely. The only thing I'd worry about is Monkeys is just literally sitting here waiting for this fight to, you know, play out. And even D&Z is, like, rotated over as well. So it doesn't just become a one-on-one between a couple of teams. It's now like 3 or 4 teams hanging around here, and well, in the end, Athame, they have to give up Saijin God. He's done so.
Looks like they have given up. Potentially could go back for the banner later. Meanwhile, Wiz are fighting for position, and it does look like they will get the res off. I guess did they eliminate a team there? They might have just finished someone.
Just got taken down. I'm
right,
sure
yeah. I think that might have been by Wiz, who were fighting with them in front of Countdown. There's a good maybe 5 teams who have sort of picked up position in Countdown now, so Wiz pretty lucky that teams like Dreamfire, who are currently respawning someone in Countdown actually, and taking some fire from inside the ring, who are trying to eliminate them coming out of the sky. Does make it inside though. Oof. That was a bit of a risky one. Reckless Lads, talking about risk.
Yeah, they're on the way, aren't they? It's like they've landed, but I don't know if they've landed too safely. They have to drop the bubble. Yakoba finished off pretty quickly as well, and this is not the kind of position that Reckless Lads are going to want to sit in for too long, especially when nades are getting tossed in their direction. Oh no. I don't think they get out of this one alive. Ilicious, he's waiting for the Wraith portal, but he's not going to be able to get it until at least after he's knocked down. And, well, that's the end of them. Reckless lads are gone, as you can see in the kill feed there. Nice shot from the Kraber.
Yeah, look,
Apex.
They really needed to get further under the shelf there. Otherwise, you know, it's just a shooting gallery, fish in a barrel, really. All of the teams up on the high ground and Countdown look down upon them, and there's not really any angles you can make your way out of there.
Exo have set up shop here in Countdown as well. They are aware of the next circle shift, so they know that they're inside the ring for, you know, the next 5 minutes or so. Being happy with that. He goes off, catches BRP.
It feels like the dynamics between the teams who are playing Edge are quite different in our second series here of the day versus the first. There are a lot of teams that were playing Edge that were on that sort of southeastern side, and they were, you know, just running into each other again and again. You know, your NXL Wolfpacks and the like. We're not seeing that here today. I think the teams are a little bit more spread out, the ones that want to take those early fights. And so we're seeing teams like Rage here and like MDY, who they're about to run into. So those fights are happening in different spots. Luckily, with this circle pull, it's going to be a little bit more northerly. And they do have time to let this play out. Not going to be a first circle kind of fight. That said, there's teams like Stinky B coming all the way down from Dome that will eventually pull up if these two teams don't sort out their differences soon enough.
Rage are on the move. They're copping some shots here and there. Bit unfortunate that there's no beacon for them here to ping, but that's what it is. It's a bit of a slow progression, I guess, from Rage. MDY also have other teams that they're a little bit concerned about. You know, they do want to rotate into the center. That's where Wiz is kind of waiting for them. So MDY is sort of keeping an eye on that as well. Bit of a split view, I suppose, from MDY as they keep an eye on, you know, multiple angles, and that inevitably means that, you know, you don't have all your eyes trained in one direction, and maybe leave the door open for Rage if they do find the timing.
Yeah, it's a similar story across Countdown, across even the teams that are left in Skyhook. The teams just kind of peering at each other over the ramparts. Not really sure that their arrows can reach the other team, so they're just holding back for the moment. Ath actually playing well on the outside, as you can see here, coming through Lava Fissure. And at the moment, Striko, sure, they've noticed him, and Waltzy is putting down bulk damage, but Jarrow and Bullet actually some way away. Bullet was just crafting, but it looks like Waltzy has done enough damage here that they are forced back a little bit and don't really, you know, sort of get that understanding Waltzy was by himself, and perhaps there was a moment in time where they could have caught him off guard.
It's hard to recognize, I think, in the heat of the moment.
Absolutely. Especially when you've got, you know, those L-Star bullets blocking up half your screen. Looking forward to that going next season.
Yeah, I heard about that too. Lots of changes that people are happy about, I think, coming to Apex Legends, which is good to see. Like, it's a game that, you know, has gone from strength to strength, really. You know, it released to such hype, and then there was a little bit of a dip in terms of popularity and excitement. But now that the esports side of things has really started to pick back up again, yeah, I think I've personally noticed a lot of my friends and colleagues kind of showing a degree of interest in Apex that I hadn't seen from them since it got released, which is pretty cool.
I think the you know, the content team to the balance team and the esports team as well. It's, yeah, you're right, strength to strength. Really nailing a lot of different aspects of this game, and we're hoping that Season 11 could be even better. Maybe we'll get some, you know, some interest in that new map, some variety. Watson changes coming back. Could see that shake up the meta as well. There's a lot of teams who long for the Watson meta days, and you know, potentially could be looking to force their way back in, especially if you've got some pylons eating up caustic grenades, that kind of stuff. Definitely some play options there. Ooh, Stinky B. Oh no, that's not a good rotation. They've just Valk ulted directly on top of Straiku, over the top of Ath. Ath got some nice shots in there on them, but they're Like, there's Striker didn't have an option. Waltzy's gone down. They've had to take the fight. Stinky B somehow sort of coming out on top. They all take damage, but none of them go down. Ath just falling in here as fast as they can because they know this is a fight they want a third party. It really should be just free kills from them on one side or the other.
Wow.
Straiku somehow lose that. They're not going to be happy about that, and you would expect Stinky B to go down in a matter of moments here off the back of this. Ath are going to push in. They're doing okay. They've only got Chris left alive now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as easy and clean for Athame as you might have thought it would be. Natsuru, Sama, and Mosu are still obviously up, but Stinky B, they managed to knock one of the players down. Agent God is being rezzed at this point in time, and Chris on Stinky B trying to push the issue. I mean, I understand what he's trying to do there. You know, it is essentially a 1v1 while that res is occurring, but he couldn't make it happen. So, you know, I suppose maybe that's like a little bit of redemption in the eyes of Sudaraiku, because the team that took them out inevitably gets taken out as well. But as you say, they really wouldn't be happy about it.
That is scant. What is it? Like, you know, yeah, I don't think that's going to be something.
You're definitely grasping at straws.
You know, something they're going to be happy about. I've seen a couple of players on Twitter already complaining about some things today, but honestly, that's probably the most egregious
example of it.
Yeah, example that I've seen of someone like dying to a Valk team where, I don't know, maybe they should have done a little bit more damage and
sure, but like
and won the initial fight. But yeah, you're right. They like even if they had won that, it would have been the same thing. Ath would have come in and cleaned them up exactly in the same way. So honestly, Ath really drawing the short straw there. Sorry, Striker.
Yeah, Ath drawing the long straw, I guess. They get all of the free kills and all the free loot really in the end there as well. DNC with some nice shots in onto this team that's valking through the air. They get a crack. It's Parangai Esport and Mr. Omio is literally one tap away from death. So they're not going to get out there alive. Little RF also tagged pretty substantially, but it looks like all three will survive at least for now. Crazy stuff. The Valkons so far in this lobby. Just send it. Seems to be the mentality.
Ugh. Yeah. Hoping to see a little bit more forward planning in these teams, perhaps. Because that kind of play is not going to get you deep into one of these games. That said, the Circle actually going a little bit deeper into Skyhook and Countdown, so all these teams who probably thought they had prime positioning, not so. It's Rage, it's Primus Commander, maybe even DNZ sitting up the setting up a zone up the top there to try and keep out any team who might want to move through the tunnel. Looks like the time is gone from that. MDY is going to be moving south rather than north, and they'll be running into Wiz, who we did see stabilize in this caravan a long time ago, and now finally getting some action.
Yeah, just relaxing for the moment. They've got a lot of armor swaps available if they do get pushed. Just going to stand them in good stead. MP comes through, but nicely avoided by Rainy. Rest of Wiz just going to have to pick the armors up and heal them back up as well.
DY, pretty happy to just be sitting here for the moment, though. It's only now that some shots are coming in from the south from Parangai Esports. That said, Dreamfire on the backside now. Kraber in the hands of Roy.
Oh.
So Wiz being all but taken out by MDY, who actually cleaned them up very nicely, barely taking any damage in the process. And because they had such a decisive win, not necessarily an opening for Dreamfire here, though Roy is going to try and make one. The very large caliber bullet coming out of the Kraber there.
Yeah, really nice tag. Still has a lot left to play with. 11 more shots for Roy. We're starting to get deeper into this game. So that Kraber could really be quite effective later on in the piece, considering how much ammo he's got left. Look back over towards Countdown, where there is just a real blockade of teams. EMP in is going to connect onto one or two of the teams. X-Spark trying to push the issue off the back of it. Fat Monster gets the better of little Arif, and this might not look too good for Parangai.
Nope. Dealt with.
Taken down.
X-Spark. Take a dub in the first game, and now they're taking scalps in the second, looking to build upon that second place that they picked up last week. Potentially, you know, a couple of players, Salvatore's Fat Monster, Bell. Of course, Belkin, you know, if you're wondering who that is from previous seasons, if you've been following Longshot for a while now, you'll definitely recognize his name from a couple of different Indonesian teams he's played for, even teaming up with some of the Aussies, I think it was last season. You know, decent players, but, you know, never really in, like, world-beating teams. Perhaps this is the combination where they can get it done.
It is so crazy to me to see all of these EMPs going off all over the place. It's just such a stark difference to the last lobby that we did watch. We'll jump back over to X-Spark, who is one team that is guilty of using said EMP. El Senpai is the last alive. Salvatore's Fat Monster all out of the picture. That's the end of that.
Yeah, that was a caster curse and a half. They were looking fantastic a second ago, but then as they make that rotation, they just get pinched by Dreamfire and by Kakoi here. Kakoi, if they've heard this res from Dreamfire, are about to get a couple of free kills, surely, because it's only Pite who's here.
Well, I think they've got other things to worry about right now because they ran into Kakoi and they got finished off. So it's just Pite left. We're looking pretty good to clean this one up as well. He's on his own. He's in his solo. He's flying through the air. And you know, as a Valkyrie, when you're just trying to dodge bullets in the air, you're pretty much not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anything done. So that's the end for him.
Salute to him. EXO, thinking maybe they can come in on the back of it. They may not have realized that it wasn't... You know, Kakoi picked up the kills, right? But they didn't really have to do any work for it. So hopefully EXO recognized that and they, you know, it's not really a third party. It's just a straight 3v3 at this point. They do pull back. Don't take the risky fight. Ath still alive with the 2. Potentially looking to imitate some reignite heroics from earlier in the day. Monkeys have the high ground, and then we've got about 3 teams sitting up in Skyhook currently. They're all in the diner building, actually. So you've got Rage sitting there, PK on the low ground, and then DNZ are holding the high ground, all in the same building. But now the fight going on.
Yeah, it's Kakoi that are getting the better of it by the slimmest of margins. Easy flash. He's got more to worry about, though. Straight after getting that fight win, there is the third party coming through from Athame. Easy flash is just going to have to send it. He's got the Valk belt out.
Oh, they don't.
And he's getting absolutely booked. He didn't even be... Oh, he died to the zone because he had to... He just kept flying up into the air. You know, he couldn't fly forward yet.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's zone 5, right? You're taking, what, I don't know, like 20 damage or something like that. Oh, nice long-range shots there will just mean Natsuru Sama grabs an easy kill as well as he's got the Sentinel out this time.
Yep.
And potentially a nice spot to just beam them up. Oh, a huge grenade coming out from Natsuru Sama, and he wants to follow it up, but he's too busy trying to get the next ult out. What that grenade was about. We've got 4 teams left here. Monkeys pushing in. They've got Rage in a corner. Cyber from inside the ring, just ratting it out at the moment. The other 2 teams trying to work out where this third team is, what's going on. We've dropped low enough that, you know, it's on the question mark, so unless they were paying attention, they may not realize that it's a single rat. The fact that there's no pressure coming out from a third team may just, you know, make that a little bit more obvious to them. You can see Cyber just on the edge of the ring there. So, what do we think? 2v3. Maybe they can team up with Cyber and make it a 3v3, Elfish.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's every chance that Cyber actually in the back, he's going to be able to pick up one of the Monkeys players. If they don't actually clear him out and a fight does ensue for Athame, yeah, it could be problematic. But Cyber has decided to send it. I don't know. I mean,
that was an Icarus move right there. A little bit too close to the sun as the zone comes in and just melts him. So now it's a straight up 2v3. The gold armor that they've had since the start of the game from Athame will they give them enough license to somehow work this in a 2v3 against Monkeys?
I mean, Athame is doing a lot of damage right now, but sooner or later, they're just going to lose this war of attrition because they can't keep up the pace with the damage output in the 3-on-2. And of course, the rotation ability of Monkeys as well. Jubjibit being able to get this flank just makes it impossible for Athame to win the 2-on-3. Very nicely played by Monkeys in the end. And it's, well, the last dying moments for Nutsuru Osama here as he gets pushed out by the zone, has to try and make a play. It was never going to happen. Monkeys 3-on-1. They do clean it up and win match 2 of the A and C groups. Not a bad shout, though, from Athame, to be honest. I always thought that with the position they had, they might have been able to get something done. And, you know, I think a lot of it might have actually come down to Cyber, you know, whether or not he actually decided to backstab Monkeys, which inevitably he opted not to. He just went and flew up into the air and it's kind of a bit of a free kill in the end. But, you know, overall, again, you take second, you take first. I mean, it's much of a muchness at this point in time. I guess you're just a little bit more focused on trying to get as many points on the board as possible. So, yes, you'd prefer to take first, but second still gives you a lot. You get a lot of kills through there for Athame as well. So, yeah, not too disappointing from either of them.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting that it favored the Skyhook teams, right? That's what it came down to, a lot of that in the end. There were so many teams that had fantastic positioning in Countdown, and we keep talking about it. Weird zones, weird pulls, and these teams, they're just not ready for it a lot of the time. And you see a lot of the teams that you would expect to be able to read circles and the teams you would expect to be there at the end sometimes suffering because they play like this is the game that it was a couple of months ago with that kind of zone logic, and it's just not necessarily happening in that way. And, you know, as they all tried to get out of Countdown, they get murdered by teams like Dreamfire, Kakoi, who then just go down in succession. And it really was up to those teams in Skyhook to sort of finish it out. Athame coming out with a second place there, like incredibly well done by them, I think. So.
Yeah, I mean, Athame might actually be in a good spot to jump up the standings quite substantially. Yeah. They were sitting in 5th off the back of that first game. So they actually had a pretty solid game number 1. And to put together a second good game is nothing to get too disappointed about. X-Spark, Sudaraiku, Dreamfire all didn't last too late into the game, so won't be picking up too many points out of this one. So for the teams that, you know, did really well in game 1, things haven't gone quite so well for game 2. I mean, Inside the Ring did make a top 3 as well. So they're also still going to remaining as part of the discussion. I don't know, like I'm still sort of seeing the same teams kind of cropping up and maybe not quite performing either. Like EXO and Stinky B both didn't quite make a super deep run there either. EXO, to be fair, got a few kills through as well, but I don't know. I mean, it seems like a very similar start to our last series where, you know, we might have looked towards Reignite and said, yeah, they should be the team that should probably walk away with some pretty solid wins, and they took a little while to get the ball rolling. Well, that's kind of EXO right now. You know, we call EXO probably one of the better teams in this region, and been a slow start today for them.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to be calling that too early, right? I mean, as you said, you know, Reignite had a beautiful end to it, even after a slow start. Why don't we have a look at the scores and see how it shaped up? After game 2 here, we're going to see Monkeys actually on top. That's a... Wow. Okay. Interestingly, yeah, so they're finishing up on 24 points. Team X-Spark, we were wondering, they were looking okay during the middle there, but haven't finished up too much. They'll be on 22, you know, tied up the top there with Ath after 2 solid games on 24. That just means this whole lobby is really open. So after 2 games, we've got, you know, sort of a breakaway pack here, but definitely no one sort of running out in front.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just to touch on the fact that, you know, 24 points for both Monkeys and Athame. The kill differential is the tiebreaker in that respect. So that's something that, you know, again, it doesn't really matter after game 2, but maybe something that could make a big difference later on in the evening when we get into game 6, or, you know, from game 5 to game 6. That's definitely going to be a discussion point. Yeah, I mean, the big thing obviously is that EXO and you know, whatnot have not actually managed to make it into the top 10 so far. Stinky B, obviously, the other team I think to sort of mention there.
Yep.
So for me, those are the 2 teams that, like, they kind of need to do something Reignite-esque, right? They need to come back here in game 3 and have a really solid performance. We're not going to have to wait too long to get into game 3 either. It's time for us to take another short break, but we will be back with our 3rd game of this lobby in just a sec. It is ALGS APAC South. We are back once again, of course, with another game of lobby number 2. Genome, things have been, getting a little bit interesting. We had some teams that did well in the first game, didn't do so well in the second game, so I expect we're probably going to have a little bit of a pack starting to form towards the top end of the scoreboard.
That's awesome. It just makes that race to the finish so much better. Means the last 4 games is just going to be even closer. So why don't we just have a look at the placement timeline and see how that last game shook out. See a theme there. The duos are doing so well today. Really showing their class in being able to sort of make up for that. X-Spark, the team that we were looking for after game 1, taking it out, unfortunately going out in 11th place. EXO, starting to move up a little bit, but still not really struggling the scorer as much. But why don't we see just by how much?
Yeah, well, Monkeys and Athame, they do have that top of the pack kind of a position held down right now, but not by a very large margin. X-Spark, Dreamfire, very, very close by. Kakoi, even worth a mention in that discussion. And to be honest, even Sutaraiku and Inside the Ring are within 10 points or so, which is not too shabby of a spot to be. All it takes is one good game. And here is another opportunity for them. We head into game 3 of the A and C lobbies. See how things do pan out here. And, whether or not some of those teams that didn't have a great game in game 2 can bounce back. And, especially the likes of EXO and Stinky B, the teams that have actually sort of struggled so far, can kind of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, there's always a chance to pick it back up, especially this early on in the series. Match 3, still plenty to play for. Ooh, could be a... potentially yet another ring we haven't seen today. I'm sure we'll get to that at some point. Still no contests here. Seems a little bit more conciliatory than they were in the first half of today.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously lent us towards a couple of slower starts here. And now we do get to see where the zone shifts. It's over the top of Lava Station and Harvester. It's kind of a 50-50 as to which side of it it's going to end up on, or if it's just going to, bounce out maybe to the southwest there, over the highway or over the bridge, I guess, again.
Yeah, again,
definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where there's a lot of unplayable terrain in the middle, which means you really kind of need to see that third circle to be certain about where it's going to go. That said, a team like Kakoi, who start off in Lava Siphon, if they take that main building, they're probably going to be pretty happy either way, and I imagine that will suit them for at least the first 10, maybe even 15 minutes of the game. Teams like Ath coming all the way up from Trials, they probably just want to take their time looting Skyhook, because it's going to be tough to get position in there either way.
Yeah, well, we did see a little bit of fighting going on in Skyhook a little bit at the start of the second game. Rumors Commander look like they're going to grab themselves the beacon here, get themselves a bit of information, which is always good. EXO have already got that info, and they're kind of on the move early, which is something that, I had sort of always associated with EXO in previous seasons of APAC South that we had watched, that they were the other team kind of alongside Reignite that always seemed to make those fast, informed rotates and get into the zone before anyone else. But I do feel as though that has sort of taken a bit of a backseat this time around. It's been less dominant in that respect, I thought, from EXO. So it's kind of nice to see them going back to that. If they can, just find some of that form again. It sort of hasn't come together today, but that it's there. That's the thing. Like, that it's there. That EXO could really just pop off here. And it's kind of what Reignite did earlier on today. We were talking about it after game 2. We were saying, well, it doesn't look like it's going to be a very good day here for Rig, but then they popped off and won. So that's kind of what I'm talking about for EXO. I think that's very much a possibility for them as well. Yeah, go for a bit of a rotation.
6 games to play with, right? You've got options to... you've got time to make sure you can show everyone what you're made of. And they've stuck with the Caustic for the second week in a row. They weren't playing it starting off with. And as we mentioned at the start of this series, there's significantly less Caustics in this lobby than we've seen before, which should favor EXO, if anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, less players that can walk through that gas unaffected. something to sort of consider. We've gone for, again, an early rotation. Nice headshot actually comes through from Exo, by the way. I'm watching him actually fire some shots into another one of the teams that's in Harvester. Primus Commander was watching along. It was BRP that was actually sort of on the receiving end of all of those shots, and have to do some healing back on up. In the meanwhile, Primus Commander doing some shopping.
Yeah, we saw some interesting Loba strats from some other regions recently where they were playing a Loba crypto composition. And so with teams, speaking of crypto, there's the EMP coming in to break the black market, unfortunately. And on the meanwhile, they've got teams pushing in below them. That's Stinky B. And Owo will take a good chunk of damage and have to push back, but PK don't really want to give up the high ground, so they're going to stay there for the moment while we are good gamers are right on top of them. But yeah, so they're running a strat where they crypto ult, the teams would drop their armors on the ground, and then they'd use the black market to just like yoink the armors literally off the ground, and they'd be left with nothing.
Right. That's big brain.
It was
I
awesome
actually
to
love
see.
that as an idea, as a concept. You just get swindled so hard.
Yeah, and
it doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, go look up the comms of it. It's great. They've got some POV streams where people are like, "Yo, where'd my armor go?" And like they'd never seen it before, right? So they had no idea what was going on. It actually took them a little while to work out what had happened. Comical Apex at its finest.
Imagine. Well, anyway, back to the task at hand, and that's what Sneaky B is kind of focusing on. They've actually put themselves into a pretty good spot here. Just on the bottom of the harvester, down towards the southern side. Got that area of the map down, and they're in a position where, you know, chances are that this next one is going to head over the top of them, and they'll be, you know, not away scot-free necessarily, but definitely in a winnable position.
Thank you. Ultimate accelerant here. You're welcome. Valkyrie's got you in the pipe.
Not too much going on right now. We're good gamers, just, you know, just chilling. That's what most teams are doing right now, to be honest. This next circle didn't cut out all that many teams, so I don't think we're actually going to get that much action for the next couple of minutes unless teams decide that they really want... Well, I say that, but Team X-Spark actually on the outskirts is fighting Straiku right now, so actually a fairly, you know, high-stakes interaction here. They're trying to get out. I think they've used the portal there. So Fat Monster just barely got away with his life. Belkun on the ground, and Salvatore is completely gone already. So Straiku definitely coming out of that one the better. And they're a little bit too worried about the teams that are around them. They don't want to chase off and necessarily confirm those kills, especially when you got Kokoi inside the ring sniffing around. But it looks like some other teams are just going to do it for them. Bullet eventually picks up that one on Belkun.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice result for Straiku. Early days in here in game number 3, but they'll need a little bit more out of it to amp themselves back up toward the top end of the standings. It was a good start, but quite the conversion in the second game that Straiku was looking for. I mean, you could make the argument that they had a bit of bad luck in terms of a team dropping on top of them, but it is what it is.
I'm watching up at Landslide. We had Dreamfire. They were trying to hide and wait for Aftermath Gaming to run straight past them. But they had the drone scout from Crypto. Undid them a little bit.
Dreamfire are actually winning that fight, though. They've already gotten the knock onto side G. And the finish as well, I should say. Desire gets dropped as well. And, well, in the end, it's down to just the one here for Aftermath. And in the end, of course, Dreamfire will walk away with a comfortable win. All 3 players up. Zone gives them a fair bit of time to loot up and sort of recuperate as well, which is great to see. It's a good win.
Yeah, they had high ground advantage. They were sitting on the landslide platform. That's where 2 of them were hiding, just waiting for the ambush and potentially get a couple of angles. So yeah, despite the crypto drones spotting them out, where they were trying to be a little bit sneaky, they still come out on top. Okay, well. Someone, I'm sure, okay, is going to be getting some zone info for us soon with all of these crypto teams. The last zone was a very, it's a very placid one. as we said, didn't cut off many teams. It was really the only teams like Dreamfire that chose to be well on the outside to try and grab some KP that were running into anybody. Striker were a little surprised about that they were that far out and trying to deal with people, especially when they start off at Thermal Station.
Some nice tags coming through there for player K, but no finishes. If you're interested, Reckless Lads have the information as to where the next zone is going to go. And in fact, you can actually almost see it on the minimap here. If you're watching the stream. It's lent a little bit more toward Harvester than it has towards the Lava Siphon area. But it's still kind of a 50-50 in a way. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean this is going to go straight onto Harvester, as you can see now. You know, it's kind of like half and half, or probably more like 60-40, favoring Harvester.
Yeah, I feel like
there's still a little bit in there.
I feel like that probably is going to swing to Harvester, but, you know, famous last words, considering some of the doozies we've had today swing around on us. Striker would be very happy if it went south. They would have been the only ones to sort of really be in the prime position if that happens. But we are looking at the lower side of Harvester, where DNZ is currently squatting underneath Parangai. And BRP, with that crypto, have worked out that they're safe within there for the moment as well. Ath playing in an ugly position. I do not like sitting in this, this little cutout before the mouth of the river. It's you can just get bombarded in there so easily.
Yeah, generally speaking, in any kind of game like this, any shooter, low ground is generally not the place that you want to be for the most part. You can find some sort of cheeky angles and avenues every now and then, but it doesn't really give you a lot of options, you know?
No, and
especially when you have to climb out as well.
Exactly. I was just about to say, it doesn't matter which way you're getting shot from. You have to climb. You have to put away your weapons and like slow down just to try and get out. The bubble's not really going to cover you from that angle. They've got no Valk to get out. Maybe, the Octane jump pad will allow them to push out of there, but it's a bit tough either way. Now, obviously, there's been a couple teams sitting around Lava Siphon. Considering that's been well within the zone for this game 3. Having a look at Kukoi, they're being closely watched by MDY, who are on the other side of that door. But MDY, they've got Reckless Lads behind them. They probably can't afford to be too aggressive going forward, or they will get sent.
Kukoi doesn't have the info as to where the next circle shift is going to go either, so they're kind of just hoping that it's going to go south, but it's not. They'll now get that knowledge through. Speaking of, MDY, the beacon, courtesy of their crypto, have again recognized pretty early on in the piece that this is not the place to be. That circle shift again has gone sort of toward Harvester. It's still sort of sitting like in the middle. But obviously, because of the fact that Harvester was the 60 to the 40 of Lava Siphon, obviously that favors Harvester a little bit more so. So a lot of teams are now going to have to move, and it's that awkward sort of unplayable terrain discussion that we were having a little bit earlier. It's like that railway tunnel pretty much is like maybe 20-25% of the circle that you just can't really play.
Yeah, so Kukoi are going to be holding that onto that very tightly when MDY and Reckless Lads try and pull in off the back of it. That said, there's a lot of teams with Wraith, right? So if you're playing in that tunnel, not that Kukoi have that, you can potentially just stay in there for as long as you want and then portal out right at the end of the circle to try and circumvent that somehow. Or somewhat. Meanwhile, teams like Monkeys, as we can see, sitting all the way over sort of North Lava Siphon. They're worried about Rage, who are holding the little tunnel that we saw. We Are Trash earlier in the day. Make a bit of a death box bonanza.
Well, here's the zone that we are talking about. As you can see, the tunnel that Kukoi is in, a difficult spot to play in the next couple of minutes or so. But interesting to see whether or not they sort of stay there to lock that down or try to make a move out. I guess the question would be like, where do they move out to? Can they even really move out to a relative spot of safety? And the answer right now is probably no. So maybe they do just sit around there and stick around and see what happens. Monkeys up on the high ground. Nice place to be for now. That's only going to last for so long, as they themselves are going to have to make a rotation pretty damn soon.
So we've had a couple of pleasant circles here, but I think it's about time that we started removing some teams from this lobby. 16 left. And it's definitely going to start forcing some confrontations in the next couple of minutes. It looks like MDY might be one of those. So you can see Reckless Lads pushing underneath them right now. MDY are on top in the control room. Will be the next circle that, you know, that they get forced out. But I feel like also MDY are the kind of team that, who knows, they might just pop the EMP and be like, let's go for it.
Prepare yourself. We have an enemy.
Send it. Well, Send It has kind of been the name of the game for this lobby, I feel, so. Definitely something that they opt for. Reckless Lads hiding away for now. Not really a whole lot happening over the last couple of minutes, which is interesting to me because this zone is so difficult to play. You know, the next one, that the fact that we've still got 48 players alive, 16 teams, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
The next minute and a half is going to be absolute chaos, or, you know, maybe in a minute and a half when teams are actually forced by virtue of the zone to start moving in.
Yeah,
it's going to be a mess.
The teams are thinking about it already. You know, Crypto has once again let us know that this zone is going to be staying on top of, let's say, Stinky B and We Are Good Gamers on that southern wing of Harvester. So it's pulling hard on top of that. Having position either on top or inside, especially as a caustic team like Stinky B are with Deep. It's going to be very helpful for them. Meanwhile, we've got teams on the outside trying to sort out their differences. This fight between MDY and Reckless Lads has been brewing for some time now. Seeing some grenades come out as they're thinking about Monkeys are thinking about potentially pulling back and trying to third party that. It's either that or try and push through Kukoi, who are in the tunnel in front of them.
Man.
Oh, that's an Arcstar stick from Kasa.
They're going to be able to push off the back of it. MDY, I mean, they're not looking as clean right now as you might have hoped off the back of that stick, but they do get one knock, and now they need to make sure that they can keep their players up, and that's not quite happened. Beiju is down on the ground. Kasa and Aono have managed to get their shields back on, which is fantastic to see. That'll probably be enough to dispatch of the fight. Ooh, keep an eye on Monkeys here as they go for a rotation of their own. A Valk ult. Where are they going to go, though? Can they go right over the top? No, not quite. Just rotating around the side. MDY just picking up as much loot as they can. And this is where things start to sort of come to bed. You know, like now the teams have to start making their moves. We're going to see a bloodbath.
Yeah, look, inside the ring, they've just had that team Valk ulting right under them, so they want to try and make something happen there. Meanwhile, all of the teams around, there's a lot of portals going into the middle of Harvester here, where we're about to see teams just pile on top of each other. There's domes on domes on domes. Atha fighting against Dreamfire here. Both teams with heavy losses so far, and they're getting griefed by We Are Good Gamers, who are on top. Both of those teams now eliminated. We've got Parangai Esports up the top, who have been dealing with a very patient Rage Esports, who unfortunately didn't get anyone moving through their choke point, but they're going to take the kill points nonetheless and remove Parangai from the lobby. MDY still biding their time. They didn't really want to go out and fight against Kukoi because they only have the 2 members left alive after, you know, sustaining that loss after taking on Reckless Lads. Meanwhile, Straiku, playing without the Wraith, are going to still sit inside the tunnel and try and gatekeep both Kukoi and MDY.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for Straiku here is that they can't actually leave until they've dealt with these two teams, because as soon as they try to leave, they leave their cover, and then they're out in no man's land, and they probably start getting shot in the back. See how open it is, right, toward the mouth of the tunnel. Inevitably, they do just get around the corner okay, but they run into another team. So Arcstar's coming down. Valk missiles coming down as well. Take a pause, take a breather, get some bats back out. They're going to know they have to move fast because the fight in the tunnel has now just been completed. MDY goes down. Kukoi are the winners of the tunnel fight, but they're going to actually arrive behind Sutaraiku in the next 5, 10, 15 seconds. Sutaraiku needs to move on.
Yeah, surely there's no other place for them to go. And meanwhile, Straiku have 2 teams to worry about. Inside the ring or inside the house. And then you've got Monkeys also sitting on the opposite side of the building, but in the open. We Are Good Gamers in the God spot. Sorry, We Are God Gamers in the God spot. They've just been griefing all of these teams as they run around. Some good scout shots coming out by Jargo. That's what is currently giving Jarro so much trouble here. Does he have bubble up? Yeah, okay, sorry, it's already in place on top of this building, but they know that they can't go anywhere. This is a horrible spot for Straiku to be in. The other team's just sitting still while Straiku get grief from every conceivable angle.
I mean, you just have to do what Bullet has done and, like, send it into a spot and then hope for the best. Hope that no one is going to be able to get around and spot you. You know what I mean? And he's actually managed to do relatively well for himself. It's just that the rest of the team has gone down more or less, and he's on his own now. Inside the ring, inside the bubble right now. But there's a bunch of teams inside of this ring. Still 6 alive. Harvester endings. Just madness with so many teams alive.
6 squads. Bullet is still up. I mean, I was watching both POVs there. He got so lucky. The moment he stepped out of cover, the We Are God Gamers player that was looking at him looked away and just gave him the time to be able to get over there safely. As such, he might be able to pick up some placement points here, especially when he's trying to take out other rats like SQL from inside the ring, who is currently trying to hide from the other 4 teams who are all up and ready to go.
He has been spotted, by the way, so just to sort of keep that in mind. Drones flying all over the place as well are going to make life a bit easier for those teams to get the info that they need. It's difficult for Apex and for, or rather for SQL, I should say, and for Bullet to survive here, just because there's so much information going around.
It is, but there's so many other teams that don't want to push them because they're worried about taking too much damage from We Are God Gamers in the God spot again. Now that round 6 is going to close in, this is when they're going to lose the little bits of cover that they have. Bullet, the team on top there is very much trained on him and ready to just take him out immediately. So he's got to hope that someone else pushes them and deals with them. Primus Commander has been sitting in the middle.
Look at look at where he's gone. How has he made that run? I actually can't believe it. There's teams all over the place. He's literally run around the ring and managed to survive. Tried to Valcolt, didn't work out for him. Just needs to sort of send it here and try and do as much damage as possible. It is a bunch of teams fighting right now, but that means death boxes are all over the place. Eventually, Bullet will drop. We Are God Gamers. We talked about them maybe being in the God spot, but that hasn't actually ended up being the case. Jargo has gone down. Misanthropy needs to get rezzed. 4 teams alive.
No, it was the Valking teams that just got on top of them. WGG maybe trying to spread themselves a little bit too thin and looking for the KP rather than looking to defend their spot, potentially. Stinky B, of course, they've been just hiding behind their barrels underneath WGG this entire time, and they've picked up a decent swag of kills. They've got 4 as well, so looking to add that on top of their placement points means this is going to be a good game for Stinky B. 4 squads left is Primus Commander. They end up on top. Yank an alternator from somewhere, and they're hoping to use that care package weapon to finish off this game. Hopefully for them, someone else can maybe push in and use Deep's 4-stick ultimate up first, get rid of those bubbles, because that's what is going to happen here with the 2 squads left. PK versus Stinky B.
Indeed, both have 3 players left alive and both in a pretty good spot, but right now you have to say Primus Commander with the high ground, they can take the choice of when to take the fight. That Arcstar was massive though, and Primus Commander, well, they might have left a little bit too late. Let's see, they dropped down. Arcstar was good for Stinky B, but it seems like it wasn't quite enough. Primus Commander finish it off with a win, and you thought for a moment Stinky B off the back of that massive nade might be able to get a bit of work done, but not the case this time.
Primus Commander making the lower composition work. This is no meme composition, Elfish. These guys are playing it week after week. They're fine-tuning it. It's something that, maybe was theory crafted about for a little while, but teams, there wasn't anyone who was, brave enough to really try and work it out through the repetition that we're seeing week after week here from Primus Commander. And look, they've impressed me, honestly. The first couple of weeks, I wasn't expecting that much from them, and yet they just kept showing up. At the end of the games, top 4, top 5, we'd see them there. just looting everybody, just having fun with their little black market while they were waiting for the rest of the teams to sort it all out between them. And I'm not sure how many games they've won before. It might even be the first so far this split. But either way, I think it's definitely a little bit of a vindication for a team who's trying something new and exciting.
Yeah, I like the fact that they come in with a different idea to most teams. Bringing that low bar, it sort of adds a bit of spice to whichever lobby they're playing in. Nice little return to form for them, getting that win. But I think you can probably say the same for Stinky B, who, again, second place. It's not the best you can do, but it is definitely very good after what has been a tough start for Stinky B. 18th, 16th, and then into second. At least they've got a position now where they can play from, and that's kind of what I was saying as well about Reignite. I remember going back to sort of game 3, Reignite, second place. It's exactly the same storyline. Rough start, but as long as you perform at least in one of those first 3 games, you sort of leave the door open for yourself to close the day strong and still take a pretty high placing.
Absolutely. It's been strong finish to game 3 there for them. A couple of other teams like We Are Good Gamers, they were sitting on 3 points and, honestly had the chance to not only win this game, but also, roll out with who knows, 15 kills really if their aim was on today, but they don't quite clutch that out. So it's a little bit sad to see from a team like that. I guess what else is there to talk about? Straiku, oh man, Bullet that was like the James Bond game from him, man. I literally felt like I was watching a movie there where the second he decides he needs to get out of cover and find a new position, the other guy just swings his his face over there.
Some main character energy there for sure, right? Where it's like he's just got plot armor and couldn't die.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see if he's done enough to get them back up into a solid spot here on the scoreboard, or if there's still more work to do for Sutaraiku and the lads. Sitting in 7th, not the worst. Previous Commander, though, does a big jump up into first place, overtaking Monkeys by a substantial margin. And, again, it's kind of nice that we get a different winner because it still kind of keeps the top of the pack really, really close.
It does. Yeah, look at that. It's going down to 22 points there. There's plenty of teams here still in the running. Kakoi still working their way up slowly. Dreamfire and App as well. But yeah, look, not necessarily the names you expect to be up the top today in Group A versus C.
Indeed. Well, Stinky B, they had that second place and they got themselves onto the top 10, but they do need to do a whole lot more work as we do go into the latter half of this lobby now. That's 3 games done and dusted. And we are starting to look towards the end stages of the week, which means pressure is on all of the teams still playing. 3 games to go. The next one will be coming up in just a sec. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now halfway through our second lobby of the day, which means, well, 3/4 of the way through the evening, Genome, but still a lot of opportunities for the teams remaining playing here to sort of give it a crack, see if they can make their way up into the top echelons of this week and the competition as a whole. We'll take a quick look back at the results of Game 3 there and see just how closely it finished off. In the end, it was Famous Commander that picked up the win. Stinky B quite close by in second. Inside the Ring, also rounding out the top 3, which is not a bad place to be for Inside the Ring, given the fact that, well, you know, I mean, they're sitting towards the top end of the standings overall. I'd like to see them have a pretty good performance today to sort of kind of keep putting pressure on the top, the top, 4 or 5, I guess, that they're trying to take a position from.
Yeah, look, they're Inside the Ring. They are in the conversation to be in that top 5 in our 40 best Apex Legends teams here in the APAC South region. They're sitting in 8th spot so far tonight, but 12 points isn't all that much. That's, it's a first place, plus a couple of kills to put them ahead of a lot of the teams who have also been showing up tonight. Primus Commander, Monkeys, Ath, all have been solid.
All right, well, we've got a couple of stats to talk about here, Genome, just before we do jump into our 4th game of the day. This one, a Gibraltar comparison between Sun Series and Roy, and they're both putting in pretty equal amounts of impact there. You can see same amount of kills, basically same amount of damage, roughly same amount of average points as well.
Yeah, look, 3.8 average points a game, not too bad. That'll definitely get you up into the top couple if they can maintain that. Monkeys, they've had a good start to the day. And like Inside the Ring, probably one of the teams that been doing okay, but we're going to keep doing better to show up towards the end of this split.
All right, let's jump into game number 4 of the day. I'm sure this is what everyone is waiting for. They don't need to see us on the screen any longer because it is time to jump into, what starts to be the downhill trend for all of these teams, right? They need to really focus on this one because if you can start from the halfway point in a pretty reasonable spot, which, a few of them are, and then really start to snowball your way down through games 4, 5, and 6, you still have a lot of time to sort of work with in terms of getting a good placing. So, yeah, a few teams that I think are worth a shout in that discussion, being Monkeys, Athame, Xbox, Dreamfire, Kokoi, Sudoraiku, Inside the Ring. Those are probably the ones for me that are kind of still in the mix, and it's kind of interesting to not mention EXO in that discussion.
It is, isn't it? It's been a rough day for them. That said, they've got stuff done towards the start of this split, so they don't necessarily have to have a breakout performance today. I'd still be, even if they came last today, honestly, I'd still have them on my list of teams that are going to make LAN. They're just that good overall. That said, they definitely could make their way back into it if they keep going.
Might be something good this way.
Dreamfire, very much in the conversation. Spawning over towards We Are Good Gamers, who have taken Lava Fissure with the absence of Team Burger in this squad or this group matchup. We've got a pull away from these guys. So Dreamfire are going to have to get their running shoes on as they make their way down south.
It looks like a little bit of an engagement earlier on in the piece this time around. MDY and Reckless Lads once again running into one another. Kasa is the one that is just trying to book it away to safety, and it looks like he will be able to go into the void and sort of escape the clutches of Reckless Lads, who did have him isolated somewhat. And both teams just separating a little bit to reset. They'll both kind of need to be aware of Azure Esports, who are sort of coming down from Geyser as well. So this Lava City position could start to become a bit of a hotspot, for lack of a better word.
I mean, looking where the zone is, it's not going to hold out for that long, though, Elfish. This is very much going to be a launch site zone, maybe potentially being like a little bit of no man's land between there and Dome. But it definitely feels like it's pulling south at the moment. So as we watch Azure move through Big Mord, as you said, that could be a little bit of a catalyst for some action to happen over in Lava City, where there's currently... Actually, it's already happening because the crypto drone's gone off. Iono's managed to do a little bit of damage with that, and then managed to grab Galkabar, who's going down already. So yeah, there you can see the very subtly zone coming out. It was a super quick cleanup there by MDY, but Azure are hot on the trail. They've heard this happen. The scan goes out. They've got the jump pad. They're actually going to use it to get out. Okay.
Going away.
All right.
All right. Well, I mean, that was a whole lot of nothing in the end, I guess. MDY, I suppose they were comfortable enough, and Azure wasn't too eager to go and try and take the fight to them. But they do actually need to continue the rotation in that direction because the zone has shifted southward. Team X-Spark, you saw on the minimap just a little bit there, were the team that had really gotten a very solid position out of it. Launch site definitely in, and they don't necessarily have to worry about too many teams rotating behind them because they're inherently coming from the most southern point in the map. Chances are they're going to be one of the last teams to work their way in from that part of the map. So, pretty good spot, I'd say, once they start to work their way in. Teams from the northern side, Fame in particular, really unhappy with that circle shift. They've got a long distance to travel.
Aftermath Gaming just sneak into one of the tree compounds with Primus Commander. Where's the previous game chasing them down? They are going to continue wrapping around on them. Takai and Sun shoving the rockets through the door there just to try and open up that. His Jet's also going to allow him to try and get on top of them here. They might bust one of the door open. Now they're ready. The Arcstars goes in there. Doesn't manage to grab the stick, but they are going to wrap on these guys extremely quickly. Both bubbles out, creating a bit of a Venn diagram of playable space here as Primus Commander try and win this out while squads clamor to try and get in on the action. We've got WGG as well as Staraiku heading straight for this building. EXO as well.
Yeah. It's
on the backside.
There's like 5 teams converging on the tree, so whoever walks away with a win here is probably not going to walk away happy because they're just as quickly going to get third-partied as they get those initial kills. Strafing Flame from Primus Commander won't last too much longer. Inevitably will be taken down by Sutaraiku, but Sutaraiku themselves need to be very, very careful with what they're doing here. They're a team that I find is sometimes liable to get stuck in an earlier engagement and then overstay their welcome and get third-party themselves. And that's almost what happens with EXO kind of rocking up as well. But it seems to be a bit of a gentleman's agreement between those two teams as they sort of both shuffle away to their respective initial positions. And everyone walks away happy, right? Except for Primus Commander, of course.
Yeah, WGG were way quicker at getting out of that, finding themselves some space in a compound where it'll at least survive the next 2 rings. EXO, similarly, looking for a spot like that, and they're going to go behind, the pipeline there, which, again, Straiku going to have to deal with. They get a bit of loot, at least, I suppose. They can take their time finding their way through that building and then potentially Valk-ult somewhere else. Because, honestly, launch site has a lot of good places to Valk-ult onto. If you're running in via Skyward Dive, honestly, that's there's a couple of landing strips out there. I think you can find one of the better POIs for that. Now we're over in Geyser, and there's a couple of teams here. One of them we're looking at is Rage. And to their north is actually Azure, who is just staring down Parangai Esports, who are also in the tunnel. They came to blows for a second, but all 3 teams leaving healthy.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Azure made their way all the way back up to Geyser after coming down to Big Mord, even Lava City almost at one point. They're sort of just going all over the map. Maybe they weren't happy with the loot that they had gotten, but now they've got themselves stuck a little bit behind Rage, and I don't think they're aware of that. I'm watching Rage. They're just being very sneaky on the hill, just crouching down, waiting to see if there's going to be a rotation past them, and sooner or later, Azure, who's down to the right of them, is going to run past them or run into their crosshairs, and I don't see that going too well for Azure.
EXO, it's not going too well for them either. They're all the way back at launch site, and Team X-Spark actually just rolled a couple of nice grenades in to take Dexter down. He's now been eliminated. I'm very surprised. I guess they just want to hold on to the position. They're happy with such a southerly spot to hold, and they're not going to try and push the issue any further and potentially take out Killer Pause or Chambers, maybe fearing that they could lose a member themselves and then have to be at the mercy of other people if they're trying to respawn. Okay, here we go. The action Geyser that had been threatening to happen is going to push in, and Azure go down in a matter of seconds there. We saw the Gibraltar ult absolutely ending them.
Holy cow. I was like, yes, we're going to get into this fight just in time for it to really start heating up, and then Azure just disappeared. Rage, I mean, they'll be happy with that. It's a good clean wipe from them, but they do need to be aware that they have essentially rung the dinner bell. MDY is now in the position that Rage was, and Rage is now in the position that Azure was in. So they may actually get a bit of a taste of their own medicine here, walking out of Geyser. Depends on what MDY opted to do. Feiju is the one that's kind of closest, kind of keeping an eye on things, but he actually hasn't spotted them out just yet. And Rage, oh, dearie me. They are walking right into the trap. They've got absolutely no idea. They've dropped the backpack as well, just the worst possible time. EMP comes out, and Rage, I think they're getting a taste of their own medicine right here, right now. MDY wanting to push the issue. Both the bubbles come down, grenades on top, but oh, that was clean from Jilun. It's at least a 1-for-1 trade, and Rage, they're still in this fight.
So MDY coming from the high ground here. Parangai, who were thinking about this, looks like they're going to portal in to have a look. MDY finish it up in the blink of an eye, actually. So with this gold backpack, interestingly, I think that was that on the Wraith for once? A little bit different. Maybe that was they just picked that one off the ground. So the portal not quick enough from Parangai Esports. They'll have to back off, and it's MDY with a clean fight win.
Yeah, I think what happened there was Rage had dropped the backpack. I think they were trying to like cycle the backpack onto someone else just as that fight started. And so it either was on the ground or Casa was able to pick it up off of one of the death boxes and obviously get that res pretty quickly in the end. So that would have been why it was over onto the Wraith. But overall, yeah, MDY get away scot-free with that one. They kind of learn from the mistakes of Rage and they don't stick around too long. Just loot up what they need to and start to make their move. Around the rest of the map, though, I mean, the circle shift has continued to go hard south, hasn't it? It's really over the top of launch site and the dome right now. And all of that unplayable terrain sort of in between where all the lava is and, you know, not a fun place to be. So this is a difficult final zone to sort of start playing in.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, you know, EXO vacated their position as we saw and lost a member doing it, trying to get, you know, all the way to the south. There was a zone that we read a little bit, and of course that means that the entry point into launch site from Tree, that was open to Straiku, who are at the moment just thinking about trying to take down WGG above them. Wiz over in Lava Siphon. They're pretty stable in the middle, but they will have a couple of teams coming at them soon. Kukoi, they're trying their luck in the Valk lottery, as we can see. Luckily, just enough cover here north of Dome.
Well, not for long, though. MDY.
Is MDY going to rock up and spoil the day for them? Yes. There we go. One down already. Bastion gone. Doom MVP might just have to pop the Bloodhound ult here just to give him the speed to get away. He looks like he's considering fighting it.
CQB is pushing their way out of the Dome as well. They want to get into the mix. They want a piece of the pie. It's like they've actually copped a couple of shots on their way out from MDY, and they've just been sent backing back into the Dome. MDY will shift their way back northward. They'll take one kill out of that, and they'll be happy with what they've got. Just scouting their way as they go with the drone to ensure that there's no one sitting inside of the tunnel. They'll end up running into a Thame, who for some reason have gone all the way from Skyhook down to Lava City, and this is the rotation path that they've chosen in. It's not the place that they'd like to be in, unfortunately, because now they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. MDY on the southern rotate out, and I think Parangai Esport have heard all of these shots. They've recognized that there is a team inside of the ring right now, or I guess outside of the ring right now, by the name of Thame. So if a Thame end up going out in this direction, they run into Parangai Esport.
Yeah, actually, I think Parangai were running away from Wiz, who were giving them a bit of hell from Lava Siphon, so they're not looking behind them, and a Thame probably will be able to get through this without too much trouble. It potentially opens up a fight between Parangai and MDY as they move through the tunnels, as we can see. MDY will be ahead of them. The duo of Kukoi just trying to hold MDY at bay for the moment. Looks like they have heard some noise from the tunnels. You can start seeing, I'm seeing the MDY players start looking towards this as Look, I mean, sure, they've stopped making noise now, but it might have been a little bit too late, because I'm fairly sure that MDY did get that kind of information.
Yeah, I mean, MDY, for their own right, aren't really keeping an eye on the tunnel. So, you never know. And guys, just chilling for the moment. Athame's kind of headed in their direction as well, and I'm sure that this will actually be a rotation path that Athame opt to head towards. So they'll have to really work hard to actually get inside of this next ring. MDY really just chilling. Going to be an EMP that pops above Kokoi's heads. They just broke the drone, but not quickly enough. And it's time to push here for MDY, who just do not seem to have any chill in this game. Right on top of Doom is Casa. And so Easy Flash is the last one remaining. He's hiding up the top of the rock. I mean, I guess it's a nice spot to be, but he was tagged by one of those defensive bombardment clips, so at least someone knows that he's there. Still, the push out is going to come through from Parangai, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Athame, who have now picked the pace up outside of the tunnel, are also going to join the party.
Yep. Nades going back in towards them to try and make a little bit of space here for Parangai Esports as MDY finally do clean up the Kokoi kills that they started a couple of minutes ago. As you can see, teams on either side of them, though, Stinky B, who start in Dome, have managed to take complete control and keep control of that compound. They have been ranging out in, every so often just to try and look if they can pick someone off. Maybe, grab a stray kill on MDY if they overextend. Haven't been able to find that yet. And MDY looking for yet more kills, as Athame are also trying to hold out Wiz just above them.
Yeah, I mean, it is just the one remaining player of Wiz, which is Rainy, the Wraith, who's gone through the portal. Still, we'll jump back over to Parangai Esport, and MDY, once again, just having another stoush. Stinky B is going to come in here for the third party, so this will be the one that really separates MDY from whether or not they're a team that can walk away with the win here, or if they just get eliminated right here and right now. They've been fragging well up to this point, but now having lost Feiju into a 3-on-2 against a team like Stinky B, it doesn't feel like a good spot to be in. Feiju finished off, but Aono and Casa are still fighting well and maybe even banking on the fact that Athame can come through here and third party as well to help them out.
MDY were doing so well. They actually managed to remove the shields from all three members of Stinky B, but they can't close it out. They do give them time to get the bats off, and that means the 2v3 becomes all that much harder to win. And as you say, Ath is on the backside of this. They've finally finished off Wiz, and now they're looking to push up even further.
I think Sticky B's going to go down. MDY is absolutely crushing them at the moment. The nades thrown over the top by Aono. A little bit of an armor swap there as well, and a couple of knocks come through. Sticky B. Oh no, MDY, they're definitely in a good spot to finish them off, but at a certain point, you just got to stop fighting as MDY. Like, they'll get the fight win against Stinky B, but EXO is rocked up now as well, and it's just Aono who is left for MDY.
They've paid the price as well, because Chambers gets knocked as Athame rotate around them. They've got all three up and running for once. Okay, Athame actually leaves them alone and decides to take up Stinky B's post in the dome, and that means EXO, who managed to pick off the one kill, the one member of MDY, actually do get to reset at least into the double. Inside the ring, making a risky Valk ult at the moment. It looks like they're going to land on top of X-Spark, or at least they're going to try and land on the dome that X-Spark is currently underneath. And, Fat Monster can't even get his Into the Void off. So the Wraith queued just too much, and that's going to put down another member.
By the way, while this is still going on, Aono from MDY is still fragging out. He found another kill just now. So he just doesn't stop. I don't know. Is he going to be the thorn in the side for yet another team? We'll find out. Emil is trying to survive here for inside the ring. He's got Saber to back him up, but the fight doesn't seem to be going too fantastically on either front. Inevitably, they will take out X-Spark. It is Bell Senpai who drops last. And, our good friend Aono, I can see there in the kill feed, also dropping to Nutsuru-sama. So his reign of terror is also over.
Yeah, inside the ring, two members left, but they're rapidly getting chased down by Straiku, who are currently sitting on 7 kills. So they've just, had a good pace in this game, just been picking off team after team or player after player to start giving them a way back in on the leaderboard. EXO now I was about to say below them on the map, on top of them in terms of height right now. This is a little annoying. And then BRP and Ath also on the outside. Ath really inside the circle, and everyone's going to have to come to them. All right, let's see what Striker have got to say about this.
Careful.
Can we nade him out or something? I'll nade him out. I'll nade him out.
I think this guy's an angle on us. Should we cross to here?
Yeah, that's a really safe spot. Nade up the top! Nade it up the top! They got fucked!
I'm looking for nades. No nades.
Do you have anything else we can fucking use? I've got an optics off one of you.
I have an optics, I'm using it. And you give me another one, I'll have Gibby up.
Yeah, okay. I'm just grabbing nades.
He's looking for a Kraber shot.
Gibby, 91, red.
Yeah, wait, I'm coming to Jar. Yeah, Jar. Take that.
I'm nading up. Yeah, I'm just gonna nade up and then I'm gonna use it.
One fell off, I think.
No damage, no damage.
They have to give this up soon. Just don't get Kraber.
Kraber, yeah.
We cannot get Kraber. That's all
I got a gold helmet. I got another nade.
I have Gibby up now.
Okay.
Don't use it.
I think you use it. Oh, okay. Wait, I think you use it. Use it. They're gonna need to drop on us.
Force bub. Using it to force bub.
Do it.
All right, well, defensive bombardment coming down. It's doing an absolute number onto EXO. They do have the bubble available, but they don't opt to use it. Killerpaws only now tossing it down as he drops off, and I mean, that's going to be the end of Chambers. He's done so. EXO probably got out of that more than they even expected. It was the Kraber that they were worried about, and they still need to be a little bit worried about that one. Killerpaws putting some damage down onto Jaro off the back of it, but overall, Sutaraiku, get out of that one. I felt like scot-free. I do think EXO not putting the bubble down. I mean, that really hurts.
Yeah, it was a little bit too late. They were playing with fire there. I mean, they were very worried about the Kraber, but luckily the Kraber shots were actually going out towards BRP, who are one of our 4 squads left alive. Ath still in the best position as they have been for the last couple of minutes, but Staraiku going from strength to strength this game are going to be fighting out against BRP, Ath, and the 2-man team of Inside the Ring, who are currently just hiding down towards the south.
EMP's actually going to land on the top of a Thame, taking out some of their shields. That, I assume, was through from BRP. Gives them a little bit of room to breathe and time to heal back on up. Raikou look like they're in a good spot here with 3 sets of red armor, but I am a little bit concerned. They haven't actually cleared out Inside the Ring, who is just hiding behind them and might end up getting a free kill. Bullet, he's not going to be happy with that. Emil takes him down. And now it's just down to 2 for Sutaraiku. They've popped that bubble, getting that res back on up. But BRP and Athane now start to go head to head.
Fast res and a gold backpack means Sutaraiku are back in it. Despite, oh no, there's another knock. This time it's on Jaro, the Gibraltar, that reset hero, that reset legend that you really need. Struggling. Meanwhile, BRP and Ath on the top side haven't been dealing with so much crossfire. Now it's Raki to go down, so Ath pretty much the only one with 3 members left alive, I think, at this point.
Yeah, they're not really getting involved in this fight either. They're more than happy to see their opponents really just fighting against one another. Inside the ring, also still just sitting behind that rock, and eventually Emil pops his head up, finishes off Waltzy. Jaro, bunny hop goes down as well. Inside the ring, they've gotten away with absolute murder. Talk about rat gameplay. Well, that is it in a nutshell. They've got themselves into the top 2. They're not going to win. Athame was going to walk away with that every day of the week, but Inside the Ring, making a top 2 and picking up all of those kills right towards the end there as well. That is massive from them. But hey, Athame, I feel like deserved victors. They've had a pretty good day today so far. They had a 4th place in Game 1, a 2nd place in Game 2. They did have a little bit of a speed bump there in Game 3, but they bounced back off of that into Game 4, a win. Very, very solid stuff from Athame today, and, you know, nice to see them getting a dub because, look, I mean, that's going to jump them up the standings pretty substantially. They were already sitting in 3rd place. They probably overtake Primus Commander and Monkeys off the back of that.
Yeah, I don't think PK got much done that game. Monkeys also, not sure if they were really in the mix. I mean, there was a couple of big kill teams coming out there. I mean, Ath finished up with 7. Staraiku finished up with 8 as well, so there's going to be some big point totals from that game. It's a little bit annoying from Striker's point of view that they didn't place any higher because they were playing very well, and then I think they only got 4th in the end, which honestly would feel a bit jarring considering how good their position was, just getting griefed from behind by Inside the Ring there.
Yeah, I feel a little bit sorry for Sutaraiku today because, you know, Game 2, they got they got essentially Valcourted on by Stinky B, and then they were taken down by Stinky B, who subsequently died to a Thane pretty much straight away. This time, they look like they're in a pretty good spot. They've got 3 players alive. They've got full red armor across the board. You know, they're sort of rampaging through a bunch of teams, and then inside the ring pops up from behind a rock and just absolutely decimates them. And then their game's over, basically. So 2 games out of the 4 that we've had today. Sutoraiku running into some pretty unfortunate circumstances. Overall, they're still doing a pretty good job. They're still going to be up in, I'd say, the top 5 for the day at the moment. But what a messy game that was. I mean, another team that we really do need to touch on, and you can see on the replays here, MTY. They just dominated so many teams, but eventually, you know, if you keep fighting and keep fighting and keep fighting, you're going to bleed out your resources, HP, and someone eventually is going to get the better of you. And in this instance, it was EXO who sort of did the number, and then a Thame who kind of finished things off, and MTY. I mean, it was a fun game to watch from them, but they don't get a huge amount of placement points out of it, at least.
Yeah, MTY. you love to see it. We don't talk about home ground advantage that much, but you kind of need it, right? Like, we kind of need to, because Stinky B, they were there in Dome. They had the home ground advantage, and they decided to come out at a really inopportune time. They kept poking their heads in and out, being like, oh, is this the time to third party? And when they finally did, wasn't the right call. You know, once they went down, AF took their place up, and as we saw, a pretty easy win.
All right, let's look at the scores here, Gino, before we take a break. That's going to give us a good insight as to where we do head for the final couple of games of the day, and it is indeed a Thame to jump up into first place, massively overtaking Primus Commander. Sutoraiku up into third as well. Inside the ring, also in the mix. So a lot of teams that, you know, were able to have a really good game there, getting massive benefits from it.
Yeah, but it's still a very close race with the top, 2 to 5 there, very closely clustered together. Still some teams down in the top 10. Honestly, if they have 2 big games in a row, we could see them come back on top. But AF certainly have, finally, one team has separated themselves from the pack here in Series 2.
We've still got 2 games to play, though. So, you know, even if you've got yourself a little bit of a sizable lead, it's not really going to be enough to feel too comfortable. Maybe going into the final game of the day, you could start to say, you know what, with 10 points ahead, that's probably okay. But right now, still chances for teams to come back into the swing of things. It is the end of game 4, though, and we are now 4 out of 6 through the day for these 2 lobbies. And of course, still got a couple more games yet to play. So we're going to take a short break. Don't go too far. We will be back with game 5 of the evening, the penultimate game on the other side of this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is ALGS for APAC South, and we are now pretty deep into the day, pretty deep into our second lobby as well, incidentally. Funny how that works. Anyways, 2 games to go, Gino. Doesn't leave a huge amount of opportunities for those teams that have struggled so far today, but definitely a lot on the table for the teams that are at the top of the pack right now. You know, Athame, I'd say all the way down to 6th place. You want to give 6th place a shot, or maybe say cut it off at the 5th place? I'm not sure, but at this point, you know, that's probably what we're talking about for the last couple of games. Stinky P and EXO, man, still down in the bottom 10. Hasn't been their day at all.
No, it hasn't, but, you know, with the way that points are distributed in this split, they've had one big showing already, and, look, you know, they can probably get away with it, honestly. It's the other teams, like your Inside the Ring, Storaiku, or Ath, who are, you know, a little bit lower in the standings so far, that need that big showing, that need, you know, give me the double digits, man. Give me the 12 split points. They'll walk away with it and potentially walk a little, and be a little higher.
Well, Ath did just walk away with a nice win. One of the key proponents of their team forever, really, has been Mitsuru Sama. So let's do a little bit of a highlight on him before we jump into game 5. Someone that, you know, he's very, very well known for the caustic, and it's great for him that caustic has sort of, well, I mean, in a way, you make the argument that it's great for him that caustic has come into meta, but it's maybe also not great for him, because that means there's more caustics running around as well. So maybe it diminishes his impact, but you know, caustic and sniping prowess is kind of the name of the game for Mitsuru Sama, and yeah, big reason why Athame has so much success.
Oh, he's always been such a linchpin of their team. 5k damage after 4 games, not a bad effort.
Yeah, not a bad effort at all. Time for game number 5, though, Genome, and we are starting to get deeper and deeper into this tournament, deeper and deeper into this lobby. Only 2 games left for everyone in this one. A versus C is what we're looking at. And right now, you know, there's enough opportunities for the teams towards the top end. Probably not enough for the bottom end, but you're looking at teams like, you know, Athame, Primus Commander, Monkeys, Dreamfire, Sutaraiku as well. Definitely Inside the Ring as well. Teams that, you know, are sitting towards the top to pretty much have a good game here, solidify your spot, or perhaps drop out of the race.
Definitely getting down to the pointy end of proceedings here. One of the little differences, I guess, between Series 2 here and Series 1 today is just how some of these drop spots play out. Because Thermal Station isn't being contested, you do see Jarrow pulling down for the southern compound in Thermal Station rather than the team at Tree having access to that loot. Just funny how those little things, you know, will change from lobby to lobby. Wiz also, because, you know, last time we had DML landing up at Survey Camp, this time there's no one there. So Wiz get that split drop between Epicenter and Survey Camp. Oh my, okay. What? Whoa. Alright, that's, you look away for 1 second.
Yeah, some of the fights that we saw earlier over Thermal Station today. Just over before the lobby even really kicks off. Like, not even everyone's probably landed at that point in time, and already a team's out of the discussion. So MTY will be happy to pick up those 3 kills. Faithless lads will be taking no further part in the 5th game of today. Interesting circle rotation as well, Gino. I'm sure we're going to get a look at that in a second, but I want to touch on it here because it's gone straight over the top of Landslide, which is not a finish that we've seen at all today. It's also a spot that Primus Commander is in already, and for a team that, you know, is still kind of jostling for position at the top of the standings, this will be a welcome sight.
Yeah, I mean, where were they sitting after that game? Maybe like, was it 2nd? Yeah, they were still sitting 2nd, I think, after round 4. So they, you know, 36 points. They were 9 behind Athame. That's a big difference. You know, if they get a sweet game here, I guess the big difference is Landslide. It's actually kind of hard to just sit in, right? Like this isn't Skyhook where you can just find a building and just like bunker down forever. It's not Countdown where you sit in the control room and like it's very hard for people to push you. Landslide is so open, and they don't, besides that, they don't really have the kind of composition that you know, suits sitting in one spot all the time. Well, I say that. I guess Loba does something for that, right? Like, you can sit there and just hope people die around you and then, you know, sort of progressively loot up in that way. Either way, Strafing Flame managed to pick up a purple armor from the vault this time, it seems, but has run into BRP and really needs to get back to a safe position and before these other teams Valcolt in on top of them and get high ground positioning, because that's already happening. Monkeys already making their way into Landslide.
I'm really surprised that BRP is pushing this one as extensively as they are. The EMP looked good. It landed on all 3 Primus Commander members. Strafing Flame luckily able to get a bat off before the fight does start. That's the player with the purple armor, but it's more or less gone already. BRP will lose the first player. Unfortunate. Let's see how they think that's going to go for them.
Nice.
We just know him.
Well, that's a bit of a shame there for BRP. They get the quick win there over Primus Commander. And then, you know, all of a sudden it's inside the ring straight away on top of the Monkeys. Unfortunately, their Valcolt wasn't quite long enough that they could get, like, the big high ground platform on Landslide, which is still open at this moment. Because if they were up there, honestly, they probably would have had angles on that fight as well. In the end, it's just going to be a whole lot of death boxes here, as you can see. Struggling to even get in the caravan. There's so much treasure to be found.
Jibby's too big to walk inside the caravan.
Oh, come on, man.
Like, he's too tall.
Don't do our boy like that.
No, I meant too tall.
Oh, sure.
Anyway, he did manage to fit through the window, so that's all good. Inside the ring. What a big win for them, though. Like, that's a huge pickup of loot. I mean, in a way, I want to say it's a solid position to play from, but as we've seen, the 2 teams that have hidden inside of this caravan so far have kind of gotten blasted. So I'm not sure if it's like a long-term play for them to stay here or not. It's definitely going to be a hot position to be in. It's a position that you're going to get a lot of frags from, but I'm not sure that you're necessarily going to win the game from there.
Yeah, agreed. But as we sort of talked about at the start, like, where is a position that you win the game from in Landslide? Like, it just doesn't really... it's not suited to those kind of... you know, bunkering down and making it work. It doesn't matter where you are, you're probably going to be taking damage. You're probably going to have to deal with teams, you know, having multiple angles on you, having windows open to EMP you in this lobby, to grenade you. It's kind of tough. I feel like, honestly, the play might be in this circle is to just always play edge and just continue to play edge in whatever kind of cover there is until you're 100% forced to move in any further. Because being central in Landslide, yeah, look, there's a lot of danger in that.
A relaxed approach here from Kukoi. Locking down the tunnel. Not going to be seeing too much coming in their direction, but X-Spark, you know, they're kind of taking a look. They're taking a look at that tunnel, so we'll perhaps jump back into that when there is an engagement going down over on that side of the map, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Sutaraiku, on the other hand, have come out of Thermal Station and worked their way up slowly but surely, hanging around by staging now. I mean, the loot's not looking fantastic just yet. Jaro going to be gifted the purple armor by Bullet. Gonna have to do a bit of work to sort of get those evos going before Sutaraiku starts to feel a bit more confident.
Yeah, shuffling them around now. I was just about to say, having the purple on Jaro, not sure that's necessarily the play. Usually you want you know, the weaker armor on your teammates at the back. That's usually your Gibraltar. Not only do they have the long range weaponry, you can see he's got the 3XL star to buff that up, but also you want you know, your front man Emil inside the ring in this case, as you can see, having the purple armor makes sense. They're in front. They need the protection most of all.
Yep. We'll keep an eye on inside the ring for the moment because they are in one of those more solid positions. Stinky B is also not a bad shout in this game. They've got control of staging. They'll have to be aware, of course, of the fact that Sutaraiku is hanging around. I'm not sure if they have the info on Sutaraiku just yet. They've sort of been taken a couple of peeks out of the, the room that they control, but they haven't really taken any shots at Sudaraiku, nor has the vice versa been in effect. Both teams are just happy to, chill for the moment, wait until that zone shift is going to come through, which is fair enough. It's another relatively calm start to a game. We have seen a few teams dropping already, but now that things have been thinned out a little bit, it seems most teams are pretty happy with the positions that they've got, and they're kind of just waiting for the next ring pull to start to force their movements and give them a little bit more information.
Yeah, look, potentially a couple of quiet minutes, right? As kind of predicted, not that many teams are YOLOing themselves deep into landslide just yet. I mean, absolutely, that's where we're going to see the action happen later on. But at the moment, we've got some action on Kukoi here. Now, they're fighting underneath landslides. They're up against monkeys who've been in the trailer for quite some time. And then inside the ring, on top of them as well. They're going to go back into the tunnel. Hopefully, X-Spark doesn't realize that they're there, because they send a crypto drone through that tunnel and realize that there's only 2 players on the other side for Kukoi, then they might think it is time to clear that out.
Rage has actually arrived inside of the building, or just outside of the building that Stinky B was hiding inside of, and that might have been a relatively ill-fated move for them. First knock is going to go the way of Stinky B. Chris gets that one, and they finish off Kaiser. Rage down a player now, but MDY, of course it's MDY. The team that always wants to fight is headed in the direction of the gunfire.
Yeah, they stopped off at the vault along the way, all the way back near Lava City, so they took their time getting here, but as soon as they hear some bullets come out, you better be sure that they're not going to be tarrying any further. Sudaraiku on the high ground, they were also looking to get in on this, but the fight kind of fizzled out in the end, so... Yeah. Despite, Rage did lose one, Kaiser's gone down, so only Kensung and Jilun left, but apart from that... It looks like they're probably going to get the... Oh, they've got the crypto, so they might actually be able to grab the banner if they're lucky as well. You can see Azure Esports there.
They've spotted MDY. That's where those shots are headed. Kasa was holding on to a rift that whole time. Eventually does pop it, but it's not going to be a particularly useful one. Beiju may be able to crawl inside of it and get across to, I don't know, I wouldn't call that relative safety, because Kasa's even found himself into a bit of a fight as well. MDY, I mean, they just stick around for a little bit too long in an awkward spot that was in the center of the map. Stinky B have pushed out of their building now as well to take a couple of shots at MDY, and Kasa's the only one that's gotten to a relative spot of safety.
They are stuffed like a roast chicken at the moment. They've got, Stinky B on one side of the Mazua. They try to run towards the tunnel. X-Spark are there. They basically had no shot. So Kasa still alive. And as you can see with this circle, it's pulling very central into landslide. So it'll be interesting to see where the next one goes. Because that probably will, it will be a bit of a swing considering how much is over the tunnel. Towards Fragment East and the Vault Tunnel as well at the moment, so it should shift away from there. Straiku Valk ulting into landslide right now. Okay, bubble goes down.
Way that they're fighting, but they also need to be a little bit aware of monkeys, who's just hanging around there as well. I mean, Sudaraiku, they've got control of what I would call really a courtyard more than anything else. They don't actually have a building to play with right now, which is kind of not the place to be. If they're going to send it into the center of the zone, they need to send it into a position that they can actually play from.
I mean, Kizix may as well be an observer on our production team right now. This guy's just been sitting on his drone the entire game, just having a look around. So it doesn't feel like they're ready to pull out of their crawler at any point soon. As a result, Straiku do find a brief moment of respite here. But it looks like they're trying to force the issue a little bit. Maybe they want the trailer. Oh man, Jaro gets the thing down in just the nick of time. But okay, we've moved over to X-Spark here, who are trying to gatekeep a couple of teams outside. It's Azure Esports as well as Stinky B rolling in from staging that they're trying to deal with. That said, Kukoi managed to get their third member back up and running. And now they're on the backside. And X-Spark, if they don't trade well with these teams, are going to be in all sorts of trouble.
like they're going okay for now, though. I mean, they haven't lost a player just yet. Salvatore's just been given a bit of time to heal back on up, but you're right. They need to be a little bit aware that they are between a rock and a hard place. They are the meat in the sandwich. Unfortunately, that's not really the place that you want to be. Stinky B will take the fight to Azure and win it by the looks of things pretty comfortably as well. But they themselves are getting some shots back on through. It's coming from Rage. They are really putting that issue onto Stinky B at the moment.
Yep, Rage on the backside there. While all this was happening, it was an ill-fated push by Straiku, and they were eliminated by Monkeys, who don't even drop a player. They are going to have to revive them at some point, but they should be back to their 3 members very soon. Meanwhile, all this action's happening down south. X-Spark actually have managed to hold out. They've done a really good job so far, partially because they're being buffered by Stinky B, who are taking a lot of this heat off them, and Rage, who need to try and push through this.
The push is going to come back out from Kukoi, though, who are the ones sort of gatekeeping the tunnel, and it's given X-Spark a little bit of an opportunity to have some shots in their direction. I think they're a little bit more interested in finishing Stinky B off, though. We get the knock onto 1. X-Spark sort of feels like they're in 2 minds right now. Do we push onto Stinky B? Do we stay here to take the fight against Kukoi? It's an unfortunate spot to be in, because if they don't take one of these fights, inevitably they're going to get sandwiched. And that's kind of the worst spot to be in. So you always have to take one of these fights and hope that the third party doesn't come through.
And they took so long to decide that Stinky B managed to get all 3 players up and healthy, and that just makes this situation so much harder now for X-Spark. Kukoi moving further and further out of the tunnel, looking to pinch this as soon as they can, be the successful part of this sandwich.
X-Spark, I mean, Salvatore is on the white armor. That's not ideal. There's purple sitting there, but I wonder if they're starting to run low on shields. Bats, you know, it's not looking good for X-Spark here. They just seem to have lost the war of attrition.
Yeah, look, I dare say he probably picked one up, was sitting in one of those bins there and laid down his purple just to try and get that extra little bit of armor. But the kind of inevitable outcome of this fight, of course, was that they would lose someone. I'm surprised they haven't lost more just yet. It's only been 1.
I'm surprised.
Going down so far. Kukoi saying, you know what, you guys are taking too long to sort this out between yourselves. We can't even be bothered with the kill points. We want to think about trying to get up and out of landslide now that the zone has moved a little bit north, and this tunnel is definitely not going to be playable space after this.
You know what I'm amazed by, and you can see it right here on the screen, is that Stinky B somehow have got all 3 players back up. Rage, I guess, just worked their way back around the other side of the map and left Stinky B to get those reses. Obviously, there was no push through from X-Spark, so Stinky B get 3 players back up from what looked like an absolute shambles.
Yeah, so yeah, Rage just went the other way. You can see now they're trying to deal with EXO, who are looking to gatekeep them as well. Snipers on the side of Killerpoz are making that really tough, but there's only 17 seconds left, and there's a lot of players with a lot of teams to run through if they want to make it to the zone, and all of these players down south, it just feels like are almost just completely doomed.
Yeah, if you're not on the Kukoi right now, you're pretty much not going to get anywhere. Stinky B have actually opted to go for a Valk ult, and they are going to get over the top of the tunnel. So if you can't go through it, you might as well go over it. That's a good analogy. EXO, in the meanwhile, they're probably wondering when Rage is going to do something to the same effect, though Rage, of course, doesn't have a Valk, so they're pretty much going to be relying on that portal, or just a straight-up push, which doesn't look fun at all. Defensive bombardment hitting so hard. Rage have to take a breather. Sit back down, put those shields back on, but in the meanwhile, EXO knows the advantage that they've got, and they'll push, they'll force the issue, and Rage is out of the fight.
Man, EXO played the ring so well there. It just came in and provided that extra bit of damage to finish off the couple of players, and they were close enough that they didn't have to really worry about it themselves. As a result, they take up position in this next circle. Oh man, it's really pulled over to EXO's side as well. This is a fantastic opportunity for this team who's really been struggling thus far today. Maybe this is how they push up into those extra points. 10 squads left. Monkeys are still sitting in the same caravan they were about 18 minutes ago. On the high platform, we've got DNZ, and Kukoi didn't make it out. Stinky B and Team X-Spark did.
Well, I mean, some of Stinky B has made it out. It's just Chris left alive, unfortunately. So it hasn't gone as well for Stinky B as they might have hoped. But to be fair, you know, I guess I agree with you in the sense that Kukoi was probably my expectation as the one to make it through. I have absolutely no idea how X-Mark and Stinky B have managed to do it, both with one player alive as well, mind you. It's not ideal, but I mean, a player alive is a player alive, right? I don't understand. I don't understand what's happened there for Kukoi, but obviously not ideal. Emil for inside the ring, by the way, is also a solo. And he's getting pushed by Wiz. Up on the high ground, you have DNZ, who look like they might be the kings of the castle right now. This is, I mean, such a powerful position to play from, especially when you've got a charge rifle, especially to play with from that position.
Well, they've got one bullet left for the charge rifle, unfortunately. So
really?
Unless they can find some extra ammo, he's going to be down to the L-Star. That said, he's got 400 ammo for his L-Star. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. Aftermath Gaming here, you can see Desire, another rat. He's been completely unspotted at the moment. No one knows he's there. I think Monkey's actually just realized he was over there. And they've still got some ammo left on their charge rifle. So, might be able to snag him out as he runs into EXO. They've just realized he's there as well. Multiple people taking angles on him. This truck, he can't get inside it. He can only get around it. So he's just going to have to hope that they don't have the utility to push him out or don't want to use it. Meanwhile, Wiz have been doing pretty well. Looks like they're pushing. Just trying to make this eastern side of the zone a little bit safer from them. Horrid looking for an armor swap. Meanwhile, you can see DNZ up the top there making life hell for them.
Yeah, not going too well for anyone that's not named DNZ. Another kill comes through there for PP. It's Gaijin that gets finished off. Horrid is surviving for now underneath the platform that DNZ is on top of. But he is a solo. He's the sole member of Wiz that's left alive. DNZ has 3. EXO also has 3. So this might be their resurgence game. They desperately need a resurgence game as well, Genome. So they need to make this one work. But it looks like they're really running low on shields. I can't imagine that they wouldn't have repaired that armor if they had shields available.
No. Chambers is going down as well. Dexter and Killerpaws actually did really well to weather the storm there for a while. So it looks like they were actually trying to go down because they are so low on shields that they wanted to get the gold bag res there. So smart stuff. Monkeys tried to push them out. They invested the EMP. They invested the defensive bombardment as well. Still couldn't deal with EXO. So now they're going to come back on this, and they're so low on shields, as you say, that they need to do some serious damage. They are actually going to take down Kizix really quickly here. Blindsided him from the back. So despite effectively being on blue armor due to lack of meds, EXO almost make this work against Monkeys, who've had the best spot for the best time in this lobby.
It's actually winnable here for Chambers. If he can find an armor to swap to, which he does, picks that one back up. Can he find a res? Can he find the final kill? Low on HP, but still making it happen. And again, and again, and again. EXO are the ones to come out with the better of it. That's huge.
It is. Inside the ring, Emil is alive, and DNZ aren't pushing the issue. They don't realize, you know, they haven't been doing any damage. They're not sure that the other guys are on flesh still. They don't know how many reses are going off right now on the side of EXO as they bring both of their members back into the fight. Now, suddenly, I think they've heard the sound cue, and they are going to push in. Joker does a lot of damage, but somehow finds the one member of EXO that has his shields up and running. Defensive bombardment come down on all sides, but they do have some bubbles to hide behind for the moment. The Crawler is providing cover for EXO here as they try and fight it out against DNZ.
Emil is just hiding behind a bin right now. He's hiding behind a loot bin trying to survive to make a top 2 placing for inside the ring. I reckon he might get it as well because he's gotten a knock onto PP. He's helping out EXO at this point in time.
No.
DNZ down to just 2. Joker and SA in the end will be the champions. Was it Emil to take second place?
Yeah, it was. I'm almost certain that Inside the Ring managed to pick up the 9 placement points there against all odds. I mean, gosh, EXO still did really well. You know, they were pushing it off the backside, and you were like, you know, I can't believe they don't have the meds, but they obviously did, right? You saw one of the EXO players literally just like, you know, open his arms up, lie back, and be like, yes, please hit me with the Valk rockets here. So I go down, and luckily it happened. He was actually, I think before that, he was trying to hurt himself by standing in the ring just so that they could get that extra res with the gold bag. And then it was a good effort by them, honestly. They almost pulled it off, almost got the reses back up to
Yeah.
100%
That'd have
there
been
as
sick.
they sat there in the crawler. But like DNZ sitting there on the high ground, they just had the run of the show for quite a while. I'm interested that teams didn't try and take that sooner. As I said, it's not necessarily the most defensible position, especially, you know, how often can you put down a bubble versus how often a team's going to try and nade you off there, how often a team's going to try and put down a Jibby ult there to try and get you off it. But it was actually quite late in the piece that a team actually decided that they wanted to try and grab the high ground advantage from that platform, and in the end it gives them the win. So questionable decisions there by some of the teams, I guess. Man, and all that chaos that happened down the southern end of the ring was definitely something to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's been very chaotic. Do you think this second lobby has been a bit messier than the first? Because to me, it feels like there's just way more like random fights happening all over the place at any point in time than what we saw earlier on today.
I think it's changed from game to game. That game 5 there, absolutely, that was really weird how many teams got kind of stuck on the southern end and decided that they didn't need to make it all the way in. I guess a lot of them are just thinking, hey, it's landslide, like, where am I going to go? Like, if I Valk ult into this circle, like, what's going to happen to me? You know, Straiku tried to do that, right? And then they felt so pressured by monkeys in the crawler that they felt like they had to make the move on them. And that meant they ended up going down pretty early, which is not going to be good for their standings coming into game 6. So, yeah, I think part of the difference in how these two lobbies have played out has just been where the teams who are playing Edge are dropping on the map. And that actually changes how things play out quite a lot. Because instead of sitting around like the geyser chokes, they're sitting around like, you know, your skyhook chokes and stuff like that.
Well, let's take a look at how things are shaping up after game 5. We've only got one more left to go, Genome. And it's looking pretty damn good right now for, well, I guess everyone in the top 10, if you think about it, because it's only 17 points the gap all the way down to X-Spark. And if they have a massive pop-off game, who's to say they couldn't overtake first place? I mean, there would have to be a lot of things that went their way, but it is theoretically possible. What's big news, though, is that Inside the Ring have actually leapfrogged to Fame, gotten up into first there. Only by 1 point, but yeah, Fame had a bit of a roughie in that last game, so a bit of work to do in the final game of the evening.
1 point? Elfish, they got that from the placement points, right? Emil making it into second instead of third. That's a jump of 2 points, right? They were sitting 10 points ahead of the pack on 45. They only managed to grab 1 in that last game. That means, you know, they don't separate themselves to the pack. And, oh, man, this is going to be a great final game here. We've got so many teams that can take this out and change, you know, possibly the fate of them going to LAN or not.
Yeah, well, it is one game left for the day, and that one game could make a massive difference here for this lobby and for the competition as a whole. We're going to take a short break. The last game is coming up very soon. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back to ALGS Pro League for APAC South. It's time for the final game of the day, and things are pretty damn hot right here. We've got a lot of teams that would actually take the win in this lobby, Genome, and it all comes down to one game.
Yeah, look, I guess we have to give a shout out to AF for not doing that well in Game 5, because that's really opened it up for everyone to come in now and have their crack at it. We've been having some good games here in APAC South where it's often been decided in that last game. Over the last couple of weeks. And yeah, it looks like that we're getting another one here to finish off the day. DNZ, our Chinese team, doing pretty well there and managing to win from the high ground on the landslide. It's a hard POI to play from right there at the end. Inside the ring, though, backing up a couple of good other performances tonight. That's going to put them towards the top of the lobby. EXO finally having a decent performance there in number 3. Let's see how that moves them up the leaderboard. Do they make the top 10? Yes, they're now in 8th and at 33 points. Look, they're probably not going to win it tonight, Elfish, but they're back in the running.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think they'd probably like to, at this point, just make it into the top 5. That's really achievable for EXO. They're actually only 3 points behind Primus Commander. They probably don't make it into the top 2. Let's be real. Actually, 3rd is very much on the cards here for EXO if they have a good final game. I think you can probably say the same all the way down to, maybe Dreamfire. If Dreamfire has a pop-off game here, they could make their way up into 3rd. So that'd be a massive, massive difference from 11th all the way up to 3rd in terms of the amount of points that you get out of the week. I think that's what we sort of need to touch on there more so than anything else, because it's not necessarily about winning this week. It's obviously about getting points over the course of the 6 weeks that we have here for the Pro League. You need to be getting as much as you can every single week. Ideally a win, obviously. But if you're in the top 3 or top 4, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, look, Kukui keeps slipping down. A couple of good games, but now they're, struggling to get into the points. And look, why don't we just get right into the final game of the day here for week 3 in the first split for APAC South.
Indeed. Well, the final game of the evening, the final game of Groups A and C for today as well. And as we said, it sort of feels like any number of teams that can still make it into a top placing out of this match in a particular. So it will tell us a lot. But of course, we're still only halfway through the competition as a whole today. So there's still a bit of time to come back into the swing of things, but you'd really want to be feeling comfortable and sort of solid after the first 3 weeks. If not, maybe the first 4, I think that still sort of gives you an opportunity to come back in the last couple of weeks, but then you're starting to leave a bit too much to chance. So if you ain't going to get it done here, then really, when are you going to get it done?
That's a good question. I guess in the last 3 weeks is the only possible answer to that. Well, we've got our teams to keep our eye on here. Athame towards the top. And after 5 games, Primus Commander still in the hunt. Inside the ring, of course. Monkeys had a good end to Game 5 there. Straiku, always within fighting distance, but striking distance, I should say. That was a pun I really missed there. But if they keep getting 6 places, Elfish, it's not going to get them to the finals, right? Just the way the scoring system is set up, 3 points a week is not enough. The difference between that and coming 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th is just too big. And they really need to be picking up some podium finishes here, if they want to be in the running. And we know that we've got they've got it in them, right? And that's one of the reasons why we keep talking about them. But yeah, look, something's got to change. Something's got to give.
Yeah, look, a potential and opportunity and that kind of thing are words that are bandied around a lot. But if you never realize it, if you never capitalize or convert it, that's all that it ends up being, just potential. So it's something that, you do need to keep in mind. Circle is a bit of a different one. You can see here, heading towards Fragment West, even out towards Epicenter more so than anything else. And that's kind of the first time, if we do end up going toward Epicenter, that'll be the first time for this evening. So I actually wouldn't mind that. Bit of a change up for the last game of the day. Teams toward the northern side of the map will also be quite happy to see that, because there has been a couple of more southern shifts around Harvester, Lava Siphon. in this lobby already today. So if we go back to the north, then I think that's good news for, especially teams like Barangay Esport, who are just so far up near Climatizer that for once they don't have to spend half their game running around the map.
Yeah, look, they'll be really happy about that. Rage have made it up there already. Striker, they've got quite the distance to cover. And that's a little bit of a problem for them. Hopefully, maybe they'll just look to pick up some kills along the way instead. Dreamfire, actually, they've already decided to run into DNZ. Sorry, no, that's Monkeys. DNZ are in another fight over here. That one's more down towards Fragment. And they're looking to take on the damage king himself. Easy Flash from Kakoi.
DNZ having a bit of a chill time. Some on top of the cliff. Get some poke damage out here, some chip damage here and there. See if you can get those Evos built up as soon as possible. But move on pretty quickly. You don't want to get stuck down into a position too early on in the piece, particularly when there's still a lot of loot available around the map.
Yeah. So they've decided that they'll, back off. Someone who isn't backing off, that's Dreamfire. So they just Valk ulted, essentially being like, like they're playing a kill race and saying like, we are looking for someone to fight. We are looking for someone to go and wipe. And Valk ulted all the way into Fragment East, where they have spotted inside the ring and possibly Kakoi as well. MDY, a little bit lower down, Lava Siphon. They're taking on Team X-Spark.
Yeah, I mean, is it really a surprise at this point to see MDY taking another fight early on in the beast? They are indeed taking on X-Spark, and it could be the end of X-Spark's run if they, have a bit of a difficult time here against MDY. X-Spark basically need a perfect game from here to make it into a top spot. So,
oh man, we've got Rage taking on Parangai at the top here, so, you can put it down to MDY, you can put it down to last game shenanigans. Teams really hunting for those KP here in Game 6. When it's as close as this, I guess you got to try and differentiate yourself from the competition somehow, and Rage at the moment looking to do that.
Yeah, they did get the finish onto a Little Arif, so Parangai are down to just the 2 players. Rage have healed themselves back up as well, and Parangai have done the same, but they're certainly in a worse position. Certainly worse for wear than what Rage is. Rage have got control of the building, they've got the high ground, they've got all 3 players alive, whereas Parangai don't really have too many options.
Yeah, MDY, they're running out of options as well. Iono does pop the EMP to try and slow down the advance of X-Spark, who've already managed to grab a knock here and now are looking to finish them off. That's Iono down. Didn't see Salvatore's coming from behind. And a nice finish there with plenty of room to finish looting up. X-Spark are going to be eliminating MDY as the first squad here in Game 6.
Well, if we're being real, that's kind of the start that X-Spark actually wants. You know what I mean? Like, they need points on the board. So they kind of need to be taking fights right now. And they need to be winning them, obviously. But that's 3 points that they could be very, very useful later on down the track. Inside the ring, having a roughie. And that's great news for everyone else in the competition right now, because inside the ring was the one at the top of the pack. They were leading from the front, but not so much this game. Saber might not even survive, and indeed, he'll be taken down by Stinky B. That's really huge. Everyone who's looking at the kill feed, seeing that, is going to be absolutely cheering.
Yeah, so one of those kills went to Dreamfire, 2 of them to Stinky B. They're trying to move their position up the leaderboard, not necessarily in the running to take out the whole thing, but inside the ring were, and now they're gone. So, an early team exit here for one of the favorites in our second series today. Teams like, Athame, Primus Commander, gonna be very happy about that.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot more work to be done. Just because inside the ring is out of the discussion doesn't mean that you are necessarily going to get enough points to overtake them. You need to focus on your own game first, and then hope that everything else sort of falls into place. And so far, I guess the ladder is happening, but the former, it sort of needs to precede the ladder in a way. It needs to happen before the ladder even becomes relevant.
We're having a look at Ath now. Of course, they are now the front runners. Inside the ring and Ath were close up the top as a kind of top 2. And yeah, sure, the others are within striking distance, as we said, but Ath now, the other teams are going to have to do a lot to get ahead of them. So a team like Primus Commander or Monkeys, who I think actually were possibly even the 2 behind them, stand between Ath and getting to the next circle, which is pulled very easterly, kind of to the east of Epicenter. A team like DNZ, just behind that, actually in a fantastic spot in the northeast of the zone at the moment, over the bridge where this could end, because that bridge that sort of, blocks Climatizer and Epicenter, we do see a lot of zones end up around there, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see another one finish up there and give us a fun end to the day.
Yeah, Sudoraiku trying to work their way through the northern part of the map. They may very shortly run into Parangai Esport, who have actually managed to get the res onto Little Arif. He got picked back on up, or dropped out of a dropship, I suppose, whichever floats your boat. Is Sudoraiku aware that Parangai is here? They're going to actually go for a Valk ultimate. So that'll get them the information, that's for sure. And it should get them out of dodge as well. I don't think that they want to get stuck in a position like this one. They want to go for a bit of a rotation. Interesting to note, though, that they are headed directly on top of Rage.
Yeah, they've just got enough space there.
Dara's chilling.
Feet. They separate right at the end there just to make it a little bit harder to hit them.
Yep.
And yeah, nice job there by Straiku. They actually find their spot in Climatizer, and this is going to be super good now because they're now north of DNZ. They're now north of Dreamfire, and they're going to be in a really good spot for this last circle.
Not that they're aware of it yet, though. They actually haven't got the info as to where the next circle shift is going to come through. So I've actually looked on the minimap, and they've actually pinged like almost the perfect building. It's like they have a sixth sense. It's like they know. It's not even a building, I don't think. Is it a caravan or a building? I think it might be a building, but it doesn't really matter. It's like one of the most central pieces of cover that's available to them. I'm almost surprised in a way that Rage haven't made the move first. They are a team that actually has the info on where the next circle is going to go, but they haven't opted to go over that. They haven't opted to try and make a rotation in. They're just going to try and play edge, I suppose. Monkeys is in a bit of a weird spot. But up and down inside of the lava lake. Probably not where I'd like to be. Seem to be making it work, though. Until Jubjabib gets knocked. He's actually dropped inside of the lava, so he's going to have to get picked up. And that's not really going to happen. Jubjabib finished off. The banner is retrieved, but for all the good it's going to do.
Yeah, look, struggling at the moment. Losing that member means it's going to be all the harder to try and work through this, especially with WGG now pushing on top of them. And in the 2v3, it's a... Wow, this punch is coming out. Kunai knife from Mexus there. Actually going to end them, so 15 squads left now.
A big deal. You know, they were a team that was essentially running in for a top spot. The X-Spark is out as well. So a few of the teams that we mentioned that, they were an outside chance to be fair, but they were a chance, are starting to get whittled away. So, of course, not even really one of the teams that we were speaking to, because they were so far down the standings, but even still a good win here. Just pop them up into third place, maybe. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough to walk away happy, given how rough of a day it's been.
Absolutely. I mean, they've already got a 12-point day in their pocket. Elfish, and looking at the standings, I'd say maybe somewhere between like 30, 35 points, I think, would be the cutoff for who makes it to LAN. Okay, so this is definitely one of the more readable circles, and I say that because if I can read it, then I'm pretty sure a lot of these players can read it, right? So as I said, the bridge, that's where DNZ are right now. That's just a lot of circles seem to be ending up around that kind of area at the moment. And that's why the Valk ult over the top into Climatizer and then coming around the end was a fantastic play by Straiku. So they've just got to keep their heads about them now to try and finish this one out. But teams like DNZ, they could be between them and something else. Bullet is actually just flying around. Yeah, did did a full Valcolt there just to scout around them. Didn't see a whole lot. Might have potentially seen Dreamfire to the south of them. I was about to say another Valcolt, but no, that's a Wraith. For Parangai Esports there.
Esports, speaking of, are in a bit of a stoush right now. Sutaraiku need to keep them at bay. Because, to be honest, Sutaraiku is in one of the better positions of the game right now. They could actually win from here if they ensure that they stay healthy, they keep their resources up, and they don't get collapsed upon by one or two teams at the wrong time. As has been, one of the thorns in their sides for today.
So they've spotted our Parangai Esports. We just saw them, take that balloon in north of Sutaraiku. Tell you what, if one of those Arc Stars had have hit, I bet Walty would have been coming something pretty ferocious to his teammates there to try and get them to pile on. They might be a little bit worried about DNZ coming to join the party, but either way, that could be 3 points that helps them get over the top in the end. It's a very small bit of cover here that Parangai have got to work with. Don't like their chances in the long term.
I love when there's cryptos in the game, by the way, because it just makes it so easy to see what's going on when you just watch someone's POV that's playing crypto. They're flying around in the drone. Aftermath Gaming having a bit of a go-ahead with Primus Commander, and that doesn't seem to have worked out too nicely for them. You'd get the knock on to Strafing Flame, but is there a res available here? It looks like the zone doing a lot of damage to Primus Commander, and they've run into Player K. So they might not be getting out of here alive. Hey is okay for now, but he's really having to chug through those meds, isn't he? And not gone too well for him. So we'll jump back over to Rage. I'm sure Primus Commander are pretty much up the creek without a paddle. So is Rage, by the looks of things. As Exo dispatches on.
Yeah, Exo paid dearly to win that fight, though, Elfish. And DNZ are just looking down on the top of them, potentially looking to get involved. Oh no, SA's gone down for them, actually. So DNZ have been in, pretty much the god spot with the Caustic to hold it out as well. May have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew now. Philippos didn't get taken down. He's on a sliver of health, and they're going to try and bring him back into this because DNZ are too worried about Parangai, who are behind them. 2 of DNZ fully removed from the game now. Exo still desperately trying to reset. Going to have to pop a Phoenix. Will they have time to do that before Stinky B takes them out? Don't know. Straiku, in all of this, still not willing to give up their position.
All right. Well, we're back in the mix for Exo. Stinky B, though, just as soon as the meds come off for Exo, put them back to square one, don't they? Look at the damage here from deep. I'm amazed he hasn't gotten more than just the one knock so far. Chris is in a good spot to punish Owo. I mean, they're all here. Stinky B, they should be wiping Exo right here, right now. They're hitting Flash. They're just not finding those kill shots. How's Exo gotten out of there alive?
I've got no idea, Elfish. I mean, the fact that there's not a death box out of the 3 of them at the moment is, frankly, a miracle at this point. Okay, now Chambers has fully been removed, but, Dexter and Killerpos still around and still, honestly, looking like they're going to make their way over the lava river, potentially to even find some safety if they don't take too much damage from Reckless Lies and Stinky B, who've kind of taken control of this bridge away from DNZ, because obviously PP is just trying to rat it out now, being the only one left alive. Strike, who have fortified this compound up on the northeastern side. Seeing some other teams go across. That's Wiz. They're hitting some nice shots onto
Sutaraiku. I mean, they're looking really good at the moment. You just don't want to see them throw it away. Bullet is trying to get a little bit aggressive, and that's fair enough. He is the Valkyrie. He can get out of sticky situations, but just as easily put himself into some rough ones as well. Another team drops. Dreamfire are down to 2. Boys on the floor. I don't know that this is going to go too well for them if they continue to take this fight, but I guess you kind of have to, right? You got nowhere to go. Boys outside.
Yeah, they're just trying to reset right now. They've got Ath on one side and Straiku on the other, just beaming in damage. It's going to be very hard for them to get out of this, honestly. I think Bullet's just looking for potentially to...
He wants this position. He wants this position because the zone has moved in this direction. Yeah. So Sutaraiku, they tried to push it and they've got the pick that they wanted. They finished Pite off, or at least the res has to come through. And Sutaraiku getting aggressive now.
Now they're committing. Now all three of them are pushed down and left behind that place. As you say, they do want this cover. Let's hear them.
Cracked! Cracked the hard. This is going on too long, boys.
Yeah, we need to clean it.
One's dead inside.
Just chill now. Try and
Help me.
Got him.
Recover.
Reset.
Everything fucking recover. Wait, team behind. Careful.
Get inside.
Yeah.
We got Costa ulted.
How long till Bub? On me.
Stay for me. 15 seconds. Stay for me. Wait, they're outside.
Caustic one. Caustic cloak.
Yeah, we chill. Yeah, bubble.
5 seconds.
I'm chilling. Popping a medkit. On me, caustic. Shoot the caustic. Yep. I need a heal.
Nah, we're dead.
Did you know I have Bob?
No, I didn't.
All right, well, back into the swing of things. It was a Fame that jumped in on top of Sutaraiku, but now they're suffering the same fate. EXO has made the world's longest rotation, and they still have 2 players alive, and they might just take a Fame down right now. Dexter gets one onto Mosu. It's just Saiyajin God left, and EXO go one better once again. I can't believe it. Saiyajin God is kind of a little bit out of the picture at this point in time. He was quite far away from those remaining Fame players, but how is EXO doing this?
It doesn't really, it doesn't matter if there's only the 1 player left alive, Elfish, because we're in the top 4 now, and a couple of placement points, honestly, on top of a couple of kills that a Fame have already secured, is probably enough to push them out of reach and to the top of the leaderboard. So a very good day for a Fame, looking like they might just be able to clutch this out overall. But in Game 6, we've got Kukoi and We Are God Gamers with the 3 players left, but EXO potentially looking to continue the storyline of duos, 2 being stronger than 3 for some reason today.
I mean, they don't exactly have the worst of positions. In fact, they're actually pushing on top of Saiyajin God, and they found him as well, so that's just another one out of the picture. Top 3 now remain. Boy, looking like they're probably in the pick of the positions. The super high ground, ultimate high ground, I suppose. They've got up on top of a rock, a cliff face, and they can shoot down on top of EXO when they try to make a rotation. They don't really have an angle onto We Are God Gamers at the moment, at least until they push out of this ramp position, but they will soon.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see which one gets pushed out of cover first. I think it might be We Are Good Gamers. EXO right now completely split. They're playing in 2 of the separate train cars just to try and make this work, because both of the other teams are shooting down at them. They don't want to get second place, right? They want to confirm, getting at least the top 2 finish. So they're kind of working together a little bit here.
I mean,
okay, ring's starting to close in.
I almost wonder if Kukoi and We Are God Gamers end up fighting one another, and then EXO can just sort of play the low ground and stay out of the fight for as long as possible, and maybe come in for the third party. There's so much for EXO to kind of cycle through down here as well. If they get tagged up, sure, there's going to be plenty of shield cells, bats, everything available.
Look how early We Are Good Gamers have had to use their bubble, and basically just for cover. Not because there's a Jibby ult on top of them, not because of any of that sort of reason. Now they have to go directly underneath Kukoi, because that's the only way that they can find
EXO?
Some sort of cover. EXO now looking to come in and make the best of this.
Making the best of it, indeed, they are. Bastion from Kukoi goes down. You're going to see another drop. Doom. Killer Pulse is making the difference right now for EXO, and they're storming toward a victory. It's just a couple of players left for We Are God Gamers, and one of them's on the floor. It's Misanthropy, left in a 2-on-1 against 2 EXO players, and I could not think of a worse situation to be in. EXO charging their way forward. They feel the victory in front of them, and they feel that run into a top spot for the final game of the day. EXO walk away with a win. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough to get them into first place for this lobby, but it'll certainly be enough to bump them up quite dramatically, and maybe even up into third, something like that, which would be a fantastic result given the way the day started for EXO.
We talk about that top tier in APAC South that really separates from the rest of the pack, the rest of the 40 teams here we have in our Pro League, and EXO with that win potentially putting themselves up in rarefied air with Team Burger and Team Reignite. I think after tonight, and I mean it's just incredible. I want someone to go back and count how many times we've had a team with 2 members, take out a victory out of our 12 games that we've seen today, because it's an absurd amount. And we're not talking about, someone going down in the final fight and then finishing off with 2 players. We're talking about playing as a duo for like at least 5 minutes before the finish of a game. And it's just, you don't see it happen that often. But man, Reignite, EXO have done it. And I'm pretty sure there was someone else in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really sort of came together for EXO, didn't it? You could see the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. They make the rotations. They pull off a couple of unlikely fights. Inevitably, they start to find a third party after a third party after a third party. And then once it goes down to the 3 teams left alive, I even said it. I was like, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that Kokoi and We Are God Gamers might run into one another before EXO really has to do anything. And then EXO comes through and cleans it up. Janitorial Duty seems to be the name of the game for EXO. They're very well played indeed for 2 players that, obviously had to sort of carry the torch for them. But, I feel like a very well-deserved victory for EXO. And both Kokoi and We Are God Gamers are probably pretty unhappy with how that's turned out.
Yeah, you got to give you the credit there. Absolutely. Did call it before it happens. I just wonder if there was maybe another way that We Are Good Gamers could have approached that. Maybe if they went under the bridge and sort of, got underneath Kokoi there and then got to use their bubble a little bit later, it could have been a cleaner fight. Either way, EXO, might have come out on top. But yeah, look, it's just a bit ugly in terms of how that last ring worked out. And EXO, that said, they hit their shots, man. There was no lack of damage coming out of those 2 to finish off our final game of the day.
Yeah, for sure. Let's look at how that last game did end up panning on out, and it might give us a bit of an indication as to where we will sit for the scoreboard overall when we do see, just exactly where a lot of those teams did finish. It was EXO to pick up the win. We Are God Gamers second, Kokoi in third. But I'm looking at the likes of Inside the Ring, the team that, went into that final game as the first place team. I don't think they've done enough. Athame, fourth, probably should be the team to take the win overall. And I reckon EXO might actually just jump up into third.
Yeah, it was a big game for EXO. They would, I think, look, Crim's Commander, DNZ, Monkeys, Nit, and none of them really, did a huge amount in that final game. So I think you could be right. The scores are ready, so why don't we have a look at the top 10 and see who's walking away with the big points here today in our second series. Group A versus Group C, and it's going to be... wow! That's an incredible game from EXO to get even within 2 points of AF, who deservedly walked away with the win there. 23 kills, not so bad. 33 placement points, really bringing it home. Man, that's awesome from AF to bring out the win. Interesting that Inside the Ring, they didn't add to their score in that final game, but still pick up 3rd place. 4th for Straiku. Oh, man, it's like it's getting them somewhere, but I genuinely think they need like probably another 2 top 3 places if they want to make it into that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I reckon it's in the bank. I reckon it's possible for Sudraiku in the last 3 weeks of the competition. At least they're keeping themselves in the discussion, and that's kind of what's important at the very least. If you can't win it right here and now, at least make it a possibility for later on down the track. An unfortunate day, really, for Stinky B. I think for X-Spark as well, who had some moments but weren't ultimately able to really convert enough. Dropping down into 13th place is maybe a little bit disappointing for them. Dreamfire getting 7th. They sort of still, I think, in that same discussion as where maybe Straiku are. They had a couple of good weeks here and there, but it's just not enough to really say, yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, they're going to run away with a 5th place, but they're still within striking distance at least.
Yeah, so, I mean, something else to talk about, though. I mean, 41 points, 4th place, 38 points, and 11th place.
Yeah. I mean, what a difference, right?
A couple of kills here and there gives you the difference between 5 points and 1 point to walk away with in terms of the split.
Yeah, it's very tight lobby.
Split standing. So yeah, wow, through the middle there, that was an incredibly close lobby.
Yeah, I dare say Thame's very happy to walk away with the 12 points out of that one, though, because they've actually been having a bit of a roughie so far. Sitting in 18th overall coming into this week, 6 points for the overall standings for them. 2 and 4 respectively out of weeks 1 and 2. And I don't think like that is really the kind of result that team is looking for. You know what I mean? Like they're not a team that's come in here and said, hey, we're just happy to be here. We're happy to have actually managed to qualify. They're actually a team that probably wants to try and make top 5. So they really needed to do a very good job this week, and they have been able to make sure that is the case. The only concern for me is that, like, it's nice to see them get points on the board, but the fact that you've got, like, Reignite and Burger and Lightning Unicorn out of the other lobby all having a good day today just continues to compound the issues for the teams that have had one rough week. Because those teams are putting good weeks on the board back to back to back to back, and they're increasing the distance over everyone else, which, obviously means it's much more difficult to catch up. Now, we are only halfway through. There is still a world where Reignite or Burger, or whatever, can stumble, fall over a hurdle rather than jumping over it. But the chances of it seem to be diminishing the deeper into this tournament we go.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, I don't see it happening. It feels like 3, maybe even 4 places are getting pretty tied up. Like, they've really got the lock on that, and that's Reignite, it's Lightning Unicorn, it's Burger, and it's EXO. That 5th spot, I will say, probably up for grabs. I feel like there's definitely a range of teams that might be finding their way into 5th. But as you say, the top 4, they're looking pretty tight. So why don't we have a look at where those standings are for the split as it stands?
Yeah, that'll be pretty much what everyone wants to see, I think, at this point in time. So what have we got? Reignite right up the top on 31 by a very large margin. Burger and EXO in a bit of a jostle for second place. So they take out 2 and 3. We do have Lightning Unicorn, of course. We mentioned 20 points there as well. But inside the ring, I've actually managed to sneak their way from 6th into 5th, up into the top 5, which, if this was the end competition, they'd be locking themselves into a spot to go overseas, but they've got a lot more work to do because Athame has rocketed up. Athame was in 18th place, and now they're in 6th. So talk about a fantastic week for them. That's a nice little turnaround. Sutaraiku, the other team that we talked about having a pretty good day in that second lobby, they're in 15th overall, which is an improvement as well. They went from 22 to 15th, but still probably not where they were looking for. Either way, jump into the bottom 20 and see those teams that, are they even still in the discussion at the moment? Gino, what do you reckon here? Is 6 points enough? Let's take Golden Sage. Best case scenario, you've got 6 points after the halfway mark. Reignite has got 31. The cutoff point for 5th.
Yeah.
Is it enough?
As I said, I think it's going to be about 30 to 35 points for that cutoff, right? So if you've got 3 weeks left, the maximum you can get out of that is 36 points. So, like, technically doable. If you got 3 seconds in a row, what's that? That's 27 points on top of a 6 points. You might just make it. You might just squeak into 5th spot to make it over to land. So basically, if you're in the bottom 20 right now, essentially you cannot lose a fight for the rest of the 3 weeks.
You basically just need to win everything.
Yeah.
But hey, for a lot of these teams, I'm not even sure that it's necessarily about taking one of those international spots. I think for a vast majority of them,
that's true.
They're teams that have come through from the open qualifiers or whatever, and they're just not, saying they're just happy to be here is kind of a cop-out, right? They obviously want to compete as well as they can, but you're not walking into this expecting to win. You're walking into this to try and get experience, try to get as high of a placing as you can. And if they can do that, if they can get into maybe the top 20, then, they're in a good spot.
Yeah, look, you do have to throw your mind back to the intro video at the start of the day that explained the format, because those bottom 20 teams, that they're fighting to avoid relegation, right? Like the bottom 8 teams there will go into, I think it's the Challenger circuit to play in that mix and have to deal with even just trying to stay in the top 40 in Pro League. So that's something they're thinking about, while the others are just making sure their passports are ready and hoping someone slaps their name on a plane ticket.
Well, I guess that pretty much wraps up the week for another one, Gino. We're about the halfway point now. In fact, I guess, this is theoretically the halfway point. Yep. So, it's been nice. It's been quite good to watch as we've gotten deeper and deeper into the tournament. I'm sure there's still a lot more that we can, do in terms of looking towards those final weeks of the competition, right? There's teams that are going to still try to make their run in, and there's still a lot of opportunities to do that. But we're on the downward trajectory now. We're running out of time. So basically, as of next week, teams really need to be getting it together. And if they don't, then they're going to be in trouble. So, hey, there's still a lot of competition to go Before we do go, though, I want to give a quick shout out. Obviously, follow the socials, long shot. Make sure that you can keep up to date with what's going on. We'll obviously be back in, a couple of weeks' time, obviously, with more Apex Legends here on the Twitch channel as well. So make sure you drop a follow there as well. And, well, I suppose have a good couple of weeks and, watch all of the other regions as well, because there's plenty of Apex Legends going on around the world. For now, though, we do, of course, have to say good night to you, and we'll see you next time. Game 1 of day 3 of ALGS APAC South.
They've got the firepower to take on Burger in a clean fight. They are going to drop. Team Burger drops in. They back themselves. And you can see Pricey and Sharky go down almost immediately. Mixie, Leaf, and Dodge are going to do the damage. But are they going to stay alive? No, they're not.
Wolfpack and Reignite. And in fact, those are the two teams that are left. What a finish we're going to have here, ladies and gentlemen. The two teams that have really been struggling so far today. I'd say it probably means more for NXL Wolfpack just because of the bad start they had to the tournament as a whole and a great start that they've had actually in the 3-on-3. They just dispatch a
T is currently down and Sharky's looking pretty dodgy, to be honest. So it's kind of up to Pricey here. He's just used his ultimate. He wants to try and remove this last couple. Is MT going to win a second game by literally just flying up in the air?
No, he's not, because Reignite. That kill is done and dusted, and now it's into the 2-on potentially 3. Burger have all 3 players left alive, but they don't have time to get the heals off. They're down low in terms of HP. Zero's finished off by Pricey. Fantastic shot, and Templex now needs a 1-on-3. He can't find it. Good idea to try and give it to Magic, but it actually goes to Gop Gap from Lightning Unicorn, and we're into the 3-on-3.
Agreed, yeah. I mean, Lightning Unicorn need every point they have. They're going to have a massive game if they want to take out and get ahead of Reignite here. It's an easy...
No, it's down to just the 1-on-2 or 1-on-3. I'm not sure how many are left alive. Sinaraiku versus X-Spark. It is a 1-on-2. Bell, Senpai, and Fat Monster against Waltzy. Waltzy gets Bell Senpai low, but he's still not quite being able to find that desperate knock that he needs. And eventually the zone, and of course, the rotation ability of Monkeys as well. Jubjibit being able to get this flank just makes it impossible for a Thang to win the 2-on-3. Very nicely played by Monkeys in the end. And it's, well, the last dying moments for Nutsuru Sama here as he gets pushed out by the zone. Has to try and make it. With the high ground, they can take the choice of when to take the fight. That Arcstar was massive, though. And Primus Commander, well, they might have left a little bit too late. Let's see. They dropped down. Arcstar was good for Stinky B, but it seems like just sitting behind that rock. And eventually, Emil pops his head up, finishes off Waltzy. Jaro, Bunny Hop goes down as well. Inside the ring, they've gotten away with absolute murder. Talk about rat gameplay. Well, that is it in a nutshell. They've got themselves into the top 2. They're not going to win.
And they out against DNZ.
Emil is just hiding behind a bin right now. He's hiding behind a loot bin, trying to survive to make a top 2 placing or inside the ring. I reckon he might get it as well because he's gotten a knock onto PP. He's helping out EXO at this point in time.
No.
DNZ down to just 2. Joker and SA in the end. We are God Gamers, and one of them's on the floor. It's Misanthropy, left in a 2-on-1 against 2 EXO players, and I could not think of a worse situation to be in. EXO charging their way forward. They feel the victory in front of them, and they feel that run into a top spot